Chapter 1133. Sangsang was not the same as before. With the rise of the new stream and the decline of Haotian Taoism, she became weaker and weaker after losing the power of faith from hundreds of millions of believers. Especially now, she had a child in her belly. She was no longer the omnipotent Haotian. She no longer possessed a powerful state that was beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, the arrow she helped Ning Ke shoot was stronger than the iron arrow Ning Ke shot at Qinghe Prefecture during the Right to Light. Why? Because during the Right to Light, Ning Ke used the natal connection between them to forcefully seize the hierarch Xiong Chumo's Tianqi and take all of her power into his arms. But this time, it was her own will. This was the real oneness of heaven and man. Who could defeat her? Ning Ke stood beside her and drew his bow again. He aimed at the other side of the lake and anywhere within hundreds of miles. As long as he heard her voice, he would release the bowstring. The wildflowers on the mountain were blown up by the wind. They floated to the sky and then fell down slowly. It looked like a fairy hiding in the clouds, waiting for Haotian to show her miracles in the human world. But Sangsang's face was a bit pale. She frowned and squinted her willow-like eyes. She seemed a bit angry and unhappy. It had nothing to do with her failure to shoot the Abbey Dean to death. She was unhappy because of her physical condition. She could not bear to be so weak that she had to fight with humans like this. She could not even win. Yes, she had tried her best to help Ning Ke shoot the arrow. The heavens calculation was activated in an instant and consumed a lot of energy. Now she was trying to figure out the Abbey Dean's position again. She felt uncomfortable and her lower abdomen was aching. This was a battle of the highest level. Since the beginning of human history, only the headmaster of the academy entered the divine kingdom and the 100-day reign caused by Haotian was more powerful. So it only took a moment for the winner to be determined. Sangsang did not figure out the Abbey Dean's position immediately. Ning Ke could not release the bowstring immediately. The Abbey Dean did not miss the opportunity. He returned to the side of the lake as the mountain wind blew. The lake was cold and full of spring. He stood in the spring and looked at Ning Ke and Sangsang without any expression. His eyes were firm and calm, even a bit proud. He returned to the side of the lake. He was not alone, for he brought a mountain with him. Stretching for thousands of miles, the Min Mountain divided the northern continent into two. The Min Mountain in the north of Helan City was often called the Tianqi Mountain. Because this was the territory of the Devil's Doctrine, it was the mountain range abandoned by Haotian. The Abbey Dean was the master of Haotian Taoism. Logically speaking, he should not be connected with the aura of this towering mountain range, and even contradicted it. But now it was different. Just like the great divine priest of light who founded the Enlightenment doctrine 1,000 years ago, he had betrayed Haotian. More precisely, he had abandoned Haotian. He of Haotian Mountain and he of that he had become one. He went back to the lakeside and placed his right hand on the other side of the lake. He used the state of pureness to merge with heaven and earth and immeasurable to lift heaven and earth. His fingers contained the aura of heaven and earth of Tianqi Mountain and directly smashed it toward Ning Ke and Sangsang. He'd relied on an unimaginably profound Tao technique before he attacked, and his attacks were so simple and direct, so unreasonable. Because there was utterly no need for any reasoning when it was boundlessly powerful. Around the cold pond, all the spring in the mountains and fields were crushed into pieces. The flowers and wild branches that were cut into pieces by Ning Ke's blade were crushed even more miserably, until they became pieces that couldn't be cut. An entire mountain range that was thousands of miles long broke through the sky and fell. Ning Ke knew that even if the iron arrow could pierce through the mountain, it would not be able to stop the mountain from falling. He withdrew the bow without hesitation and turned around to hold Sangsang in his arms. He was ready to use his own body to resist. He wanted to see if his body, which had been refined by the Great Spirit for many years and strengthened by Sang Sang for 1,000 years, could withstand the mountain and the disaster brought by the Abbey Dean. Sang Sang didn't give him the chance. Her hand passed under Ning Kei's armpit, as if to give him a warm hug. The next moment, a black flower bloomed in her hand. It was a shabby black umbrella. The black umbrella that had disappeared for a very long time appeared in her hands just like that. Accompanied by a loud sound, she opened it and faced the descending mountain range. The black umbrella was as shabby as before, and its surface was covered with dust and grease. The surface of the umbrella, which had been exposed by the light of Buddha, had returned to its original appearance. Ning Kei and Sang Sang were used to calling the black umbrella the Big Black Umbrella, just like how they used to call the black horse the Big Black Horse. Because the black umbrella was indeed huge. Even though it looked small when it was opened, it was actually big enough to cover the entire sky. As long as it could cover the eyes, it could cover the sky. The big black horse and the indigo lion dog hid behind Sang Sang and under the black umbrella in fear. Sang Sang held the black umbrella and held Ning Kei in her arms. She leaned on his shoulder and tilted her head, looking at the falling mountain. The Abbey Dean's hand crossed the cold lake and came to the other side. The entire Tianqi Mountains broke through the blue sky and crushed above the cold lake. Under the huge mountain, the big black umbrella looked like an inconspicuous black spot. Loud rumbling sounds resounded continuously. Countless smoke and dust sprayed into the sky and the wilderness. Countless gravel, like thousands of arrows, cut countless traces in the sky. The whole world began to shake. The ground shook violently. The pine trees in the distant mountains were shaken into the air. The blue ice lakes under the snow-capped peaks were also shaken into the sky. It was a magical scene. Like countless dark blue pearls, they left the ground and fell into the sky. The earthquake spread far away. Not to mention Qingjing of the Yan Kingdom, even the crabs on the weird-shaped breakwater rocks in the famous embankment of the Song Kingdom felt the terrible shaking in the far north and jumped back into the sea in panic. Helan City was only a dozen or so miles away from here, so it was affected even more directly and violently. Countless cracks appeared on the two cliffs, and rocks fell and collapsed everywhere like a waterfall. The sound was very soul-stirring. The two heavy and tall city gates, which had blocked the grassland barbarians for countless years, were now seriously deformed and twisted, revealing a huge gap. The military fortress that had never fallen for hundreds of years was destroyed in front of their eyes. All kinds of terrible sounds, the magical and unreproducible scenery, the gradual collapse of the cliffs and the destruction of the fortress all showed how terrifying the Abbey Dean's hand was. After a long time, the earthquake finally calmed down. The smoke and dust gradually fell and was absorbed by the remaining ice and snow between the broken cliffs. The air gradually became clean again. The green trees in the mountains had already been crushed into fine powder, and the cold lake had been flattened. The remaining ice shards and the scaleless fish at the bottom of the lake had all fused with the soil and rocks. They could only wait for countless years before they were discovered. There was only a vague shape of the cold lake left. There was a mark on the bank of the lake, which was formed by the crushed stone powder. It circled a stone platform about 1,000 feet in radius. The spring had long become a monotonous world made of stones. The Abbey Dean stood on the other side of the stone mark on the bank of the lake. His face was slightly pale and his right hand was slightly trembling. So did his indigo clothes, which were as soft and calm as water. Even he had to pay a great price for such an earth-shattering attack with the entire Tianqi mountain. The cold pond had disappeared, and so had the feeling of spring. However, his state of mind was still as calm as the pond and as warm as the feeling of spring. This was because he knew very well that this attack that he had planned for a long time must have seriously injured her. Even though the big black umbrella was torn from the night before she came to the human world and was used to protect her fragile real body in the human world, it still could not block the whole Tianqi mountain. There was a rustling sound from the stone mark on the bank of the lake. The gravel rose and then separated, revealing a big black umbrella. The big black horse and indigo lion under the umbrella looked confused. Obviously, they had not woken up from the terrible shock. Ning Ke was awake, but his face was extremely pale. He was not seriously injured, but she was dying in his arms. Sang Sang was still breathing in his arms. Her face was as pale as blood and 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of her lips. Her willow-like eyes were not as bright as they used to be. They were a little dim. Ning Ke tied her in front of him as fast as he could and turned over to mount the horse. A cold voice rang out from the broken cliff. The Abbey Dean looked at him and said, "Do you think you can still escape?" Ning Ke did not answer. Sang Sang was seriously injured and it was difficult for him to escape from the Abbey Dean. But he knew that someone would definitely come to help him. As long as the Abbey Dean knew where he was, he would definitely come. The Abbey Dean's earth-shattering attack would be sensed by the heaven and earth. He would know where he was. Ning Ke had been waiting for this moment. He was so sure about it. Just like many years ago, when he and Sang Sang were in a desperate situation in the White Tower Temple in Chaoyang City of the Yueluan Kingdom, he would definitely come. The Abbey Dean's expression changed slightly when the wind rose from the cliff. He floated over and came to Ning Ke in an instant. He pointed at Ning Ke's chest with his finger pointing between Sang Sang's eyebrows. A wooden stick suddenly appeared in front of his finger. The wooden stick was very ordinary. It was not made of rosewood, agarwood, or iron sandalwood. It was like a wooden stick that could be seen everywhere in ordinary people's homes. It was used to make noodles or to beat children. The Abbey Dean waved his hand and there were mountains and rivers between his fingers. However, such an ordinary stick was able to stop his finger. A light sound was heard between the stick and his fingertip. A clear ripple of the aura of heaven and earth spread around. The cliffs it touched were broken again and the hard rocks flew again. There was another strong wind in the remaining forest. The wooden stick was taken back. A scholar in a cotton-padded jacket appeared in front of the big black horse. The sparks on the edge of his jacket were still burning. It could be imagined how fast he came. His cotton-padded jacket was covered with dust. His shoes and hair were also covered with dust. It could be imagined how far he had walked. The Abbey Dean looked at him quietly and took a step forward. Eldest brother raised the wooden stick and held it in front of his eyes. He was using Jun Mo's principle of treating each other as a guest. He did not know how to fight or kill in those days. But he was forced by this evil world to learn how to fight and kill. From that day on, he learned all the fighting skills. The Abbey Dean could not move forward when the stick was at the same level as his eyebrows. There are 2 more chapters today. Chapter 1134. The eldest brother looked at the Abbey Dean and said calmly, "Let's go." This word was meant for Ning Quebec. Ning Ke looked at the eldest brother's back and wanted to say something, but he knew it was not the right time. He suddenly clamped the horse's belly. The big black horse neighed and turned into a black lightning. It leaped over the rocks and cliffs and ran toward Helan City not far away. The indigo dog turned into a blue line and followed behind. There were only 2 people left in the broken cliffs. The Abbey Dean looked at the eldest brother and said, "It's not wise." The eldest brother held the cudgel in his right hand and held it horizontally. He was very polite and cautious. "Why?" The Abbey Dean said, "The Academy and Haotian are fighting against Taoism. This is a big puzzle." The eldest brother said, "Taoism can even betray Haotian. This year, anything can happen." The Abbey Dean said, "You can't stop me." As he said this, a fresh breath spread from the Abbey Dean's body to the surrounding. The broken cliffs, the rugged rocks, and the barren landscape were full of spring again. There were still many forests around the cliffs. There was no grass around the cold pond before. But as the fresh breath spread, countless grasses overturned the rocks above and stretched out in the wind. There were other branches among the grasses. Those branches were slightly moist and then they produced flower buds. They swayed in the wind and then spread into more than 10 petals. In an instant, the entire mountain was blooming with thousands of flowers. If the Abbey Dean wanted to kill Sang Sang, he would have to cross the stick in front of him. He had consumed too much of his psyche power to break the stick. It would take him a lot of time, so he decided to leave directly. Every flower was a door, and he could choose one at will. The eldest brother swung the cudgel directly. It was only one strike, but there were thousands of shadows. No matter how powerful the cudgel was, it would suddenly become insignificant when it was divided into countless parts. But it was enough. The shadows of the cudgel touched the petals. It was not hitting, but more like caressing. Those wildflowers were like mimosas, but also like bashful young girls. The cudgel was like the eldest brother's warm fingers. Gently touching the petals, gently caressing the side of her hair, the flower stopped, and the girl turned her head away. The Abbey Dean's expression froze. He was not surprised that the wooden stick could do such a thing. The key was that it could find the real flowers among the flowers all over the mountain. This meant that at least in terms of understanding the aura of the world, the other party had almost caught up to his level. The Abbey Dean looked at the eldest brother who was holding the cudgel up to his eyebrows and suddenly disappeared. Eldest senior brother also disappeared. The next moment, the Abbey Dean appeared among the cliffs, floating in the air with his indigo robe fluttering. Eldest brother also appeared on the cliff. He stood on the cliff rocks, his cotton-padded jacket swaying gently. The Abbey Dean appeared at the shore of the East Sea. The storm behind him was so fierce that it covered the scorching sun. Eldest brother also appeared on the shore of the East Sea. He stood on the stone embankment, his cotton-padded jacket swaying gently. The Abbey Dean appeared in the South Sea. Fishing boats dotted the blue sea and seagulls flew in the sky. Eldest brother also appeared in the South Sea. He stood on the reef, his cotton-padded jacket swaying gently. No matter where the Abbey Dean went, eldest brother would appear at the same time. He stood in front of the Abbey Dean with the cudgel in his hand at the same level as his eyebrows. The Abbey Dean could go to the ends of the world or the corners of the sea, but he could not get past him. Therefore, he could not get close to Helan City. Finally, the Abbey Dean returned to the cold pond that no longer existed. Eldest brother also returned to the same place. It seemed that the two of them had never moved. The flowers in the mountains were still blooming. How long can you hold me back? The Abbey Dean looked at the black line that was approaching Helan City between the cliffs in the distance and asked. Eldest brother said, when you were at your strongest, I could hold you back for 7 days. Now I am stronger than before. Even if you take out the 6 volumes of the arcane tomes, I can still hold you back for 7 days. The Abbey Dean withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at him calmly. He said, Li Man, you are very confident now. Eldest brother said, I used to be confident too, but I never showed it. Now that I have to be your enemy, I have to be more confident so that I can win. The Abbey Dean asked, do you think you are very strong? Eldest brother said, I am only the second strongest. The second strongest, in his words, was not referring to the second strongest in a small town or village school. He meant the second strongest in the world. He meant the second strongest in the world. A low-key, gentle and indifferent person like eldest brother would definitely be the second strongest in the world if he said he was the second strongest. The Abbey Dean said calmly, unfortunately, I am still the first in the world. Yes, that was also an undeniable fact. Since the headmaster left the human world and entered the divine kingdom to fight against Haotian, the Abbey Dean had been the first in the world. Even though he was almost killed by Ning Ke and disabled by Sang Sang, he was still the first in the world. The battle between eldest brother and the Abbey Dean was the battle between the first and second strongest in the world. The problem was that since there was already a distinction between the first and second, the outcome seemed to be clear. 7 days. I only need to hold you back for 7 days, or even less. Eldest brother looked at the Abbey Dean and said calmly, as for the final outcome, I don't care. The Abbey Dean asked, why? Eldest brother said, youngest brother will return to Chang'an in 7 days. Ning Ke and Sang Sang would return to Chang'an. No matter what would happen next, at least one thing could be deduced. With the help of the God-stunning array, the Abbey Dean would not be the first in the world. After a moment of silence, the Abbey Dean suddenly looked up to somewhere in the sky. That was the southeast. Then he said something. It was a very inexplicable sentence. If I become Haotian, you will never die in the divine kingdom. Deep in the sky, somewhere hidden by the clouds, in the mountains, or in a small town, somewhere that Haotian could not see, a clear whistle suddenly sounded. The clear whistle was long and bright, echoing in the sky of the human world. It seemed to be extremely joyful. Hearing the clear whistle from afar, eldest brother's expression changed slightly and became a bit solemn. The Abbey Dean looked at him and said calmly, those who have achieved Taoism will have many helpers. How can you and the academy not be defeated? Eldest brother sighed and said, what does it have to do with Taoism? Many people heard the clear whistle. The Tang army in Helan City had woken up from the terrible earthquake and were putting out fires everywhere. The scene was a bit chaotic, but the clear whistle made their movements a bit stiff. This was because they could sense the joy and decisiveness contained within this clear roar. When joy reached the extreme, it would become madness. Decisiveness. It was a decisiveness towards any life other than oneself. It was extreme selfishness. Ning Ke also heard the clear whistle. His face became a bit pale. Looking at Sang Sang, who had just opened her eyes, he lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. He whispered, you go first. I will be back soon. Sang Sang looked at him quietly. No one knew whether it was because she was too injured to speak or because she did not want to. Ning Ke lowered his head and did not want to make eye contact with her. He untied the belt between them and jumped up. The big black horse knew what he meant and continued to run toward Helan City like a real arrow. Ning Ke jumped off the horse and ran backward as soon as his feet landed on the ground. His feet left deep footprints on the hard rocks. The hard leather boots quickly turned into soft and broken cotton and were blown away by the wind. He was like a stone that was thrown by a catapult and was thrown toward the wilderness where he had been. The sound of his body rubbing against the air was heard. His speed was unimaginably fast. But it was still too slow. When he ran back to the cliff, he saw a shocking scene. The Abbey Dean and eldest brother were facing each other in the sea of flowers. A green tree broke through the air and pressed toward eldest brother. Eldest brother used the cudgel as a sword and moved heaven and earth to meet it. It was the most tense moment. They were entangled and could not leave. But a third person appeared at this time. There was no flower fragrance in the sea of flowers, but there was a strong smell of alcohol that made people drunk. A blue-robed scholar appeared behind the eldest senior brother. He held a flagon in his left hand. He pulled out a sword from the flagon with his right hand. He stabbed the sword at eldest brother's chest. If the Abbey Dean was the first in the world and eldest brother was the second, then he was probably the third. He was the real third person. Facing the joint attack of the Abbey Dean and him, especially such an insidious sneak attack, eldest brother could not avoid it. Blood spurted and fell into the sea of flowers, dyeing the yellow wildflowers red. That was what Ning Ke saw. His face became even paler. He wanted to curse, but he did not. He only cursed silently in his heart. He was silent like a real stone. He hid the sound of rubbing against the air and did not look at the blood flowing on eldest brother's back. His eyes were as cold as ice. He stepped on the delicate petals with his bare feet, but they did not break. He came to the back of the scholar in indigo. He did not pull out the iron cutlass because it would be perceived. He also did not use the iron arrow because that person was with eldest brother. What he wanted to do was to sneak attack. The scholar in indigo's expression suddenly changed. After all, he was a grand cultivator who had experienced countless things in the world and had an extremely high state. No matter how fast and unexpected Ning Ke came, it still touched his state of mind. The scholar in indigo felt the danger. His face became very pale. He pulled out his sword and was ready to leave. He was one of the two people who had lived the longest in the world, so he was also one of the two people who were most afraid of death. Not to mention that the person who sneaked up on him could not kill him, he just wanted to leave when he thought of the danger. Eldest brother did not let him go. That was the tacit understanding between the disciples of the academy. He knew that Ning Ke was back, so he had to do something. Eldest brother turned sideways and left the drunkard's sword in the flagon. He raised the cudgel with his right hand and faced the Abbey Dean's immeasurable attack. His left hand moved from the edge of his cotton jacket and pointed at the drunkard's eyebrows. The natural stream magical finger. That was Chun Pippi's fighting skill. The scholar in indigo let out a strange cry, covered his face and retreated. That retreat was very clever. He avoided the natural stream magical finger, and more importantly, sent himself into Ning Ke's arms first. There was a big difference between being active and being passive. That retreat could at least weaken Ning Ke's killing power by 30%. Ning Ke looked at the bent sword in the eldest brother's body and imagined the pain. He could no longer suppress his anger. He hit the back of the scholar in indigo like a stone. He hugged the indigo-clothed scholar and jumped into the sky. Then, he fiercely smashed into the cliff. The cliff was getting closer and closer, just in front of them. It seemed that they were going to die together. Ning Ke could not care less. His eyes were already red. They were dyed red by the blood from the eldest brother's back. His eyes were red from killing. He roared at the ear of the scholar in indigo, "Drunkard, I'll F***CKU. I'm going to take a shower and then write the third chapter. It will be later." Chapter 1135. When the eldest brother came, Ning Ke left without hesitation because he wanted to take the seriously injured Sang Sang away. At this time, he came back without hesitation, although he often called himself a villain. That was because he knew that the eldest brother was about to face a desperate situation. Under such circumstances, he had to go back. Otherwise, even if he returned to Chang'an and won the war, he would not be able to look at the human world with peace of mind if the eldest brother was not there. However, he did not expect that he would come back too late. He did not hear what the Abbey Dean said, so he did not know what it meant to the drunkard. He also did not expect that a grand cultivator like the drunkard would be so shameless and sneakily attack the eldest brother. Seeing the eldest brother bleeding and the remaining sword in the flagon in his body, he seemed to feel the pain and anger. His eyes were red and he could not care less about the cliff in front of him. He held the drunkard and threw himself to the cliff like a stone. The drunkard's face was pale. As a grand cultivator of the distanceless state, what he hated the most was to be approached by a powerhouse at the peak state of martial arts or a powerhouse from the diabolism like Ning Ke and Yu Lian. At this time, he was locked by Ning Ke's sneak attack. How could he avoid the cliff that was coming at him? At the last moment of life and death, the grand cultivator who had experienced the everlasting night and had the most experience or wisdom in surviving, burst out a rare energy. A loud roar burst out from his lips. The chi of heaven and earth in the Tianqi Mountains, which was already extremely thin, was summoned by his vast psyche power and was layered in the air in front of him. Every layer of the chi of heaven and earth was thin, thinner than paper. But when countless layers of chi of heaven and earth were stacked together, it was like countless pieces of paper stacked together. It not only had thickness but also could resist force. In such a short time, the drunkard summoned and reconstructed hundreds of layers of the chi of heaven and earth. It seemed simple, but it actually showed his unimaginably powerful state. An invisible swamp suddenly appeared in front of the hard cliff. Ning Ke held the drunkard and threw himself into the swamp like a burning stone. A loud sound rang out between the cliffs. Because the impact wasn't very crisp, it wasn't a boom, but a buzzing sound. It sounded like a heavy hammer hitting a thick piece of paper. If it was such a thick stone, it would have been smashed by the hammer. However, if countless pieces of paper were stacked together, they would not be able to shatter them. The drunkard groaned. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and wetted his 3 strands of beard. Ning Ke groaned and his face turned extremely pale. His ribs, which had been injured by Long Qing at the Yaozi Sea in the Yen territory, were broken again. The clothes on his chest were stained with blood. Neither of them died. A spiderweb-like crack appeared on the cliff, and the 2 of them were in the middle of the web. Ning Ke stepped on the cliff with 1 foot, creating more cracks. With the help of the huge recoil, he brought the drunkard's body down to the hard ground of the cliff again. The speed of the fall was extremely fast. At the same time, he strangled the drunkard's throat with both of his arms and suddenly exerted his strength. His forehead hit the back of the drunkard's head, and his right knee rose up sinisterly, attacking the drunkard's perineum. He was best at close combat. He had killed Ada and Hengmu, and even killed Long Qing by the angry river. He had always relied on his body. Except for Yi Hongyu, no one could be his opponent. The problem was, in terms of cultivation state, he was much weaker than the drunkard. If it was a normal fight, he could not even get close to the drunkard, let alone attack. At this moment, with the help of the sneak attack and the natural stream magical finger of the eldest brother, he was able to get close to the drunkard. Of course, he would cherish this opportunity. Of course, he would try his best to cherish it. The distance of thousands of feet from the ground was enough for him to strangle the drunkard with his iron-like arms. Even if he could not, he would use his fists to smash the drunkard to death. The drunkard screamed and the flagon in his left hand suddenly enlarged, blocking Ning Ke's arm that was strangling his throat. He took out a sword from the flagon with his right hand and stabbed at Ning Ke with all kinds of unimaginable strength. Because of the flagon, Ning Ke's arms could not strangle the drunkard's throat. The flagon represented the state of immeasurable. At the same time, he found that his attack could not touch the drunkard's body. It was all because of that damned sword. Before today, few people knew that the drunkard's real natal item was not the flagon, but the sword in the flagon. Today, he finally used his sword and seriously injured the eldest brother with his first move. It was obvious how powerful he was. The sword light was flashing among the cliffs. It did not have the intention to cross, but it was extremely sharp and weird. The sharp sword style passed through the drunkard's armpits, and even between his legs, stabbing at Ning Ke's foot that was attacking the drunkard's genitals was blocked by the sword. But his forehead was about to hit the back of the drunkard's head. At this moment, the drunkard's sword arrived in a strange way. The drunkard held his sword horizontally, as if he was committing suicide. But the tip of the sword skimmed over his neck and stabbed between Ning Ke's eyebrows. Facing such a sword, anyone would want to avoid it. Even if it was instinctive, one would want to avoid it when seeing the approaching sword shadow. But Ning Ke did not, because his eyes were red and he could not see anything. It was as if he did not see the drunkard's sword and fiercely smashed down. With a crisp sound, the sword broke. Ning Ke's eyebrows were pierced by the sword, and blood oozed out. This time, his eyes were really red. Although he was blocked by the sword, he still managed to hit the drunkard. Although the remaining power could not directly smash the drunkard's head. The drunkard roared in anger, unable to hide his pain. The roar stopped abruptly, because they had landed on the ground. With a strange bang, the cliff rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. Ning Kei's body was shaken off. The smoke and dust gradually settled, and the scene gradually became clear. The drunkard was holding the flagon in his left hand, and half of it was stuck in the hard cliff rocks. His body was covered with blood, especially the back of his head, which kept flowing. Ning Kei's face and the front of his body were also covered with blood. Both of them looked extremely miserable. The drunkard looked at him with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were extremely cold and horrifying, and he did not look like a human. "How dare you, to sneak attack me?" His voice was extremely cold, as if he was not a human. Because he was extremely angry at this moment. He had never thought that he would be forced into such a miserable situation by a junior who could not surpass the 5 states. What made him even angrier was that he was almost killed by his opponent. All of this, he thought it was because Ning Kei sneak attacked him. Otherwise, why? Ning Kei had never seen such a shameless person. Although he had always called himself the shame of the academy, he also felt that the drunkard was too shameless. Sneak attack. Didn't you sneak attack my senior brother before? How dare you, sneak attack me? Listening to the drunkard's arrogant, cold, angry, and narcissistic questioning, Ning Kei's voice was emotionless. He replied, "I still dare to *ck your mother, so what? So what?" There was nothing he could do. Ning Kei's current state was still far away from the top cultivators in the world. It was difficult for him to defeat a grand cultivator like the drunkard when he was not in Chang'an. However, Ning Kei had a special advantage. Because he had joined the devil to cultivate the Great Spirit, and because he and Sang had been cultivating together in the Buddha's chessboard for thousands of years, his body was extraordinarily strong. From his toes to his internal organs, it was difficult to be fatally injured. When he saw Sang leaving from the top of the city wall of Chang'an, it was difficult for him to crush his own heart, not to mention being hurt by the enemy. He had not cultivated to the legendary immortality of the devil's doctrine, but now he was like a copper pea that could not be steamed, boiled, hammered, or fried. You could defeat him, but it was difficult to kill him. Therefore, he was like a piece of sticky candy that could not be shaken off, torn off, and entangled until the seas ran dry and the rocks melted. In order to kill him, Long Qing had prepared countless methods, but in the end, he only managed to kill him until he lost a lot of blood. Although the drunkard had shown his weird swordsmanship skills today, it was not easy to kill Ning Quebec. If he really tried, it would be what Ning Kei wanted to see. At this moment, there were 4 people on the cliff. The Abbé Dean, the eldest brother, the drunkard, and Ning Quebec Sang had already entered Helan City. Although no one knew why she had to enter Helan City, it was obvious that she was confident that once she entered Helan City, she could get rid of the Abbé Dean and the drunkard, and successfully return to Chang'an. Kill her. The Abbé Dean's voice came from the cliff, calm and firm, without any hesitation. He said this to the drunkard. The drunkard took a glance at Ning Kei, and then disappeared. Ning Kei suddenly felt a little cold, because he saw the drunkard's eyes before he left. The drunkard's eyes were cold and cruel, and the meaning was clear: "I am going to kill her now, what can you do? You can only watch her being killed by me." The second sentence came from the cliff. It was from the eldest brother. "Go. Take her back to Chang'an." Ning Kei looked at the eldest brother who was covered in blood, looked at the wooden stick in front of his eyebrows, and looked at the broken sword on his body, and did not know what to do. His sneak attack on the drunkard was only half successful. Next, he wanted to join hands with the eldest brother, and find a chance to survive. At least, they could make sure that Sang Sang could leave safely. The Abbey Dean only used one sentence to ruin his plan. The Abbey Dean stood at the highest point, so he could see the furthest. Now the weakest link on the cliff was not Ning Ke, but outside the cliff. The weakest one was Haotian, and she. The drunkard went to kill her. What could Ning Ke do? Stay and help the seriously injured eldest brother, or save the seriously injured Sang Sang? If he cared about one, he would lose the other. The eldest brother spoke again. He also used one sentence to ruin the Abbey Dean's plan. I won't die. The eldest brother never lied. Ning Ke believed this, and he also believed that at the end of the story, he would not cry and ask why the eldest brother lied to him in the end. Because the eldest brother really did not lie. He jumped off the cliff and ran toward Helan City. Today, he left and came back and left again. Things in the world were often like this. It seemed complicated and even boring, but it had to be done. Because no matter leaving, coming back, or leaving again, there was a reason why we had to do it. I have 3 things to report to you. 3 things again. They are very important. Please read to the end. First, about the public account of a certain letter. My account number is Mounty1118. Please add me. Well, it is important to keep in touch with each other. Of course, there will be lucky draws, spoilers, red envelopes, and other interesting activities. Second, I strongly recommend our dear Sandbag Sisters' new book, Mechanism Master in the Alien World. This is a recommendation, and I sincerely invite you to appreciate it. Third, tomorrow at midnight. I like the last one the most. It's the same as yesterday. It's especially easy to say something really awesome in a relaxed manner. Chapter 1136. On the cliff, the trees were not swaying and the birds were not chirping. The 2 of them stood facing each other. One raised his cudgel and the other pulled out his sword. The Abbey Dean who used the sword was not necessarily more powerful than the Abbey Dean who did not use the sword, but it meant something. His cotton-padded jacket was soaked in blood. The eldest brother knew that he could not hold on for another 7 days, so he could not ask the Abbey Dean to stay for another 7 days. But as mentioned before, Ning Ke and Sang Sang did not need 7 days to return to Chang'an. What he needed to do was to try his best. The Abbey Dean looked at the sword in his hand and said calmly, "The headmaster taught you to be kind. I thought you were different from Jun Mo, but I did not expect that you are still a disciple of the academy." The eldest brother looked at him quietly. The sword in the pot inserted in his ribs fell on the ground behind him. He said, "As a disciple of the academy, I would like to learn from you." During the short conversation, the remaining forest far away from the cliff was on fire. The blazing fire melted the snow on the mountainside, but the fire did not die down. It isolated the 2 of them from the world. The fire in the forest was difficult to extinguish, because the essence of the fire was the divine flame of Haotian, the purest power. It was formed by Ning Ke's blade and his blood when he left. Ning Ke was running toward Helan City. He jumped thousands of feet, and the rocks under his feet cracked. The iron cutlass in his hand and the blood splashing on his body turned into sparks, and the roar of breaking air resounded through the mountains. Except for the distanceless state, no one could catch up with another distanceless state Grand Cultivator. If the drunkard was going to West Hill, Ning Ke would not have a chance. But since he was going to Helan City, which was more than 10 miles away, he still had a chance, because his speed had long surpassed that of the goshawk. In the blink of an eye, he ran from the cliff to the front of Helan City. He rushed into the heavily damaged city gate without hesitation, but he did not see the big black horse or the drunkard. The city gate of Helan City had been seriously deformed. Boulders rolled down from the cliffs on both sides of the city. Many parts of the arrow towers and military strongholds were smashed. Dozens of fireheads could be vaguely seen in the thick smoke. The Tang army stationed in Helan City did not want to give up. They ran around, trying to put out the fire and save the stronghold. Ning Ke shouted, "Retreat! Don't bother about it." For the Tang army in Helan City, Ning Ke had left a deep impression on them. Amidst the chaos, they confirmed his identity with just a glance. Although they did not know why Mr. 13 suddenly appeared here, they subconsciously began to obey his orders. Under the command of the generals, they began to retreat out of the city. Ning Ke stood at the foot of the steep stone steps and looked up at the gradually collapsing watchtowers above Helan City. He felt something and exerted strength in his legs, rushing up like a wisp of smoke. Sang Sang was not in the watchtower, but in a secret room below it. In front of her eyes, the bubble that was not perfect but gave people a feeling of perfection appeared again. It was different from the bubble that Ning Ke saw a few days ago. Other than the 2 slight cracks, there were more than 10 bright spots on the surface of the bubble. Those spots represented the stable entrance of the Qi of heaven and earth. One of the spots on the surface of the bubble was glowing. It looked very real, because that spot represented a transmission array made of complicated talisman lines under her feet. There were interlayers between the Qi of heaven and earth, which could directly connect 2 locations that were extremely far away from each other. In simpler words, it was a shortcut. However, only grand cultivators like the Abidine, eldest brother and the drunkard could see through the rules and have the power to open the gate of the interlayer. From then on, they could freely travel thousands of miles. Other than the state of distanceless, there was another way for humans to make use of the shortcut between heaven and earth. That was the transmission array. The Tang Empire and the Westhill Divine Palace had both built transmission arrays in the human world. However, due to the limitations of the state, the transmission array built by humans could only be used to transmit information or some extremely light items. Most importantly, just like the primordial 13 arrows, the construction of the transmission array and even the activation of it would consume a terrifying amount of rare resources. Therefore, there were very few transmission arrays in the human world and they gradually became useless. Sang Sang had already predicted the situation today and had naturally made a lot of preparations. The light spots on the bubble were the locations of the transmission arrays in the human world. Some of them had even been abandoned for tens of thousands of years. Except for her, no one else knew about it, not even the Abidine. She stood in the center of those complicated and beautiful talisman lines. Her face was pale and her body was stained with blood. She looked like a wounded fairy and was no longer as indifferent and great as before. She looked pitiful. The big black horse and the indigo lion dog looked at her carefully. They tried not to show too much pity in their eyes because they really sympathized with her at this time. She was seriously injured and abandoned by a man. She looked pitiful no matter how they looked at her. Otherwise, why would she lower her head and stand in the center of the talisman array in silence? Why did she look so lonely and desolate? Sang Sang did not know what the 2 guys were thinking. She was no longer omniscient. She was not pretending to be lonely or desperate. She was also not feeling sad after being seriously injured. She had already woken up when Ning Ke left. She did not stop him at that time, which meant that she had no opinion. She was just waiting for the talisman array to be activated. If humans wanted to activate this talisman array to transmit information to Chang and City, they would need a lot of resources, energy and rare ores. They might even need to wait for a relatively long time. Sang Sang did not have these and she did not have time. However, she had something that humans did not have. That was herself. The blood that flowed from her divine body was the most precious and purest source of energy in the world. Her blood fell on the talisman array like rain. It looked bloody and horrible, but in fact, there was not much of it. The talisman lines in the talisman array had begun to glow and would be activated in a while. In the next moment, she would appear in the small building in the imperial palace of Chang'an City. In other words, she would return to Chang'an City. Ning Ke had not returned yet. She remained silent and showed no emotion, as if she did not care. In the eyes of the big black horse and the indigo lion dog, she seemed a little cold and heartless. She did not think too much. She only thought, I listened to you and went back to Chang'an. Then you should do what you promised and go back to Chang'an with me. No matter how you go back, even if you die, you have to go back. Suddenly, a breeze blew in the room. The accumulated dust on the wall was swept off and then blown to the corner. A person appeared outside the talisman array. Sang Sang looked up and found it was not Ning Quebec. She looked a little confused, but then calmed down. The drunkard looked at her and could not stay calm. He was injured in the battle and had been vomiting blood. Now he looked at her and was so emotional that blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. When he saw her in the small town and on the island in the South Sea, he knelt in front of her and touched his forehead to the ground. He trembled and was extremely humble because she made him feel fear. He had been hiding from her in the human world for countless years. The fear had been haunting him for countless years, making his spirit deteriorate day by day. It went straight into his bones and he could not get rid of it. At this moment, his body was also trembling slightly. He knew that she was very weak now. After taking the blow from the Abydine's mountain, she had no more power to fight. But, he still did not dare to attack. He did not even dare to point at her or even look at her. Sang Sang looked at the drunkard who was covered in blood. She looked calm and naturally looked down on him, like a god looking at ants in the human world or a dog. The drunkard saw her eyes and suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was a little crazy, a little fierce in appearance, but also full of arrogant murderous intent. His emotions were so complicated that no words could describe it. A serf became a master and started to rape his master's daughter. A prince of the previous dynasty killed 36,000 of his own people to restore his country. A student pushed a nagging teacher into the pond. Yes, it was such a wonderful feeling. The humbleness and fear in the past had turned into a crazy pleasure and tyrannical desire. Thinking that it would all become real soon, his body trembled again. This time it was not because of fear, but because of excitement. The drunkard laughed out loud and even shed tears. His voice was still as unpleasant as the friction of old bronzes, as if countless copper shavings were really ground into powder and piled up in front of him like dark snow. In the crazy laughter, he drew out a sword from the flagon and suddenly stabbed at Sang Sang. Both the steps and the movements of his elbows were extremely exaggerated, as if he was dancing. Sang Sang waved her hand. A clear light fell in front of her like a water curtain and constructed her own world. The drunkard let out a strange cry. He gathered the immeasurable aura of heaven and earth and infused it into the blade. A crisp sound was heard. Sang Sang's world was broken. The drunkard's sword in the flagon broke through the clear light and stabbed into her lower abdomen. A sound was heard. The room was dead silent. The world was dead silent. Sang Sang lowered her head and looked at her lower abdomen. She looked at the sharp sword and the slowly oozing blood. She frowned slightly, as if she was a little surprised and confused. No one could break her world in the past. Even the invincible sage of sword, Liu Bai, could only stab his sword into her world. The blade turned into ashes when it was only 1 foot away from her body. But now, the drunkard's crazy sword easily broke her world. Her brows furrowed even more because of displeasure and pain. She had experienced the feeling of pain before, but it was never as real as it was now. Just like what he had experienced some time ago, the realness of life really did come from pain. The drunkard was also stunned. He had thought that she could not block his sword. But when the sword in his hand really stabbed into her body and brought out the blood, he still could not believe the scene. I defeated Haotian. I stabbed Haotian. With a loud bang, a big hole was smashed on the wall of the secret chamber. Ning Ke appeared in front of Sang Sang, holding the drunkard's sword in his right hand. He turned to look at the pale Sang Sang. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he could not. Sang Sang looked at him and said emotionlessly, "It's all your fault." Yes, she became weaker and weaker. She became more and more like a human. She could get hurt. She got hurt because he was not by her side, because he made her a human. Chapter 1, I'm so tired. It's all your fault. Chapter 1137. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. It's not the moon's fault. What are you, what are you, what are you, what are you? This was a common conversation between young men and women, but it rarely happened between Ning Ke and Sang Sang, no matter when they were a boy and a girl, a master and a servant in name, or a husband and wife later. When Sang Sang said this, there was no expression on her face. There was no bitterness or coquettishness on her face. It was as if she was just stating an objective fact. However, Ning Ke felt that she was bitter and coquettish. His heart trembled slightly, and he felt extreme pity for her. He was in so much pain because of her. He did not know what to say. Blood kept dripping from the blade and the center of his palm, making a ticking sound. It was like the clock in the other world, urging him to do something to comfort her. He looked at the drunkard calmly, as if he did not feel any pain. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to kill. The drunkard first made a sneak attack, stabbing the eldest brother, and then Sang Sang. The two people he respected and loved the most were both seriously injured by his sword. He did not know if Sang Sang could hold on. Ning Ke had never wanted to kill someone like this since Xiao's death. The drunkard did not seem to feel his gaze. He laughed crazily, and his eyebrows and eyes were twisted. Did you see that? She really can't hold on. As his eyebrows and eyes were twisted, the sword in his hand was also twisted. Ning Ke's palm was cut open, and the blood flowed faster and faster like a flood. There were countless swords hidden in the flagon, and every sword was the drunkard's life. They had been refined by liquor for countless years and were extremely sharp. Even Ning Ke's body could not withstand it. Ning Ke pulled out the iron cutlass from behind his shoulder and slashed at the drunkard. In front of the iron cutlass was the blazing and pure Haotian's divine flame. A strong and fragrant liquor gushed out from the flagon on the drunkard's waist, forming an immeasurably thick waterfall. The liquor fell into the water, and the divine flame on the iron cutlass was instantly extinguished. The drunkard looked at him and said coldly, "Do you still think you can hurt me?" Ning Ke did not say anything. He lowered his head and supported Sang Sang with his left shoulder. The drunkard's sword rubbed against his palm and slowly pierced into Sang Sang's body. More and more blood flowed out of her, dripping onto the complicated and beautiful seal lines on the ground. The speed at which the seal lines lit up also increased. In the next moment, the seal formation would be activated. It's too late. All of you can die. The drunkard stopped laughing. His cold eyes were filled with endless killing intent and mockery. Ning Ke's palm followed the sharp blade and stretched forward like lightning. The sound of the sword cutting through the palm, cutting through the muscles and bones was very unpleasant and terrifying. His hands were as hard as his body, so the sound was even more unpleasant and terrifying. His blood-stained eyes were still scarlet. He stared at the drunkard like a beast. He held the drunkard's hand. Unbeknownst to him, a small metal can had appeared in his palm. There was a muffled boom. Qi waves surged in the secret chamber. There was an explosion between the palms of Ning Ke and the drunkard. Countless sharp pieces of iron flew through the air, cutting off all the flesh and bones that they came into contact with. A shrill and resentful howl was heard. The walls around the room were all shattered. Ning Kei's palm was covered with blood. It was not a human hand at all. The drunkard was even worse. His hand had been completely blown off. Without a hand, he could no longer hold the sword or stab it into Sangsang's body. The drunkard's face was pale and his body was trembling. His broken right wrist kept spurting out blood. He had never been so badly injured. He cherished his life and valued every strand of his hair more than the whole world. However, he had lost an arm. A whole hand. "I'm going to kill you." He looked at Ning Kei and said with indifference and madness in his eyes. He drew another sword from the pot with his left hand. Ning Kei's psyche power was exhausted and he could no longer fight. But he had to fight. He looked at the sword in Sangsang's abdomen. The drunkard's flesh was still on the hilt. A stream of wine came from the sky and washed the sword clean. It was as bright as new. "Are you going to use the disgusting method of the Enlightenment doctrine?" The drunkard looked at him and said emotionlessly, "Wishful thinking." A soft sound was heard. The sharp sword in the pot pierced into Ning Kei's left chest. It did not completely pierce through, but his lung was severely injured. Ning Kei coughed painfully and spat out blood. But he was very happy. Because he felt a strong change in the aura of heaven and earth under his feet. He even felt the clear temperature, which proved that the talisman array had been activated. A magnificent clear light emerged from the complicated talisman lines on the stone floor and wrapped Ning Kei, Sangsang, the big black horse and the indigo lion dog in it. The drunkard's expression suddenly changed. He held the sword in his left hand and drew a trace in the air that almost defied the laws of physics. It bypassed Ning Kei's body and stabbed between Sangsang's eyebrows. Ning Kei could no longer fight, and Sangsang could barely stand by leaning on his left shoulder. Who could stop the drunkard's sword that was obviously the result of his lifetime cultivation? Nobody could stop it. But it could be interrupted. A lion's roar, which had been suppressed for a long time but was still strong and solemn, resounded through the entire Helan city. The indigo lion turned into a clear light and crashed into the side of the sword in the pot. Two black shadows kicked out from the clear light and hit the drunkard's chest and abdomen. The drunkard's sword missed and was hit hard. He groaned and took 3 steps back. The clear light was even brighter and the figures in the light screen were fading rapidly. The drunkard's face turned paler. He knew very well what it meant if Haotian left alive. He would never allow himself to miss this opportunity. A loud roar broke through the broken wall of the secret chamber and went straight up to the sky. The drunkard was still standing in the same place, but his figure suddenly grew 100 times, 1,000 times, and even 10,000 times bigger. The loud roar sounded continuously. The secret chamber collapsed, the watchtower collapsed, and the entire Helan city was collapsing. Countless smoke and dust were stirred up and gradually covered the sky above the valley. The Tang army, who had just retreated from Helan city, looked back at the place where they had fought and lived. Looking at this scene that was like a divine punishment, they were shocked speechless for a long time. After half a day, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The once majestic Helan city was now left with only half of the city left. It looked extremely desolate. The teleportation formation hidden in the secret chamber was destroyed along with the destruction of the city. Apart from the rubble and beams, there was no sign of any living person. Sangsang looked at the murals around and found them familiar. After a while, she remembered that the golden dragon on the murals were the miracles of her will in the human world. She was in a Taoist temple. The big black horse and indigo lion were by her side, but Ning Kei was not. She looked at the bubble in front of her and the different light spots on it and confirmed her position. She was in a Taoist temple in the capital of the Kingdom of Song. As the origin of Taoism, the Kingdom of Song indeed had a transmission array secretly set up by Taoism. She bent her fingers slightly and figured out all the reasons. She did not directly return to Chang'an from Helan City because the transmission array was affected by the drunkard's immeasurable strike at the last moment when it was activated. The qi of heaven and earth changed so violently that the transmission array sent her to the kingdom of Song. Ning Ke did not come here with her because of the same reason. She had confirmed Ning Ke's position and knew that he was fine. She was no longer worried and finally relaxed. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows. She looked at the sword in her abdomen and confirmed that the waves of pain had nothing to do with it. It came from somewhere deeper in her abdomen. It must be from the damn fetus. She was very tired. She slowly sat down on the ground. Her pale face was still indifferent, but her eyes that used to be like the starry sky were now filled with confusion and unease. The indigo lion looked back and forth anxiously, not knowing what happened to its master. The big black horse opened its eyes wide and looked extremely nervous. It had lived in the human society for a long time and could see that its mistress was about to give birth. It neighed and ran out of the Taoist temple. At this moment, noises and footsteps were heard outside the Taoist temple. Sang Sang leaned against the pillar and sat tiredly. Her temples were covered with beads of sweat. The sword that had pierced her lower abdomen was still bringing her blood and pain. Combined with the pain deep in her lower abdomen, it was very uncomfortable. "Who is it?" More than 10 divine priests and deacons walked into the main hall. They discovered that there was a woman covered in blood in the main hall. Looking at the woman's bulging belly, they couldn't help but be shocked that she was pregnant. The divine priests and deacons thought they had guessed the truth when they thought of the new stream that was growing in power in the capital and the rumor that the fetus blood of a pregnant woman was the dirtiest. The new stream wanted to blaspheme Haotian, who was worshipped by Taoism. Evildoer. A most pious old divine priest rushed to Sang Sang angrily and pointed at her face. He scolded, "I'll burn you to death. You shameless bitch." Sang Sang was resting with her eyes closed. She struggled to open her eyes when she heard the scolding. She looked at the horrified humans around her and was stunned for a moment. Then she realized that they were scolding her. She remained silent. She was very familiar with the Taoist temple. She had seen many Taoist temples in the Divine Kingdom. She even built the deserted Divine Hall in the Divine Kingdom in the style of a Taoist temple in the human world. She was very familiar with the Taoist priests. She had been worshipped by countless generations of divine priests and priests. She used to think that humans were her most pious followers. Therefore, she designed the immortal generals according to the image of humans. Now, she was lying in the Taoist temple covered in blood and being insulted by the priests. Yes, she was no longer Haotian. A lion's roar resounded in the Taoist temple. The indigo lion swayed and its body suddenly enlarged into a majestic giant indigo lion. It stared at the priests coldly and waited for its master's order. The divine priests and priests had never seen such a scene. They fell to the ground and could not stand up at all. Sang Sang closed her eyes again and said nothing. The indigo lion understood and did not care about the priests who were crawling out of the temple. Chapter 3 will come later. Chapter 1138. The indigo lion looked around and found that there was an empty throne in the deepest part of the Taoist temple. Only the most important Taoist temple had a main hall and a throne, which was always empty because it belonged to Haotian. It was the seat of Haotian. It walked to Sang Sang, bit her clothes carefully, and gently put her on the throne. Then it tore off a few pieces of gauze and covered her body to keep her warm. Even the most devout believer would not think that Sang Sang was Haotian when she was covered in blood and about to give birth. However, the indigo lion insisted that she was Haotian and she was the only true Buddha. The indigo lion was very satisfied with its own persistence and loyalty. Thinking of the big black horse abandoning its master, it was angry at its disloyalty and felt sorry for its incompetence. It thought that it would secretly bite it if there was a chance. Sang Sang lay on the throne, exhausted and powerless. Waves of pain came from her abdomen, and her face became paler and paler. More and more beads of sweat appeared on her cheeks, and she did not even have the strength to raise her hands. The indigo lion looked at her and was very nervous. It anxiously circled around the throne, and its tail brushed the wall from time to time, sweeping the solemn and sacred statues of the goddess of heaven on the wall into pieces. Suddenly, there was a clamor outside the Taoist temple. Maybe those divine priests and deacons who escaped gathered people for something. The indigo lion stared at the door of the temple vigilantly. If anyone came to disturb its master's childbirth, it would not wait for any orders and would directly bite them to death. Clatter, 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 clatter. The big black horse galloped into the temple, and on its back sat a fat middle-aged woman. Her face was paler than Sang Sang's, and her hands were tightly grasping the front of the saddle, as if she would faint at any time. The middle-aged woman was a midwife. She had never imagined that she would be kidnapped by a horse, or that she would see an indigo lion that was half as tall as a Taoist temple, or that one day she would give birth to a child in a Taoist temple, or that the woman who gave birth to the child would have a sword stuck in her abdomen. She was covered in blood and looked like a devil. Thinking back, she felt that she had delivered countless babies in her life, and had seen countless bloody and ugly scenes. Otherwise, she would definitely faint. Of course, she would rather faint earlier. Sang Sang was lying on the throne. After taking a dose of medicinal powder, she felt a little better. She opened her eyes and looked at the busy middle-aged woman outside the gauze curtain. She asked weakly, "When will it be born?" It was already dusk, and a long time had passed since the beginning of labor pains. The midwife had been shouting slogans beside Sang Sang until her throat was hoarse, but she still did not give birth. Sang Sang was sweating all over, and the curtain under her was also wet. Her hair was messy on her pale cheeks. She looked very pitiful, but fortunately, her eyes were still focused. The middle-aged woman walked to the front of the throne and looked at the blood sword in her abdomen. She said in a trembling voice, "It's always like this when it's the first time. If you use more strength later, perhaps you'll be able to come out?" Sang Sang heard the uncertainty in her voice. She frowned slightly and felt a little unhappy. She wanted to say something, but found that her strength was rapidly disappearing. She had to close her eyes and continue to rest, preparing for the next time. Of course, the middle-aged woman wanted to leave, especially after she judged that it would be difficult for this woman to give birth naturally. She had tried to sneak out an hour ago, but when she saw the mighty and huge indigo lion bite off the upper bodies of 3 divine hall knights, she obediently walked back. She still did not give birth. Looking at the pale Sang Sang, the middle-aged woman suddenly felt some sympathy. She came to her side and said, "We have to do something. If it's really a difficult birth, 2 lives will be lost." Sang Sang looked at her and said weakly, "What is it?" The middle-aged woman showed a kind of pride on her face. She said, "Don't worry. My method has saved many fat boys. It's absolutely no problem." She untied her toolbox from the saddle of Big Black and took out a round-headed pliers. She lifted the curtain covering Sang Sang and was about to look between her legs. Sang Sang said indifferently, "Don't look." The middle-aged woman was a little startled. She said with a bitter smile, "Sister, you never let me look. How can I help you give birth if I don't look? We are both women, and you are going to be a mother. Why are you still so shy?" Sang Sang looked at her and said calmly and indisputably, "Don't look." The middle-aged woman looked at the obstetric pliers in her hand and sighed, "This method is from Chang'an. But no matter how good it is, you have to use it carefully. No need for that." Sang Sang's sight moved from the pliers to the sword in her abdomen. Looking at the sword, she frowned slightly and kept silent for a long time. Her chest rose and fell slightly. She accumulated all the remaining strength in her body to the last moment, and then reached out to hold the hilt. The sword was the drunkard, a sword in a flagon. It had been washed by the strongest wine. Except for her own blood, it was clean. She held the hilt and pulled it down. With a swish, the blade cut through her flesh. Blood spread like a river crossing a dam. The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes and was about to faint. Sangsang's face was pale. Her voice was intermittent and weak, but extremely firm. "Don't faint." A baby's cry was heard in the Taoist hall. It was not pleasant, and it was a little noisy. For Sangsang, it was the same for the big black horse and the indigo lion. Her attention was mainly on the wound in her abdomen, while the big black horse and the indigo lion were focused on her. As for the middle-aged midwife, she took out the baby from the bloody wound and cleaned it with her strong willpower. Finally, she could not bear the madness of life and fainted. Sangsang wanted to heal the wound in her abdomen, but found that the remaining strength was too weak to do it. So she sewed it up with a needle and wiped it with the last bit of light in her palm. She fainted several times during the process. When she woke up, she continued to do it. She was in extreme pain, but she was still expressionless. After the horrible wound was sewed up, the last bit of light played a decisive role. When the blood was wiped clean, only the needle and thread marks could be seen, but not the shape of the wound. Sangsang was very tired, but somewhat satisfied. She felt that she had done a good job. Of course, it was because she had done a good job as a human. Suddenly, she thought of a very small thing many years ago. Before she went to Chang, and from the city of Wei, she felt that her needlework was not good enough, at least not as good as those young ladies in Chang, and Ning Kei seemed to think so too. She thought that he could not say that in the future. She thought of some trivial things and old things to distract herself and relieve the pain and fatigue. Then she remembered that she seemed to have forgotten something. She looked to her side and frowned. She seemed to be a little annoyed or unhappy, but she was actually a little confused. Right next to her, very close, lay two babies. The two babies were very clean with their eyes closed. They were so pink that it could not be described as jade. The problem was, how could there be two? She was the omniscient Haotian. How could she not know that she was pregnant with twins? Ning Kei had asked her in the cabin in the snow region whether it was a boy or a girl. She said that she did not know. She really did not know. Because she was very resistant to the fact that she was pregnant, she had never felt it. She was confused enough about giving birth to a baby, and it was even more so when she gave birth to two at once. What should she do next? Her face was a little pale and her eyes were a little flustered. She looked under the divine throne and found that the middle-aged midwife had already fainted, or in a deep sleep. How could she still be snoring at this time? She lifted the legs of the two babies and looked at them, confirming that one was a boy and the other was a girl. Her movements were a little clumsy and even a little rude. The indigo lion lowered its head and was too embarrassed to look. The big black horse stepped its front hooves helplessly and tore off a piece of cloth with its mouth. It put it on the divine throne and covered the two babies. That year, when the fat ant gave birth, she did wrap the babies very tightly. Maybe they were afraid of the cold? Sangsang sat up with difficulty and wrapped the two babies with the cloth. But it was very messy. It did not look like she was wrapping the babies, but more like she was wrapping something, like a powder box. She held the babies in her arms, which inevitably looked a little awkward. At this moment, the baby boy suddenly opened his mouth and cried loudly, as if he was infected. The baby girl in her right hand also cried, one after another, just like at the beginning. She frowned slightly, a little unhappy and a little annoyed. "Don't cry. She looked at the two babies in her arms and said expressionlessly. She did not have any divine power now, but her words were still as majestic and solemn as the sea. But how could a newborn baby feel any majesty? Even a newborn calf would not be afraid of a tiger. Haotian's newborn children were naturally fearless. The Taoist temple was filled with the babies' cries. Sang Sang was a little annoyed and panicked. She suddenly closed her eyes and furrowed her brows tightly. She furrowed her brows very tightly and forcefully. She wanted to use this method to remember some memories from a long time ago. Finally, she managed to remember it. At that time, it finally rained in Hebei province. She was still a baby, lying quietly in Ning Kei's arms. At that time, his arms were also very thin, but it was very comfortable to lie in. Recalling the way Ning Kei held her, her arms gradually became less stiff. They became softer and slightly bent. The two babies obviously felt more comfortable and their cries gradually became lower. There were still some things to do. She remembered that at that time, Ning Kei got rice paste from somewhere and fed it to her with his mouth bit by bit. Babies had to eat rice paste. If there was no rice paste, then they would have to drink milk, or vice versa. She opened her eyes, untied her blood-stained clothes, and began to feed the babies. The big black horse and the indigo lion had already left and quietly waited at the door of the temple. There are 4 things in today's report, one more than usual. First, a certain letter's official account will be holding a lucky draw after the novel is completed. Everyone is welcome to take a look and give your suggestions for the prize in advance. See if you want the book or something else. Once again, the number is Mounty 1118. Secondly, in the chapter of shooting the Abbey Dean in the Sea of Flowers the day before yesterday, the position numbers were 1989 and 0309. That's my hobby. Just like today's chapter, it's also my hobby. In fact, I've been thinking about whether to write this chapter since 2 months ago. But then I felt that it would be the best if I wrote it. Indeed, it's the best. Very good, a match made in heaven, not only referring to the fact that she gave birth to a pair of twins, but also referring to her and Ning Quebec. I've always thought that they were a match made in heaven. No, he is the main character of this play, whether it is his bloodline or the memories of the past. I give myself a thumbs up. Third, I recommend my old friend Lin Ma's novel, called No One Lives Forever in the End of the World. It is being updated at Chidian. The old author is trustworthy, please support it. Fourth, the last thing that everyone would like to see. Unfortunately, something will happen tomorrow, and it will not break. I will say this in advance, but there will be more the day after tomorrow. Good night. Chapter 1139. I have something to deal with today, and I don't know when I can go home, so I have to ask for leave. Please forgive me. Chapter 1140. Looking at the two babies who were desperately sucking milk in her arms, Sang Sang's face did not show the luster of motherhood that was often mentioned in stories. She did not even show much emotion, but her eyes were a little lost, because this scene proved that she was really becoming more and more like a human, whether it was feeding milk or having milk to feed. The two babies fell asleep again after they were full. She put the babies aside and stood up slowly with the help of the armrest of the great divine priest. She walked out of the Taoist temple and looked at the blue sky. She took out the abacus from her arms and fiddled with it casually. She remained silent for a long time. The drunkard was looking for her in the human world, and Ning Kei was on his way. The reason for her silence was not uneasiness, but displeasure. Her displeasure came from the little changes in the process of transforming from a god to a human being. She had experienced this process before, but she had never experienced the pain and weakness. It was real and infuriating, especially when she thought of the drunkard forcing her to flee. That kind of humiliation was unbearable. Maybe it was because she had just given birth, but the sense of humiliation was very strong. The desire to protect her territory and dignity was very strong. She quickly made a decision. Walking back to the Taoist temple, she looked at the middle-aged midwife who was sleeping under the great divine priest indifferently. She looked down at her as usual and was used to it. She said, "I grant you immortality." Nothing happened. There was no clear light, no tea, and no invisible but real changes in fate. Because she was no longer the omnipotent Haotian. After a moment of silence, she said, "If I can live forever, I grant you immortality." After saying this, she felt a little uncomfortable and her face was a little hot. She wondered if it was so easy to get sick after becoming a human being. She wanted to do something to distract herself, but suddenly she saw the iron pliers. In her eyes, the iron pliers that the middle-aged midwife called the obstetrical forceps were not exquisite. But the curved front end contained real wisdom or novel ideas. She was a little curious about who designed it. At this moment, she saw the familiar logo on the iron pliers. Yes, she was very familiar with the logo because it was produced by the workshop of the academy. The reason why she was so familiar with it was because she had cooked many meals in the back of the mountain of the academy, and those kitchen knives all had this logo. With great patience, Sang Sang rearranged the cloth wrapping the children. From the appearance, it could barely be called swaddling clothes, but judging from the two children's slightly furrowed eyebrows, it was not very comfortable. As long as it could keep him warm. She did not want to waste her time on such a trivial matter. She tied the two children to both sides of the saddle of the big black horse and rode on the back of the indigo lion. Then, she walked toward the outskirts of the capital. The twilight was as thick as fire. There were some pedestrians in the streets that had withered because of the war. Seeing the huge indigo lion and Sang Sang on it, people screamed in horror and fled. When they passed by a square, Sang Sang asked the indigo lion to stop. There were thousands of people in the square, kneeling and praying towards a small courtyard. There was a pile of white dust in the courtyard. They were the followers of the new stream. They came from all over the world to pay homage to their saint. Now that the new stream was gradually becoming more powerful, Song, Qi, Liang, and Chen kingdoms were in a precarious situation. Taoism was hard to maintain and might be abandoned at any time. Therefore, they did not dare to kill the followers of the new stream like they did in the past. Sang Sang knew that Yi Su was burned to death in that small courtyard. His ashes might be among the pile of wood ashes. It was also from that day onwards that she could no longer recover from her weakened state of mind. Looking at the small courtyard and the dense crowd of followers of the new stream, she was silent for a while. She was not too angry because it was meaningless to be angry at the dead. But her state of mind inevitably fluctuated a little. The wound on her abdomen was affected and burst open a little. She looked down at the blood that seeped out of her indigo clothes and frowned slightly. Then she realized that the number of times she frowned these days was more than the number of times she had frowned in the past years. "Let's go," she said softly. The indigo lion slowly walked out of the city, followed by the big black horse and the two children. The followers of the new stream kneeling in the square did not notice them at all. It was probably because they were too focused and pious. Riding on the indigo lion, she looked at the human world that was no longer what it was yesterday. Her mind gradually drifted away. There was no emotion or kindness on her face, but there was some kind of divinity overflowing from her indigo clothes. She suddenly remembered something. When she was a child, she heard Ning Ke talk about a bodhisattva. It seemed that the bodhisattva also rode on the indigo lion to travel around the world. She took the indigo lion from the bodhisattva in the chessboard. Now sitting on its back, she really looked like a bodhisattva. According to Ning Ke, the bodhisattva was very determined and kind. He was a good bodhisattva because he loved all the people in the world, whether they loved him or not. She slightly raised her eyebrows to dispel this feeling. She wondered how she could become weaker than the Buddha. When they were out of the capital of the kingdom of Song, the indigo lion and the big black horse stopped and looked at her at the same time. They were trying to tell her what to do next and how to avoid the drunkard who was chasing them. Sang Sang looked northwest to a star. She remembered that she named it Sirius. Let's go there. The Sirius star was in the northwest of the sky. There was a small town in the northwest of the human world. She was now the Tang monk that Ning Ke mentioned. She only had the divinity but no divine power left. In the eyes of people like the Abbé Dean and the drunkard, she was the biggest temptation. Grand cultivators at that level would kill her at all costs. Chang'an was too far away and it was not safe to go back. So she had to go to that small town. She suddenly remembered that the guy named Tang monk that Ning Ke mentioned seemed to have become a bodhisattva. He was very naggy and stubborn. She just did not understand why he always liked to escape when he was traveling to the west. She did not want to escape anymore. Haotian's dignity did not allow her to continue to escape. She wanted to go to that small town and kill the drunkard. The small town was located at the border of the Kingdom of Song and the Kingdom of Yen. It was deserted now. The northeast border military of the Tang Empire had already invaded the hinterland of the Kingdom of Yen. It was said that they had besieged Qingjing city for as long as 10 days. The refugees had already passed the small town and rushed to the south, leaving only a mess of ruins. The only butcher's shop in the town was closed, but the only calligraphy and painting shop was still open. The owner of the shop had been waiting for someone. Although that person might not come back and he might never have the chance to do what he was going to do, he decided to wait until the final confirmation. He did not expect that the drinker he was waiting for had not come back. Instead, an unexpected guest came. Sang Sang led the big black horse to the front of the shop. She crossed the threshold and looked at him. She slightly bent her knees and greeted him with the human etiquette that she knew. It seemed a little stupid or awkward. Chao Xiaoshu felt very awkward. He looked at her and sighed. You don't have to be so polite. He was a very dissolute, talented and uninhibited person. He was also very confident. When he traveled in Jianghu, he knew that he would see a lot of scenery and meet a lot of great people, such as His Majesty the former emperor. But he never thought that one day he would become Haotian's uncle. Zhang San and Li Si also knew Sang Sang's identity. Their faces instantly turned pale. They panicked and felt extremely uneasy. But when they saw the two cute children beside the saddle, they were a little confused. They are you. Sang Sang thought for a while and said, youngest brother and younger sister. There were 3 generations in the back of the mountain of the academy. The eldest sister of the 3rd generation was Tang Xiaotang, followed by Zhang San and Li Si. Ning Ke's son and daughter were naturally the youngest brother and younger sister. Hearing this, Zhang San and Li Si finally came to their senses. They thought that they were all on the same side. What was there to be afraid of? They hurried to greet her and called her youngest aunt with a smile. It was not far from the capital to the small town. The indigo lion and the black horse were as fast as lightning. The twilight had faded and the night had come. The small town was dead silent. Only the calligraphy and painting shop was lit. There was only one shop and a few people. But they still had to eat. Zhang San and Li Si were very brave. Otherwise, they would not have chopped the Abbé Dean's head with a kitchen knife. Otherwise, they would not have kept calling her youngest aunt. However, when Sang Sang personally cooked a few dishes and served a few bowls of noodle soup, she still felt a little uneasy and even frightened. Dishes cooked by Haotian himself? Who had eaten them? Who was qualified to eat them? Your master, uncle and aunt all had eaten them, and more than once. Xiao Xiaoshu said with a smile, but there were very complicated emotions in his smile. He looked at the perfectly tender fried egg on the noodles. After a moment of silence, he said, "It was raining heavily that year. When I wanted to eat a bowl of noodles, you didn't make it for me. But I still made it." Sang Sang looked at him and said calmly, "And today I put spring onions and fried eggs." Few people knew why Xiao Xiaoshu came to the small town, but he could not hide it from her. On that rainy spring night, Xiao Xiaoshu walked into the old brush pen shop. Ning Kai carried a knife and followed him to kill people. After killing people, Sang Sang cooked a bowl of fried egg noodles for each of them. This bowl of fried egg noodles was not that delicious. If you wanted to eat noodles, you had to kill, or in other words, give your life to the other party. Xiao Xiaoshu looked at her and smiled. He picked up the chopsticks and began to eat the noodles. Zhang San and Li Si dipped the chopsticks in the soup and fed the children who had just woken up. In fact, there was not only a calligraphy and painting shop in the small town, but also a wine shop. The owner of the wine shop was a young and beautiful widow. She had no relatives. At least after being bullied and looked down upon, she had no one to care about. Selling wine in public was not a good story in this world. Sang Sang led the big black horse and looked at her with no expression. She said, "If I kill you, he will be very painful. Even though it is only a temporary emotion, I have decided to kill you." The beautiful woman looked frightened and pale. She did not know what Sang Sang was talking about. But somehow, she could vaguely guess who she was talking about. Because she had been with him for many years. When everyone else fled, she did not leave because she was also waiting for him to come back. She believed that he would take her away. Sang Sang was very weak now, but she could still kill such an ordinary woman with just a thought. The big black horse tilted its head and refused to move forward. The indigo lion hid in the darkness, like a black hill. It approached slowly and could swallow the woman at any time. Then, the drunkard appeared. And today. Chapter 1141. It was a cloudy night with neither stars nor moon. It was pitch dark in the small town. Only the faint light from the calligraphy and painting shop could be seen. When it reached the tavern, it was already very faint, but it was enough to illuminate people. The drunkard was dusty, but there was no blood on him. Obviously, he had been to many places in the past 2 days. But he was not anxious, because he was still in the mood to take a bath and change his clothes. At the last moment when Healan's city collapsed and the teleportation array was activated, his immeasurable state successfully interfered with the chi of heaven and earth. He knew that Haotian and Ning Kai could not return to Chang'an, so he did not need to worry anymore. He believed that no one could travel faster and farther than him in the distanceless state in the long journey. Just like in his long life of cultivation, no one could live longer than him and go farther. However, his face was a little pale and he looked a little tired. First, he was ambushed by Ning Kai, and then one of his hands was blown off. With such a serious injury, even he could not recover in a short period of time. "I have been looking for you everywhere." The drunkard looked at Sang Sang and said. The dim light from afar fell into his deep eyes. He looked like a beast at night in the wilderness. "But I did not expect you to come to my home." Sang Sang said emotionlessly, "Why are you looking for me?" The drunkard said seriously, "You scare me, so I have to kill you as soon as possible." Sang Sang said, "You don't scare me, but I also want to kill you." The drunkard laughed when he heard this, as if he thought it was ridiculous. Haotian, who had divinity but no divine power, was actually just a weak woman. A baby's cry suddenly came from the saddle of the big black horse. Sang Sang looked over there and frowned slightly. She did not expect the baby to be hungry at this time. It seemed that broth was not suitable to be the main food at this time. The drunkard was startled. He stopped laughing and then became louder. "Congratulations." His laughter was extremely presumptuous, full of mockery and pity. If the believers in the human world knew that Haotian had a baby with a mortal, what would they think? Sang Sang was silent and thought of the divine priests and deacons she met in the capital of the kingdom of Song. The drunkard stopped laughing and looked at her with a frown. He asked, "Why? Why what? Why must you become a human? Not to mention the headmaster, Ning Kei, and Yi Su. Just as the Abbey Dean said, if you didn't want to become a human, none of this would have happened." Sang Sang said, "I've never thought about it. But since I can become a human, there's nothing bad about it." The drunkard drew out a sharp sword from the flagon, looked at her and said, "No matter how good a person is, or how many kinds of hardships he has suffered, there is always one bad thing that he can't escape from." Sang Sang asked, "What?" The drunkard said, "People will die." After a moment of silence, Sang Sang looked at him and said calmly, "You will die too." The drunkard smiled and said, "How? Killed by you? How are you going to kill them?" Sang Sang looked into the darkness. "You want to use her to threaten me?" The drunkard asked indifferently as he raised the sword in his flagon and pointed it at the beautiful waitress who had spent many nights with him and had an inexplicable affection for him. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely sharp and traceless sword style broke through the darkness and fell on the throat of the waitress before anyone, including the indigo lion and the black horse, could react. A thin line of blood appeared on her neck which looked like a jade flagon. The waitress opened her eyes wide and looked at the drunkard who was holding the sword. She wanted to say something but could not. The next moment, her head fell into the wine jar and floated restlessly. Sang Sang looked at the waitress's head which was bobbing up and down with the wine and remained silent. No one knew what she was thinking. "Li Man Man has actually done what you want to do. Mr. First of the Academy is known as the most benevolent and righteous man in the world. Don't you think it's ridiculous that he would threaten his enemy with the life of an innocent sister-in-law?" The drunkard still looked indifferent and unaffected after killing the woman he loved. He looked at her with the bloody flagon in his hand and said, "I didn't say anything at that time, but it doesn't mean that I would accept such a threat. But you want to try it too? You have fallen into the human world. The divine kingdom will become our eternal paradise. We will share eternity, immortality, and endless glory. The meaning of life is to pursue eternity. Before that, what is love? What is anything else?" He had a high status in the human society and even in the history of mankind. For ordinary people, he was a living Buddha. But at this moment, he looked more like a devil with the bloody sword in his hand. Sang Sang used to think that for humans, some things were more important than their own lives. But now it seemed that it was just her misunderstanding. Or maybe it was because the people she had deep contact with were all from the academy, the city of Wei and Chang'an. Those people were different from others? No matter what kind of person the drunkard was, or even if he didn't see her as a human anymore, she would kill him tonight. She took out the abacus and began to count. It was a very simple movement. She moved the beads lightly with her fingertips, from top to bottom or from bottom to top. The wooden partition between the upper and lower grids made a clear sound when the beads hit. It was not like a zither, but like a drum. It was not a war drum, but a tambourine to help with dancing. The dark clouds above the small town suddenly became thicker. With a gust of cold wind from the north, the wetness in the clouds condensed into countless drops of water and fell down. It was a heavy rain. Splash, splash, splash. The rainwater fell on the small town, washing the houses that had been ransacked by the refugees and the felt on the butcher's shop. Perhaps it was because the felt was too greasy and the rainwater could not wash it clean, so the rainwater was a little angry. The rainwater turned into sharp blades and quietly melted the felt into shreds. Then, the bricks and beams of the butcher's shop were all corroded. In just a few breaths, the butcher's shop collapsed into ruins. The blood and grease that had accumulated for countless years on the ground were also washed away. Along the waterfall like water, it flowed into the crack that the butcher had accidentally slashed out with his meat knife in the past and reached the extremely deep quiet spring. Following the butcher's shop was the wine tavern. The wine songs hidden in the back room were like snow that was pierced by the rain. The raindrops that fell into the wine jar were especially dense and quickly diluted the wine smell. The head of the wine girl disappeared and merged with the wine. With a crack, the wine jar broke into dozens of pieces. The wine rushed into the shop and flowed everywhere. When the wine met the pillars, it was like fire meeting ice. The whole house began to collapse. The heavy rain in the cold night came from the abacus in Sang Sang's hand and the will in her heart. She was Haotian and that was the will of heaven. Now she could not summon the chi of heaven and earth above the East Sea to help her fight. She had no divine power. What she used was imitation. She imitated Ning Kei's writing talismans. She turned her will into psyche power and told the world to know. She used the heavens calculation to help herself simulate the methods of human cultivation. As long as she calculated, she could imitate it perfectly. Therefore, as soon as she learned how to write talismans from Ning Kei, she wrote a divine talisman. After all, she used to be Haotian. Whether in learning or cultivation, her progress was much faster than that of human beings. This terrible rainstorm once fell on Chang'an. The divine talisman she wrote was written by Yen Sei and Ning Quebec. It was the legendary Jing Fu. The strong talisman intent shrouded the whole town along with the heavy rain. The only long street in the town and the thickest dark cloud in the sky were parallel and intersected in space. It was exactly the Jing Fu. The drunkard stood beside the ruins. He was wet all over. His clean clothes were full of holes. His gray hair fell off, revealing his bald head. He looked extremely embarrassed, like a stray dog that had lost its home. The butcher's shop was destroyed. The tavern was destroyed. He indeed had no home. The rain gradually stopped. The flagon in the drunkard's hand was dripping more heavily than before. The rain on his body had turned into blood. He looked severely injured, but he did not fall down. The Jing Fu was a divine talisman, but he had an infinite flagon. Although Sang Sang showed the learning ability and cultivation talent that human beings could not achieve, she could not defeat him. Because she could not surpass the threshold of the 5 states by learning and imitation. His wet hair fell in front of his eyes. He stared at Sang Sang, embarrassed and alert. He did not care about becoming a homeless man. Because his future home would be above the divine kingdom, a perfect and solemn palace. He wanted to kill Sang Sang, but he needed to make sure of one thing first. Where was Ning Kei? The drunkard was really wary of Ning Kei, who did not show up. He was seriously injured by Ning Kei and lost his hand. Although Ning Kei was more seriously injured by him, he knew that Ning Kei's recovery ability was better than his. Just as the academy had always thought, his body had long decayed. Decayed, but still alive. However, it was very difficult to repair it. Whether it was injuries or other problems, it always made him nervous and uneasy. Where was Ning Kei? Sang Sang did not know his current location. She did not need to know. After leaving Helan City, no matter if he was sent to the front gate of Devil's Doctrine, Capital Cheng, West Hill or Chang'an, he would always come here. Because she was here. Even if his men couldn't arrive for a while, his arrows would arrive soon enough. The sound of the rain and the beads hitting the abacus disappeared. The small town was silent. The indigo lion raised its paws to shelter the 2 babies from the rain. Now it slowly disappeared into the night with the big black horse. 1989-0309. Sang Sang suddenly said two numbers. She lowered her head and looked at the shape of the beads on the abacus. Her voice was soft but carried by the wind to somewhere far away. It should be somewhere in the north. 2 days ago on the cliff outside Helan City, facing the Sea of Flowers, she said two numbers to confirm the location when she helped Ning Ke shoot the Abbey Dean. She said two numbers to confirm the location. She said two numbers for Ning Ke to hear. But for some reason, they were exactly the same. What did this mean? The drunkard's pupils shrank. With a roar from his chest, his body turned illusory and passed through the chi of heaven and earth. He was not sure if he was hundreds or thousands of miles away. The next moment, he returned to the original place from hundreds or thousands of miles away. It was as if he had never left and did nothing. A swoosh sounded behind him. The arrow was already behind him. He dodged the arrow. He was slightly surprised. He turned around and saw an arrow nailed on the broken door of a pawnshop by the street. The arrow pierced very little into the wood. It swayed in the night wind for a while and then fell down. After a fierce mental struggle, I decided to write one more chapter, but it would be very late. Chapter 1142. The drunkard's face turned pale, and he felt remorseful. He had used up a lot of his psyche power to avoid the attack from thousands of miles away, but he did not expect his opponent to use an ordinary arrow. Although it was at least 100 miles away, it was already beyond logic and terrifying to be able to shoot an arrow so far and so accurately. But it was just an ordinary arrow after all. He was afraid of the primordial 13 arrows, and he also avoided them. If he had known it was just an ordinary arrow, he would not have been so cautious. He could have broken it with a wave of his hand. Sang Sang looked at him quietly, without showing any expression of ridicule. She said the other two numbers. This time, it was a new number. With a buzzing sound, an arrow pierced through the night sky and went straight for the drunkard's throat. This arrow came faster than the previous one, because the person who shot it was closer to the town. The two arrows were shot in the blink of an eye, and the person had run a long distance. He was only 50 miles away from the town. The thunderous roar came from dozens of kilometers away and reached the small town. If one didn't know that it was the sound of a person running too fast and crashing into the air, one would definitely think that the rainstorm that had just stopped had moved to dozens of kilometers away, and that it was a thunderstorm. In the calligraphy and painting shop in the town, Chao Xiaoshu looked calm, as if he was not thinking about anything. Zhang San and Li Si looked at each other and saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes, but they did not know what to do. The big black horse, who was hiding in the darkness of the night, became a little anxious when he heard the rumbling. He lifted his hooves several times and was about to rush out of the town to help, but then he stopped, because he found that the person coming was faster than him. Before the person arrived, the arrow had arrived. The arrow arrived first. The thunder-like sound covered the sound of the arrow piercing through the air. With a very slight sound, an arrow went straight for the drunkard's throat. This time, the drunkard saw it clearly. He waved his sleeves and curled them towards the arrow. With a tearing sound, the wide sleeve of the indigo scholar's robe was torn, and the arrow was nowhere to be found. From the power of the arrow, he judged that Ning Ke was very close to the town, only a few miles away. However, before he could react, the third arrow came. This arrow was not faster than the previous two arrows, and it was clearer to see, but the clarity of the image itself seemed to have a sense of quality. The rotating arrowhead seemed to be tearing apart everything it encountered, and its trajectory was extremely agile. The drunkard stretched out his left hand from his sleeve and flicked his fingers. A streak of clear light appeared in front of him. There was a muffled sound. The arrow fell in front of him, falling into the dirty water on the ground. It was like a swan that had been killed, no longer as agile as before. It had lost all of its life force and became incomparably stiff. The drunkard raised his eyebrows and felt that the arrow was extraordinary. Ning Kai finally appeared. He stood at the end of the town's long street. His body was covered with blood, coagulated blood, and new blood flowed out from the wounds that were reopened because of running. The old blood mixed with the new blood, and together with the dust from the journey of 8,000 miles, he looked very dirty. He looked like a poor beggar who had been beaten by his companions for countless times, just like Long Qing in the past. He had rushed here from thousands of miles away, without sleep or rest for 2 days and 1 night, without regulating his qi circulation, regardless of his injuries. He was already on the verge of collapse. However, he held the iron bow in his hand and looked at the drunkard calmly, as if Min Mountain was unshakable. Looking at Ning Kai and the iron arrow on the iron bow, the drunkard's expression gradually turned solemn and his face turned pale. With a clear whistle, he suddenly disappeared and went 100 miles away. The next moment, he returned from 100 miles away and appeared in front of Sang Sang. He pointed between her eyebrows with one finger. The indigo lion that had been guarding Sang Sang's side had its mane scattered like arrows. An extremely wild lion roar resounded between heaven and earth, and the tiles in the dead silent town were flying in all directions. The drunkard's body emitted a clear light. His finger passed through the clear light, and with an immeasurable amount of qi of heaven and earth, it shattered countless arrow-like mane and tiles, and accurately pointed at the indigo lion's head. The indigo lion roared, and countless vajra murderous intent condensed from Buddha's breath spurted out from its mouth. However, like the mane and tiles, it could not stop the drunkard's finger. With a furious roar, the indigo lion retreated with blood spilling out. Sang Sang turned her wrist, and the abacus instantly shattered. Dozens of abacus beads flew through the clear light and fell on the drunkard's chest, making a series of dense popping sounds. The drunkard's mouth was bleeding, but he was still moving like lightning. He continued to point between her eyebrows, determined to kill her. He even ignored the talisman written by the abacus beads, began to spread talisman intent. Before the finger arrived, the finger intent had already arrived. An unimaginable amount of qi of heaven and earth followed the drunkard's finger and pierced, no, it should be blasted between Sang Sang's eyebrows. This time, he did not even use the sword in the flagon. Sang Sang's face turned extremely pale. If it were in the past, she would have been able to deal with such a desperate attack with just a glance. But now, she needed help from others. Blood flowed out from the corner of her eye, and it looked extremely terrifying. The drunkard continued to move forward. He only needed a moment to kill Sang Sang with his finger. Unfortunately, he was still a moment late. Because Ning Kai's arrow had arrived. This time, it was not an ordinary arrow, but an iron arrow. The drunkard retreated, and retreated for hundreds of miles. Then he came back. He looked at the wound left by the iron arrow on his left shoulder, and the blood that dripped onto the ground and merged into the dirty water. He was silent for a moment, and then he raised his head and looked at Ning Kai, who was standing beside Sang Sang. He was at the end of the street, dozens of feet away from the ruins of the tavern, and very close to the calligraphy and painting shop. Previously, he decided to kill Sang Sang because Ning Kai's iron arrow was very troublesome. Now that he failed, he did not look anxious, because he had to be calm. Only by being absolutely calm could he avoid Ning Kai's iron arrow. He reached out his right shoulder, as if he was dusting off dust, and the blood fell onto the ground. Ning Kai's iron arrow came again. Before the iron arrow left the bowstring, the drunkard had already sensed the movement of Ning Kai's fingers, and he acted in advance. A muffled sound was heard. A clear arrow path appeared on the long street. The newly condensed water vapor was blurry in the long street which was filled with the breeze after the rain. It reflected the dim light in the calligraphy and painting shop, giving people a weird feeling. The drunkard returned to the street, untied the flagon on his waist, and drank a few mouthfuls of wine, regardless of the wine dripping all over his body. Then he looked at Ning Kai quietly, and slowly drew out a sharp sword from the flagon. The iron arrow came again. He dodged again. He came back again. He looked at the quiver on Ning Kai's back, and asked a very important question. "How many iron arrows do you have left?" Ning Kai did not answer his question. His face was covered with dirt and blood, but his expression was surprisingly calm. This was not Chang'an. He could not borrow the power of the god-stunning array, and Sang Sang could not support him with endless Haotian's divine flame like before. Without the inheritance of his master, without the enlightenment of Haotian, he only had himself. The drunkard did not expect to hear an answer. He knew that Ning Kai only had one iron arrow left, and victory was right in front of him. Most importantly, he had confirmed that Ning Kai's arrow could not hit him at all. Ning Kai continued to shoot arrows, ordinary arrows. In the small town, the shrill sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard. The sound of arrows was so dense that it seemed to have no end. Whoosh! 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 The arrows left the bowstring and accurately shot at the drunkard at a terrifying speed. They tore through the air and tore through the night. Countless shadows of arrows even lit up the dark town. The drunkard moved like a ghost, waving his sleeves like dancing. No matter how fast or how accurate Ning Kai's arrows were, they could not hit him. Because he was really too fast. It was quiet on the street. Arrows were everywhere. Arrows were stuck in the broken eaves of the pawn shop. Arrows were deeply stuck in the stone steps of the rice shop. Arrows were cracked like spider webs on the bluestone slabs. It was not hard to imagine how powerful Ning Kai's archery was to be able to pierce through the hard stones. Such archery skills still did not kill the drunkard. Ning Kai maintained the posture of drawing the bow and aimed at the drunkard silently. He did not release the bowstring. His arms were slightly trembling because of the exhaustion from the previous series of shots. There were only a few ordinary arrows and one iron arrow left in the quiver on his back. The drunkard looked at him emotionlessly and said, "Shoot me if you can." Ning Kai did not speak, because he really could not hit him. Because of his silence, the drunkard laughed. His laughter was full of mockery and disdain. "Go ahead." Ning Kai did not shoot, nor did he put down the iron bow. He was waiting. He was waiting for the moment when the drunkard could not move back and forth. The drunkard stood in front of the calligraphy and painting shop. The dim light in the shop passed through the paper window and fell on his face. It was a little mottled, like leaves that did not leave the branches in autumn but were soaked in the autumn rain for a few days. Suddenly, a strong array intent emerged from the mottled light on his face. "There aren't three things today, just one. Mauni 1118, the lucky draw of a certain WeChat official account, will officially start tomorrow. Everyone is welcome to follow. The prizes will be announced tomorrow. It should be pretty good. Of course, it's a pity that I haven't found any sponsors. So I'll do it myself. Oh, by the way, the drunkard will be killed tomorrow. Don't worry about the ending. Of course it's awesome. I've thought about it since 3 years ago." Chapter 1143. The mottled light and shadow came from the flowers on the window paper. The door was the passage from the house to the outside world, and so was the window. But it was not. The window could only let the eyes pass through, but more often than not, it represented imprisonment. For example, the small stone window in the secluded prison represented despair. The array in tent was also imprisonment. It appeared without any warning and was about to cover the drunkard's entire body, from his face to his indigo gown to his cloth shoes. Once the array was formed, he would never be able to leave. Ning Ke was at the other end of the street, aiming at the drunkard with his iron bow. If the drunkard could not leave, he would be locked by the array in tent. Death would be waiting for him in the next moment. However, just when the array in tent formed by the mottled light and shadow was formed, the drunkard moved. He took a step back, and the soles of his shoes fell on the bluestone floor, making a light sound. The rainwater splashed, the light and shadow were separated, and then dispersed. Along with the bluestone floor that was crushed by his foot, the stone steps in front of the calligraphy and painting shop collapsed, and the cracks spread rapidly. In the chaos, several large cracks appeared on the door of the calligraphy and painting shop. Both the door and the window were instantly turned into broken wood and paper. The beams were broken, and the smoke and dust were everywhere. The whole shop collapsed in the smoke and dust. It was only because the drunkard took a step back. The timing of his step was extremely precise. It was just before the array in tent was formed. It seemed that he knew there was an array in the calligraphy and painting shop a long time ago. The smoke and dust settled, and the floor was full of rubble. It was a mess. Zhang San and Li Si were lying in the corner of the ruins, covered in blood and dust. They were blown to the backyard. The two young men had many broken bones. They were in unbearable pain when they moved a little. But they were still unwilling to give up. They searched the broken bricks for a long time and found 2 kitchen knives. The drunkard turned around and looked at the 2 young Tangs indifferently. Under his gaze, Zhang San and Li Si spat out blood and could not stand up again. Is this the Academy's plan, or yours? The drunkard looked at Sang Sang, who was standing beside the ruins of the butcher's shop dozens of feet away. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Because everything had become a joke to him. Then, his smile gradually disappeared. He looked at Cao Xiaoshu, who stood up from the broken wall of the calligraphy and painting shop, and said expressionlessly, "You want to kill me?" Cao Xiaoshu walked to the broken stone steps, patted off the dust on his body and tidied his clothes. He bowed to the drunkard calmly and said, "I'm Cao Xiaoshu, of course I'm going to kill you." He was Cao Xiaoshu, and Cao Xiaoshu was a Tang. Therefore, he had countless reasons to kill the drunkard. "Of course I know you are Cao Xiaoshu." The drunkard looked at him indifferently and said, "We have been neighbors and friends in this small town all these years. You drink tea and I drink wine. Do you really think I don't know who you are?" Cao Xiaoshu was silent for a moment and asked, "Since you already knew, why did you wait until now?" "Because I'm very curious about how you, or the Academy, are going to kill me. You know, you are now a useless person, and your 2 helpers are reckless and don't know how to cultivate. Yes, to me, being with you is just a game, an interesting game." The drunkard said, "After living for a long time, it's inevitable that it's boring. It's rare to meet such an interesting person like you, and such an interesting thing. Of course, I want to spend more time and see how the game is played." Then, he looked at Sang Sang and said, "I think you should understand the feelings of humans like us." Sang Sang said expressionlessly, "I don't understand. I've been with him since I started living. He is a very interesting person, so there's nothing boring about living." She was talking about Ning Ke, of course. The drunkard was a little confused, and then laughed. He shook his head and sighed, "Yes, Haotian is married and has a child. The world is crazy, how can it be boring? What about you? What's so interesting about the game you've prepared for me?" The drunkard looked at Cao Xiaoshu and said calmly, "This array? Then I'll be very disappointed." Cao Xiaoshu said, "It's indeed a little simple, but we all think it should work. Your biggest weakness is your body, which is no different from an ordinary person, and even more easily decayed. The two kids and I are all ordinary people. Even if you know who we are, you won't be vigilant. Just like you said, this is just a game. If you play this game with us, then we might be able to imprison you. The drunkard was silent for a while and said, "Who can predict my mind so clearly? Is it Mr. First or Mr. Second?" Ning Kei didn't say anything until then. It's the third sister. Indeed, the 23-year cicada cultivation. I admire her, but I also don't. The drunkard shook his head and said, "She did find my weakness, both physically and psychologically. You have enough opportunities to attack me, because I won't use the immeasurable state to be vigilant against you all the time, and it takes time to change my mind. But she got one thing wrong. This array is too weak." He looked at Ning Kei and said, "If it's the confinement, there might be some hope." Ning Kei said, "Even if we could ask Yi Hongyu to help us back then, the moment she appeared in the small town was the moment you launched an attack or flew away. It's meaningless." The drunkard said, "So it's a contradiction. Ordinary people can get close to me, but they don't have the power to kill me." Ning Kei said, "You're too afraid of death, so you're too vigilant." The drunkard said, "Yes. That's why I never drank Mr. Chow's tea in the beginning, because I was afraid that he would poison it. I preferred to drink my own wine." Ning Kei said, "Your habit is actually not good. No wonder you don't have any friends." The drunkard smiled. But Cao Xiaoshu did not smile. He remembered that the drunkard had begun to drink his tea in the last 2 years. He thought about the hidden meaning and remained silent. The drunkard's smile gradually disappeared. He looked at Cao Xiaoshu and said calmly, "Yes, I don't have any friends. The butcher is more like a partner. I also want a friend. I've heard about the story of that rainy night in the Spring Breeze Pavilion. I always felt that it was a good feeling when you went to the old brush pen shop to find that little guy. The relationship between you two was very interesting. So I also want to see if I can become friends with you. We can drink tea together and talk about interesting things." The story of that rainy night in the Spring Breeze Pavilion had long been spread as Ning Kei and Cao Xiaoshu became famous in the world. It had even become a legend. Coincidentally, the 3 people involved were all here today. They gathered in the small town at the intersection of the Song and Yen dynasties to kill. Ning Kei stood in front of Sang Sang. Cao Xiaoshu stood beside the drunkard. "It doesn't matter if you lie to me. But why can't you keep lying to me?" The drunkard walked to Cao Xiaoshu with an indifferent expression. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of tyranny. "Since you can't lie to me or kill me, then why are you still alive?" His voice was calm and cold, but in fact, he was very angry. Except for himself, few people could understand why he was so angry. Countless years of life were not easy to bear. "I'm a person who is willing to make friends." Cao Xiaoshu looked at him quietly and said. No one could question his words. The whole world knew that Cao Xiaoshu was the best friend, and the best friend to make. He was sincere and generous, never doubting anyone, and was incomparably carefree. Only a person like him could call the emperor of the Tang Empire a brother. He could also randomly pick up a friend like Ning Kei from a roadside calligraphy and painting shop. "If you want, I can also be friends with you. Although you are too senior and too old, friendship has nothing to do with seniority and age. It's only about congenial interests." Cao Xiaoshu continued, "I admit that I came to this small town to set up a trap to kill you. But after so many years, that trap is no longer a trap. You know that I'm Cao Xiaoshu. Don't I know that you know that I'm Cao Xiaoshu? So although I didn't say it explicitly, I didn't lie to you. I even thought about whether I could persuade you. If I could, it would be the best. If not, then I don't owe you anything." "Owe you anything?" No, you don't owe me anything. I've lived in this world for countless years. I've seen countless sinister and cunning people. I've experienced countless schemes and the ugliest, most deformed, and most perverted things in the world. So, do you really think I care about that cup of tea in the shop? The drunkard looked at him and said emotionlessly, "Your trap is no longer a trap for me." He was one of the most powerful grand cultivators in the history of cultivation. Cao Xiaoshu was only at the knowing destiny state when he was at his peak. Now he could no longer cultivate and became an ordinary person. As long as he glanced at Cao Xiaoshu would die. Neither Ning Kai nor Sang Sang could stop it. Cao Xiaoshu looked back at him calmly and fearlessly and said, "I've said it before. It's no longer a trap. But when you want to kill me, it will reappear." The drunkard asked, "What do you mean?" Cao Xiaoshu said, "I'm the trap." The drunkard slightly raised his eyebrows. Cao Xiaoshu said again, "I'm waiting for the right moment." The right moment was the right moment. Ning Kai had been waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the moment and the drunkard could no longer enter the distanceless state. He had waited for 2 days and 1 night, but it didn't happen. Cao Xiaoshu was also waiting for an opportunity. He had been waiting for several years. But the opportunity he was waiting for was different from Ning Kai's. He was waiting for the right moment to find him. The drunkard didn't want to listen anymore. Out of the inexplicable anger and the presence of Ning Kai and Haotian, he decided to kill Cao Xiaoshu. He slapped at Cao Xiaoshu's chest. Cao Xiaoshu couldn't avoid the attack of a grand cultivator. Cao Xiaoshu didn't want to avoid it either. He felt the coming of death. Even though he was determined and had already seen through the vast seashore flower, he couldn't help but fall into a trance for a moment. The drunkard's palm fell on his chest and abdomen. With a soft sound, a sharp sword tip pierced out from his palm. It was an invisible sword. The sword edge was cold and the sword style was condensed and clear. Where did this sword come from? This sword had always been in Cao Xiaoshu's body. Some people had a ghost in their left eye, some had a person in their sense of perception, some had a soul in their ring, and some had a sword in their body. The sword was not hidden in the belly of a fish, but in his abdomen. No matter where the drunkard's palm fell, as long as the killing intent came, the sword would appear. At this moment, the sword pierced through his chest and abdomen, and then pierced through the drunkard's palm. This was the sword's self-reaction. It was a gesture of mutual destruction. The drunkard's face suddenly turned pale, and he felt extreme fear. He screamed and quickly retreated. After a few steps back, his body had already turned invisible. However, the sword came faster. The sword edge pierced through Cao Xiaoshu's chest and abdomen, with blood. The invisible edge was condensed by the blood and wind, and then became solid. With a puff, it pierced deeply into the drunkard's abdomen. The drunkard was indeed one of the fastest people in the world. But he couldn't avoid the sword if he stood within 1 foot of Cao Xiaoshu. Even the eldest brother didn't dare to stand within 1 foot of the sword when he was by the lake. What kind of sword was it? It was an ordinary sword that didn't need to be described deliberately, but it was full of killing intent. This sword came from the sword garret of South Jin Kingdom, and belonged to Lu Bai, the Sage of Sword. This was a sword that Cao Xiaoshu borrowed from Lu Bai. This was a plot of the academy, and it came from the words of the headmaster of academy. A gentleman hides his weapon in his body, and waits for the right time. This sentence could be used to describe, but there was also a simpler explanation. Cao Xiaoshu had a sword hidden in his body. When the drunkard wanted to kill him, the sword would move and kill him. Weapon was an object, and in some cases, it referred to weapons, especially swords. Weapon was also courage. Cao Xiaoshu had waited for years just to stab this sword. In other words, he had been waiting to die. This was great courage. The drunkard was in great pain. His eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and even confusion. The sword came too fast and too steeply, and there was no way to avoid it. He vaguely understood that this was Liu Bai's sword. Yes, in this world, only Liu Bai's sword could be so resolute, so fast, and so unrepentant. Even if he was the drunkard, he would be severely injured by this sword. Chao Xiaoshu's sword had destroyed 90% of his vitality, and destroyed his ocean of qi and mountain of snow. The drunkard's face turned pale, and he kept retreating. His body kept turning illusory. He didn't want to die. He wanted to escape. He slapped the street with his palm, and countless dust and gravel were stirred up, blocking Ning Kei's sight. Zhang San and Li Si scrambled out of the ruins of the calligraphy and painting shop, and slashed wildly with their kitchen knives. They didn't care whether they were slashing gods or Buddhas. The two young men even closed their eyes when they were slashing. Crack, crack. The kitchen knives cut off the drunkard's left toe, and the heel of his right foot. The drunkard's abdomen was stabbed, and blood flowed out. His feet were also bleeding, and his cloth shoes were wet. He howled in anger, and drew out 17 swords from the flagon, and stabbed at Chao Xiaoshu, Zhang San, and Li Si randomly. In the darkness, Sang Sang's voice was suddenly heard. She said 2 numbers. A buzzing sound came from the other side of the dust. An arrow pierced through the air, and accurately hit the drunkard's knee. Blood spurted out. The drunkard yelled in pain, and couldn't keep his balance. He fell to the ground, and the 17 swords that he drew out from the flagon fell to the ground like scattered leaves. With a boom, the dust dispersed, and the darkness was in chaos. Ning Kei dashed to the middle of the field, and kicked him to the ground. His right foot stepped heavily on his chest. The drunkard's sternum was broken with a crisp sound. The drunkard gasped, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. He still didn't want to die, and he wanted to live. He desperately summoned the qi of heaven and earth, and tried to escape. Ning Kei pulled the iron bow, and took aim. The iron bow was bent like a full moon, and the iron arrow on the string was as cold as frost. In fact, he didn't need to aim. The cold arrow pointed directly between the drunkard's eyebrows. No matter who it was, it would not miss. In the previous battle, the drunkard said to him, "Shoot me if you can." At this moment, Ning Kei said, "Dodge this arrow if you can." A buzzing sound was heard. The iron arrow left the string, and pierced between the drunkard's eyebrows. A deep arrow hole appeared on the street of the small town. The iron arrow disappeared into the ground. The drunkard's head also disappeared, and turned into a pool of blood. I like the sword in Chao Xiaoshu's body, I like to shoot the drunkard's knee, and I like to shoot between the drunkard's eyebrows. Making up stories is a good job, though tiring. Please vote monthly. Chapter 1144. He wanted to wrap up the final plot and make it more solid. I believe everyone is as confident as I am. TSK, who are we? If we work hard, even Sang Sang is afraid of us. Tomorrow at the 3rd watch. Yes, please cast your monthly vote. Chapter 1145. There was a sentence in the chapter from the day before yesterday. It was a single line. I wrote it like this sentence describes. Maybe some students didn't see it and thought that I just typed the wrong punctuation. Actually, that's not the case. After the sentence, there's a long explanation about how a gentleman hides his weapon and waits for the right time. When I was writing it, I couldn't think of anything good. I racked my brains and forgot about it. Here's the explanation. In addition, today's chapter is especially troublesome. I'm about to vomit blood from writing it. I'm still working hard. When I finish writing the first chapter, it'll probably be late at night. If you want to wait, then wait. If you don't want to wait, then go to bed early. You can read it tomorrow because this paragraph is indeed a little twisted. Chapter 1146. The rain above the small town had long stopped, but the clouds were still there. The iron arrow went straight into the ground and stopped after a long time. The tremors on the ground were very small. However, it was strange that the field outside the town was shaking violently. Withered seedlings fell down and the stream was overturned. The tremors spread to the town and the dilapidated houses collapsed one after another. The tremors on the ground seemed to be transmitted to the night sky in the next moment. The gloomy clouds began to roll like boiling water, twisting and twisting, but showing no signs of dispersing. It was like the expression of a human in pain. The drunkard's corpse decayed or weathered rapidly along with the tremors of heaven and earth. It turned into something like yellow sand and then disappeared after being blown by the wind from the night sky. Looking at this scene, Ning Ke recalled the unusual phenomenon that occurred when he opened the Ming hand scroll of the tomes of arcane in the wilderness many years ago. He finally understood what killing the drunkard meant to the world. He still did not understand why the drunkard's corpse would become like this. Only Sang Sang knew that it was because the drunkard was no longer a normal human being. In other words, the drunkard was no longer a human being. The drunkard was not an ordinary cultivator, but a grand cultivator. He was at the level of the headmaster of academy, Buddha, Kuharan and the abbey dean. Even the term grand cultivator was not accurate. He and the butcher came from ancient times and had existed in this world long before the Buddha. The generation of the headmaster and the abbey dean 1,000 years ago and the generation of Kuharan decades ago were all his descendants. He and the butcher were the real legends, or should they be called legends? He had lived for countless years and seemed to live forever. But tonight, he died. It seemed that a person who would never die had died. It meant that life and death were not predetermined. Ning Ke did not spend too much time and energy on this matter. He walked directly to Cao Xiaoshu and looked at Sang Sang. The sword borrowed from Lu Bai broke Cao Xiaoshu's body. This was a trap set up by the academy many years ago. Everyone knew that once it started, Cao Xiaoshu would definitely die. However, since life and death were not predetermined, who said that Cao Xiaoshu would definitely die? Ning Ke thought so. He did not believe in destiny even if it was so. He did not believe in destiny at all, because Sang Sang was right beside him. Can you cure it? Ning Ke looked at her and asked. Back then, he cut the abbey dean into pieces, and then he himself was cut into pieces by her. Xiong Chamo's hand was broken, but no matter how serious the injury was, she could heal it with a glance. Although he knew that she was far from the old Haotian, he still had great expectations. Even if it was me in the past, it would have been very difficult to treat. Sang Sang walked to the broken stone steps and looked at Cao Xiaoshu, who was covered in blood, and said expressionlessly. This was the truth, because Lu Bai's sword was too sharp, and Cao Xiaoshu was seriously injured. Ning Ke was silent as he held Cao Xiaoshu's hand. There was sadness in his eyes. Cao Xiaoshu looked at him with a pale face and squeezed out a smile with difficulty. He was not prepared to leave any last words at the last moment of his life. As long as the Tang Empire and the Academy could win in the end, he believed that the people and things he worried about would be taken care of. Then what else could he worry about? At this time, Sang Sang said. But I can cure it now. Ning Ke was a little confused and did not understand what she meant by that. Sang Sang gently stroked the horrible wound on Cao Xiaoshu's chest and abdomen, and a clear light gradually appeared. She took out a bag of needles and thread from nowhere and said calmly, "I have experience with this kind of injury." Yes. In the Taoist temple in the capital of the Kingdom of Song, her abdomen was also cut open by a sword, and then she cured it herself. She was indeed experienced in this aspect. Looking at the needle and thread going back and forth on Chao Xiaoshu's chest, Ning Ke suddenly remembered that Sang Sang used to worry that her needlework was not as good as those girls in Chang and when they left the city of Wei many years ago. But he did not know that Sang Sang also thought of the same scene in the Taoist temple last night. Chao Xiaoshu's face was still pale, but his breathing was much steadier, and he began to fall asleep. He was relieved and could no longer bear the extreme physical and mental exhaustion, so he sat on the wet ground. It was not until then that he noticed that there were 2 more bamboo baskets beside the saddle of the big black horse. He also noticed that Sang Sang's face was still plump, but her waist and abdomen were not as bloated as when they reunited in the snow region. The big black horse walked to him and bent its front hooves so that he could see more clearly. Looking at the 2 babies sleeping soundly in the bamboo baskets, Ning Ke woke up after a long time. He did not know why, but he felt warm and happy in his chest and abdomen. The drunkard was dead, but second brother Chao was still alive. Sang Sang had given birth to 2 children for him. Perhaps there was no such thing as reincarnation between life and death. There was great terror, but there was also great joy. After confirming that Chao Xiaoshu's life was not in danger, Ning Ke did not waste any time. He took Sang Sang and left the small town on the big black horse. They rushed to Tuyang City in the west as fast as they could. Tuyang City was the station of the northeast border military of the Tang Empire. There was also a transmission array there, which was the fastest way to return to Chang'an. In the middle of the night, it was the darkest time of the night. In an inconspicuous house behind the general's mansion in Tuyang City, a beam of clear light spread out. The aura of heaven and earth was disturbed for a while, and then it became quiet again. The next moment, a circle of clear light also spread out in the inconspicuous small building deep in the imperial palace of Chang'an. The aura of heaven and earth moved freely like clouds. The animals on the eaves of the imperial palace looked in that direction with vigilance. The imperial guards and the officials of the imperial center administration who received the alarm rushed to the small building as fast as they could. They confirmed that the transmission array had been opened, but they did not find any news. They could not help but feel a little confused. After a while, Li Yu brought the young emperor who had just woken up to the small building. She saw a broken arrow and vaguely guessed what had happened. Her heart, which had been tense because of the war, was instantly relieved. Ning Ke was back. The House of Red Sleeves in the middle of the night was usually the busiest time. But now it was the time of war. The girls of the song and dance troupe were encouraging the soldiers on the battlefield with the military ministry's condolence group. Moreover, under the strict and cold gaze of Shengguan Yangyu, no high-ranking officials, nobles, or rich businessmen dared to seek pleasure, so it was very quiet. What was a little strange was that there was an unusually handsome big black horse and a listless green-skinned dog outside the building. Could it be that there were guests tonight? There were indeed 2 distinguished guests at the House of Red Sleeves today, but it was obvious that they were not here to have fun. In the quiet room on the top floor, Mistress Jian and Xiao Chao each held a baby in their arms. Their emotions were very complicated. It was rare to see parents who left their newborn babies aside and did not care about them. At this time, Ning Ke and Sang Sang were in front of the house by the Yanming Lake. To be exact, they were on the embankment of the lake. They stood in front of the leafless willows and looked at the lake covered with snow in silence. They reunited after a long time and returned to their old house. They did not reminisce about the past, nor did they lament about the past. Instead, they were thinking about something more important. Ning Ke held the array-I pestle of the God-stunning array in his hand. Sang Sang stood beside him with her hands behind her back, as she was used to doing in the human world all these years. She looked very much like an elder. That character. I still can't write it, he said. Sang Sang turned around and looked at him. She was not sure whether he couldn't write it or he didn't want to write it. Even though they were telepathically connected, she could not tell. Because this matter was too complicated. I suddenly miss Long Qing, Ning Ke said again. In a sense, in his story, Long Qing was the real supporting actor. But different from those stories, he did not have any feelings for Long Qing. Naturally, he would not appreciate Long Qing. He just thought of the things that Long Qing had comprehended before he died by the river of anger, and some things that were related to the big character. Ning Ke threw the seriously injured Chao Xiaoshu to his two unreliable martial nephews and his newborn son and daughter to the brothel. It did not mean that Ning Ke was irresponsible. He was in a hurry to return to Chang'an, just to write that character. But that character was too big. It was so big that even with the help of the God-stunning array, it was still difficult for him to write it. The distant West Wilderness, the Southeast Sea, and the even more distant Snow Sea were all too far away. It is said that the human mind can go as far as it can go, but no one has ever thought that such a thing as the mind itself is so indiscernible, and how difficult it is to make it go to a distant place. Ning Ke thought of the dream he had many years ago. It was the dream of the first awareness state. In that dream, he saw a vast sea. When he had that dream, he was holding Sang Sang. If he had Sang Sang's help, he might be able to spread his psyche power to the ends of the earth and the corners of the sea. But how could he say it? Sang Sang turned around and a small willow stool appeared between her fingers. She looked at him and asked, "Do you think the children will like this?" Ning Ke said, "I like it very much." "Of course they will like it." Sang Sang looked at him quietly and suddenly said, "What did you say in that cabin?" Ning Ke was silent for a moment and said, "I said, I don't have to do it." Sang Sang said, "But you still want to write that character?" Ning Ke said, "Yes." Sang Sang looked at the night sky. There was no snow or rain in Chang'an tonight. There was a bright moon in the sky. Even if I will die if I write that character. I don't think it should be like this. Sang Sang said, "Even if I am willing to help you, I don't know how." Ning Ke said, "I know the situation." "And then?" "There is no then." Ning Ke looked at her and said, "No one is qualified to ask you to die, even if it is for the whole human race. I am not qualified to say that. So there is no then." Sang Sang looked at his hand and noticed that he was holding the array pestle so tightly that his knuckles were a little white. For Ning Ke, Chang'an was safe. Even if the Abbey Dean came, he could do nothing. But the war was not over. The Abbey Dean, eldest brother and the West Hill were all important. He looked calm, but in fact, his heart was in turmoil. The twisting cloud above the town looked like a human face in pain. The face looked at the earth and every corner of the human world. So everyone who could see it saw it. On the cliff outside Helan City, the Abbey Dean and eldest brother stood hundreds of feet apart. Their indigo clothes were torn and their cotton-padded clothes were stained with blood. 2 days and 1 night were enough for a lot of things to happen. There were no bystanders and no recorder of the battle that happened on the cliff. Otherwise, it would definitely be one of the top 5 battles in history, no matter in terms of level or degree. The Abbey Dean looked at the cloud in the south and kept silent for a long time. Then he said, "The drunkard is really dead." Even he was a little shocked by this seemingly impossible thing. Eldest brother looked at that place and said nothing. The Abbey Dean turned to him and said, "They are back in Chang'an. You don't have to stop me anymore. Eldest brother calmly raised the wooden stick and put it in front of his eyebrows again. He did not say anything, but his meaning was clear. Ning Ke and Sang Sang finally got rid of all the obstacles and returned to Chang'an. The Abbey Dean could not enter Chang'an, so he did not have to continue to stop them by burning his life. The Abbey Dean asked, "Why?" Eldest brother answered, "The headmaster has read the 7 volumes of arcane tomes." The Abbey Dean kept silent for a while and said, "It seems that you know what I want to do." Eldest brother said, "The point is, I know what you want to do." The meaning of this sentence was not as clear as the wooden stick in front of his eyebrows. But if one pondered it carefully, one could understand some important information hidden in it. Chang'an could help Ning Ke defeat the Abbey Dean, but it could not stop the Abbey Dean from taking Sang Sang's divine personality. The headmaster had read the 7 volumes of arcane tomes and knew all the secrets of Taoism. The Abbey Dean thought for a while and then disappeared. Eldest senior brother then disappeared. The cliff that had witnessed the battle between the 2 most powerful people in the world was still silent. If one were to head north from any place in this world, they would eventually arrive at the foot of that snowy peak. The snow-capped peak was the tallest mountain in the world. A few years ago, the snow-capped peak broke into 2 because of a meteor that fell like a stream of light. The upper half fell into the dark ocean behind the mountain, but the snow-capped peak was still the tallest mountain in the world. This snow-capped peak was the highest without the need to enter the world. Also, the Abbey Dean and the eldest brother were the highest without the need to enter the world. Therefore, this was the perfect place for the final battle. The Abbey Dean's sword reflected the starlight all over the sky and came to the eldest brother. The stars in the night sky were so beautiful and mesmerizing. So was the sword. No one could tell where it came from. Eldest brother couldn't tell either, so he didn't look. He held the wooden stick and simply thrust it forward. With a swoosh, the stick had already arrived in front of the Abbey Dean. The natural stream magical finger seal, the sky full of stars, returned with the sword, blocking this extremely sharp stick. A star on the surface of the sword leaped out of the night sky and landed on the eldest brother's hand that was holding the stick. Blood flowed out slightly. The stick was blocked, but the intent of the stick kept moving forward. There was a slight buzz. The ebony fork on the Abbey Dean's Taoist bun was broken. His black hair draped over his shoulders and danced in the snow wind. He looked at the eldest brother and praised, "Li Man Man, who dares to say that you are slow from now on?" This is the first chapter. There are 2 more chapters. It must be very slow. I am not Li Man Man. Take your time. Because of the painstaking writing, there must be a lot of typos and sentence problems in this chapter. Please forgive me. I don't have the energy to revise it. I will discuss it later. Chapter 1147. A person's name often had its origin or meaning. For example, Ning Ke, Sang Sang, and Jun Mo. Of course, names like Tsuehua and Area were excluded. Li Man Man was called Li Man Man because he was very slow. He talked and acted slowly, walked slowly, and even cultivated slowly. It took him 17 years to reach the no-doubt state, which was totally incomparable to his younger brothers and sisters. Of course, after that, he suddenly became very fast. It only took him 3 months to reach the see-through state and then the knowing destiny state in the evening. Li Man Man was such a person. At the beginning, he was extremely slow, and then he became extremely fast. He walked extremely slowly, but he was the fastest person in the world. Similarly, he had never fought before. Whether it was Yi Su or anyone else, he had always admitted this, but he had never believed it to be the truth. Then he learned to fight and kill, so he became fast. He mastered countless fighting skills at an unimaginable speed, such as Chen Pipi's natural stream magical finger, Jun Mo's mutual respect, Haren's sword, and the headmaster's cudgel, including the one he used to stab the Abbey Dean. He used Liu Bai's sword. Of course, such a sword was not slow. This was Li Man Man, the slowest Li Man Man, the fastest Li Man Man. The Abbey Dean stood on the snow-capped peak and looked up at the bright moon surrounded by stars in the night sky. He praised, "You have taught a good disciple." There was no resentment in his words, only admiration. Even though he was a grand cultivator in the state of pureness and could be indifferent to the greed, anger, and infatuation of the world, it was not the same as ignoring them. The Abbey Dean still had his own pursuit. Ever since he was defeated by the headmaster, he never expected to defeat him. But he still hoped that his disciple could defeat the headmaster's disciple. In fact, the two disciples he taught were indeed great. Yi Su founded the new stream and eventually became a sage. However, he was clear that Yi Su's transformation was inseparable from Li Manman's enlightenment in Chang'an. Long Qing walked on a path that no one had ever walked before, but he was still killed by Ning Quebec's eldest brother bowed slightly when he heard the Abbey Dean praising the headmaster. He did not think much of it. In his eyes, it was a matter of course. Otherwise, why would the Abbey Dean let his son be the headmaster's disciple? The night grew darker. It was the real night, and it also represented the night spreading from the north. Just like in the past few years, the human world was slowly getting colder. In the past, the West Hill Divine Kingdom was as warm as spring even in the middle of winter. But now, there had been several snowfalls, and the Green Mountains were covered with snow. Snow covered the field. The Tang army from the north and the Great River Kingdom from the south had invaded the West Hill Divine Kingdom more than 10 days ago. Which side do you put your chips on? If the two paths don't work, there is a third one. Haotian has returned to Chang'an. You have no reason not to choose this path. Logically, according to my fear of death, I should choose this path. I have never seen Haotian in the Divine Kingdom, but I have seen her in the human world. I have received a promise from her, but, the butcher paused for a moment and said, I don't want to choose this path. Jun Mo vaguely guessed what he was thinking. He bowed respectfully again and said, Please enlighten me. The butcher's hand that held the hilt slightly loosened or tightened, just like his voice. He said firmly and calmly, Cultivators who know me and the drunkard always think that he is a relatively carefree person, while I am a relatively bloodthirsty and cruel person. But in fact, I have rarely killed in the past tens of thousands of years. Jun Mo said, Indeed. The butcher said, I don't kill because I am afraid of death. I am really afraid. But I only have one companion. He was killed by the academy. I have to do something for him. Jun Mo was silent. The butcher said, Because I am his only companion. Jun Mo was still silent. After a long while, he said, That makes sense. It did make sense. For people like the drunkard and the butcher, if not for each other's companions, they would have been lost in the endless journey of cultivation. No one could bear that kind of loneliness. Fortunately, they could be companions. They were each other's only companions. If the butcher did not do something for the drunkard, no one else would. Jun Mo thought the butcher's words made sense, so he stopped trying to persuade him. He had always respected reason. He took out the perfectly straight iron sword and said, Please. The butcher raised the greasy butcher's knife and said, I will cut a way out. There was no way out, so he had to cut a way out. The butcher raised his knife and cut towards Jun Mo. There was no movement or skill. You could not even feel the aura of heaven and earth on the knife. It looked like, a simple cut. Of course, it was not a simple cut. If someone cut thousands of people with a butcher's knife every day for more than 300 days every year, How many times had he cut for tens of thousands of years? No one had done it. Only the butcher did it. And only he could do it. Because he had lived long enough, so he had cultivated for a long time. It was said that cultivation depended on talent and diligence. The butcher's talent in cultivation was naturally one of the best in history. His diligence was also one of the best. What did it mean when the two were combined? Thousands multiplied by 300 and then tens of thousands. How many cuts would it be? It meant that this cut was invincible. Even if Liu Bai came back to life, he would not be able to take it. And the Abbey Dean would not want to take it. Except for Kuharan, no one could take the butcher's knife. Even the grand cultivators who had surpassed the 5 states could not create their own world, especially the world made of 2 transparent cicada wings, which seemed to be indestructible. Cold cicada can't trap me. The butcher's beard and hair were flying. With a roar, he chopped at the transparent world barrier. A sharp sound rang out. A crack appeared on the transparent cicada wings. I also want to name this chapter, The Butcher's Knife. There is another chapter. Chapter 1148. The knife was very thick and covered in oil and blood. When it slashed at the falling snowflakes, there was a sense of disharmony, as if it would slash into thin air in the next moment. That was because there was nothing in the air in front of the cliff other than snow. Yet when the knife slashed down, one could clearly see the distortion of space and hear the sound of something being torn apart. The world formed by 2 transparent cicada wings was broken by a simple knife. The saber's will did not stop there. It fell on the cliff, and with a cracking sound, rocks flew into the snow, and the cracks between the pine vines gradually widened. The cliff slowly slid, and countless rocks tumbled down. Then, the mountain cracked. Butcher's knife had cut a mountain in half. Along with the rocks, a person fell. That person was very petite. Falling from the cliff that was hundreds of feet high, it was as if she had jumped from the sky into the snow. In an instant, she was on top of Butcher's head. Butcher's knife intent had just landed, and even he could not slash a 3rd time in such a short time. He gave a low roar, flipped his wrist, and held the knife horizontally in the snow. There was a muffled slap. That petite figure landed directly on the surface of the knife. There was a loud boom. Smoke and dust rose. In the wind and snow, rocks flew everywhere. Butcher's eyebrows moved violently and fell down bit by bit. But he did not fall. That was because his feet had sunk into the ground, up to his knees. That petite figure was sent flying by Butcher's knife. She tapped lightly on the broken cliff and turned back like a goose. At the same time, the sword in Jun Mo's hand also arrived. Kaboom! The deafening sound of the collision directly destroyed several residences at the edge of the small town, and tore the snow in front of the broken mountain into powder. It even went straight into the night sky and tore a hole in the clouds. The aura of heaven and earth caused by the collision was turbulent everywhere, pulling the snow on the ground and the rocks piled up everywhere into the air. In the darkness of the night, only sounds could be heard, and nothing could be seen. No one knew how many times the 3 had fought in such a short time, how many times the iron sword, Butcher's knife, and fists had collided. They only knew that it represented absolute power. After an unknown amount of time, the cliff finally quieted down. Last time, I said that you are indeed very strong. If you have the same amount of time as me, you might even surpass me. But, now, you can't. You can't even kill me. Butcher looked at the bottom of the opposite cliff with an indifferent expression. There were many wounds on his body, but no blood could be seen. He seemed to be in a sorry state, but he was not really injured. No wonder he was the one who was closest to the legendary immortal realm. There was a bloody wound on Jun Mo's left shoulder, and Yu Lian's yellow dress was covered in dust. Most importantly, her shoes were torn. All these signs proved that it was still difficult for them to kill the butcher. Some people are indeed hard to kill, such as you, the drunkard, and the chief monk. But tonight, the drunkard died, and the chief monk was trapped to death by the academy. We have a plan for you. Yu Lian said calmly, I was just trying. Since it didn't work, I'll try something else. You have to know that you don't necessarily have to kill your enemy to defeat him. This sentence made a lot of sense. Jun Mo thought as he recalled Butcher's first slash. As Yu Lian's voice faded away, a clear sound of a flute was heard among the snowflakes on the cliff. Following the sound of the flute was the sound of the zither, which sounded like flowing water. The zither and the flute were playing together, and the sound was moving. However, there was killing intent in the silence. The butcher slightly raised his eyebrows, and his face was slightly pale. He shouted, and the dust and snow were shaken up from his body. He held the knife and chopped toward the sound of the zither and the flute. The sound of the zither and the flute stopped abruptly. But the intent of the knife could not move forward. Because there was a pine on the cliff, a short pine. There was a broken carriage beside the pine, and a broken flag on the broken carriage. The short pine was a cannon, the broken carriage was still a carriage, and the broken flag was a marshal's flag. This was chess. The intent of the knife was locked, and the butcher looked slightly serious. He took a step forward and smashed Yu Lian's cicada wings with his own body, but he could not get out, because there were still many chess pieces on the cliff. The cliff stones were black, and the cliff stones were covered with snow. Those were the black and white chess pieces. This was chess. The butcher gave a long roar, and chopped again. The sound of the zither and the flute stopped again, and the chess pieces on the mountain were shaking uneasily, as if they were about to break. At this moment, an extremely soft silk thread floated down along with the snowflakes. The silk thread connected the pine, the carriage, the flag, the stones, and the snow together. The snowflakes touched the silk thread, and were flicked into powder, and became clouds. This was the gathering array. But it was not over. Outside the gathering array, there was an iron furnace, yellow sand, and even a water wheel in the stream behind the cliff. A white goose was squatting on the top of the water wheel, like a proud general. The old yellow bull was on a hill further away, looking into the distance, seemingly uninterested. The butcher whistled again, and chopped again. A finger intent came from the west. An iron cudgel entered the ground as a camp. Jun Mo said, because she has returned to Chang'an. Chang'an, what a wonderful name. It was a magical city that could protect many ordinary people, and now it was going to protect Haotian. Jun Mo said again, you do your best for your friends, and I do my best for the sect. Let's do our best for each other. The butcher was silent for a long time, and then said, Jun Mo has always been reasonable. He raised the cutlass in his hand again. The cutlass could not break the array, but it faintly resonated with the cutlass left in the air. The snow clouds in the night sky had been cut open, and at this moment, the gap quickly expanded. The snowflakes gradually stopped, and the clouds dispersed, revealing the bright moon. Jun Mo looked up at the bright moon. On the mountain road to the Peach Mountain, the people of the academy carrying poles, cows, white geese, and belongings, and hurried forward in silence. They had left the verdant canyon, and now they were going up the west hill. Yu Lian seemed to feel something, and looked up at the night sky. She also saw the bright moon. Teacher, we will win. Chen Pipi looked at the moon and said with a smile. Many years ago, the headmaster went up to the peach mountain and cut all the peach blossoms. Tonight, the bright moon was in the sky. His students had arrived. Jun Mo has always been reasonable. I always write well at critical moments. I silently praise myself. They knew that they were the legendary disciples of the academy. But most of them just stared at one person. That person was not the great divine priest of West Hill, but he was wearing a divine robe and a divine crown. His chubby body seemed to have the most solemn aura in the world. People knew that he was Chen Pipi, the most talented figure of the new generation of Taoism and the son of the Abbey Dean. But now he was the hierarch of the new stream. Yi Hongyu and Chen Pipi, in a sense, were the biggest traders in the history of Taoism. And Cheng Lixue, who brought the old members of the Divine Halls of Revelation back to Peach Mountain, knew Taoism and the Divine Halls of West Hill too well. If it were not for them, how could the array of clear light in front of Peach Mountain suddenly lose its effect in the darkness before dawn? People looked at them with mixed feelings. But most of the people on the cliff plateau did not look at them. Instead, they were looking at the petite figure standing at the end of the mountain path in front of the Divine Halls of Haotian. She looked like a fairy in the morning breeze. She used to be called Lin Wu, but now she was called Yu Lian. She also had another name, 23-year cicada. She was the current suzerain of Devil's Doctrine, but now she was standing at the top of Peach Mountain, which was the biggest insult to the Divine Halls of West Hill. Taoism and Devil's Doctrine were irreconcilable. For thousands of years, she was the first suzerain of Devil's Doctrine to stand in front of the Divine Halls of West Hill. Looking at the girl-like figure, people in the Divine Halls of West Hill had mixed feelings. But Yu Lian did not show any emotion. She did not even look at the Divine Halls, but somewhere in the north. Wasn't this kind of disregard a kind of humiliation? It was just that, the Tang Empire's cavalry had wiped out the West Hill Divine Kingdom, but Taoism had kept most of its strength and retreated to the top of Peach Mountain in advance. At this time, there were still thousands of divine priests and deacons on the cliff plateau. When the morning sun rose, the sunlight fell on the peak and lit up people's clothes, forming a sea of red and black. Coupled with the tens of thousands of cavalrymen, how could the academy, Yi Hongyu, Cheng Lixue, and the others easily break through? Moreover, in the divine halls of Haotian, there was Zhao Nanhai who was at the peak of knowing destiny, the middle-aged priest whom they could not see clearly, and the glorious hierarch Xiong Chumo. The morning sun was covered by the clouds over the sea, and only a little light leaked through. As the cold wind blew on Peach Mountain, it became even dimmer. The solemn white divine hall suddenly became cold. A huge sacred sedan slowly moved out of the divine hall. The middle-aged priest and Zhao Nanhai silently walked to the front of the sedan. However, even though the curtain of the sedan was shining brightly, it still could not brighten up the dark peak. Yu Lian turned around and looked at the sedan emotionlessly. On the cliff plateau, countless pairs of eyes were also looking at the sedan. Whether it was the hierarch in the sedan, Zhao Nanhai or the middle-aged priest, they were all powerful enough to fight against the academy. The middle-aged priest slowly walked toward Yu Lian. Countless pairs of eyes followed him. The divine priests and deacons became nervous, but they could feel their blood boiling. They knew that the battle was about to begin. Yu Lian folded her hands behind her back and looked at him, still emotionless. The middle-aged priest walked through the sea of divine priests and deacons and stopped 10 feet away from Yu Lian. He tidied up his robe and said something. "We are willing to surrender." The Peach Mountain was in a dead silence. Those from the divine halls of West Hill were shocked speechless. Those who followed Yi Hongyu and Cheng Lixue were also shocked speechless. Until a moment later, a tearful curse was suddenly heard on the cliff plateau. Xiong Chumo, F***CKU. People on the cliff plateau knew clearly that the middle-aged priest was not acting on his own. His decision must have been approved by the hierarch lord, Zhao Nanhai, and other bigwigs from the divine halls. The war between Taoism and the academy had lasted for thousands of years. Countless people had died during the war. How many tragic scenes had there been? Although Taoism was on the losing side in today's final battle, they still had years of accumulation. Obviously, they still had the power to fight again. But the leaders of Taoism were surrendering? The crowd became enraged, and curses could be heard without end. In their grief and indignation, they no longer cared about the middle-aged Taoist or even the hierarch status. Some of the pious old heavenly officials began to weep. Countless shoes and stones flew out from the crowd and landed on the middle-aged Taoist like raindrops. The middle-aged priest seemed to feel nothing. He just looked at Yu Lian quietly. He had made the most difficult decision on behalf of the divine halls of West Hill. He believed that the academy would respond appropriately. Yu Lian did not expect to hear such a sentence. She didn't even think before saying, "You're not allowed to surrender." There was more today. Chapter 1150. It was unbelievable that the divine halls of West Hill wanted to surrender. The entire Peach Mountain was in an uproar. Cries and curses were heard everywhere. However, Yu Lian said no surrender on behalf of the academy. It was even more unbelievable. The Peach Mountain fell into a dead silence. The middle-aged priest frowned and stared at Yu Lian for a long time. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Why?" From the perspective of the West Hill Divine Palace, there was no reason for the academy not to accept their surrender, because Haotian Taoism was still very powerful. The reason why the Divine Hall was willing to surrender was that the real leader of Haotian Taoism, the hierarch lord, who seemed to be very tall in the light, had no desire to fight. To put it more precisely, Xiong Chumo's whereabouts were exposed by Yu Lian years ago in the back of the mountain of the academy. After that, the radiance could no longer cover the little thing in his robe. After the Abbey Dean left the Peach Mountain and Yi Hongyu jumped into the abyss, he could no longer suppress his fear. He did not understand what was wrong with the world. Why did Haotian abandon Taoism, or why did Taoism abandon Haotian? After a long struggle, Xiong Chumo decided to surrender. All he wanted was to survive. Maybe the academy and the Great Tang could give him a high position. Wasn't war always like this? Zhao Nanhai and other bigwigs from the divine halls were either convinced or suppressed by him. The middle-aged priest did not object either. The West Hill Divine Palace's decision to surrender must have gone through a complicated process and even a bloody struggle. But if Yu Lian had thought about it for a while, she might have figured it out. The problem was, after listening to the middle-aged Taoist's words, she calmly and coldly refused. Why? Yu Lian did not answer the middle-aged priest because she did not need to. The divine halls of West Hill would definitely put forward some conditions. For example, Xiong Chumo, the middle-aged priest, Zhao Nanhai, He Mingqi, and many others must live. She and Ning Ke would never accept these conditions. So she would not allow them to surrender. The morning breeze blew her yellow dress and black ponytail gently swayed. Her hands were still behind her back. The middle-aged priest looked at the Grandmaster who looked like a little girl and felt cold. There was no surrender, but there was a battle. The battle between the academy and Taoism that had lasted for thousands of years was finally coming to an end. Countless people on the plateau looked at the radiant chariot. The figure of the hierarch lord in the carriage was as tall as it had been for decades. At this moment, he was the spiritual sustenance of tens of thousands of people from the West Hill Divine Palace. There were many powerhouses from Haotian Taoism on the cliff plateau. As long as the hierarch could fight against Yu Lian, the divine hall still had hope. The outcome of this 1,000-year war, no matter who won or lost, would definitely be unparalleled. This battle would definitely last for a very long time. It would be normal to fight from dawn to dusk. The fourth brother placed the hourglass on the stone. He habitually used calculation to arrange the strategy. A thick incense was lit in the divine hall of Haotian. Perhaps it was meaningless to worship the heaven now, but it could still be used to calm the mind. A bright red flower was blooming in the peach mountain. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Hongyu walked to the cliff platform and looked at the huge sacred sedan in front of the divine hall. Her blood-red robe of judgment swayed in the wind. She didn't need to say anything. Everyone knew what she meant. Peach Mountain was in an uproar. She wanted to fight with Xiong Chumo. The figure in the divine chariot was as majestic as a mountain, unmoving. Zhao Nanhai stood in front of the chariot with an indifferent expression. The great divine priest of the South Sea was a powerhouse at the peak of the knowing destiny state. He was qualified to fight with Yi Hongyu. Behind Zhao Nanhai, there were a dozen powerhouses from the South Sea. 2 of them were at the knowing destiny state. The powerhouses from the academy were Yu Lian, Yi Hongyu, Chen Pipi, and Tang Xiaotang. The middle-aged priest glanced at Yu Lian and walked back to the giant sedan. In terms of the number and quality of the powerhouses, the divine halls of West Hill was not weaker than them. Yu Lian understood the meaning of the middle-aged priest's glance, but she didn't care. There was no extra emotion on her young face. She didn't want to explain what the real powerhouses were. As far as she knew, Jun Mo, youngest brother, and Yi Hongyu were very powerful. Since she wanted to fight, then let her fight. There wouldn't be any surprises. She even felt a little bored. So she looked to the north again, just like before, as if there was something worth paying attention to there. A cool morning breeze rose and wrinkled her thin eyebrows. The West Hill Divine Kingdom was some distance away from the East Sea. But the wind here usually came from the sea, and it was usually the east wind. The breeze in the morning light was also the east wind. At this moment, the wind that brushed against his face came from the far north. Yu Lian's expression changed slightly. Her young face somehow turned pale. She turned around and looked at the giant sedan in front of the divine hall of Haotian. Her black ponytail swayed, drawing 2 black shadows in the gloomy sky. Her younger brothers and sisters noticed something wrong with her mood and were surprised. Tang Xiaotang asked, "Teacher, what happened?" Yu Lian said, "I want to leave." She looked calm when she said this, and her voice didn't tremble. But everyone could hear her anxiety and anger, and there was no doubt in her voice. The final battle was about to begin. As the most powerful senior sister in the academy, she had to leave? What about the next battle? The academy and the Tang Empire were about to win. Were they going to leave? Yu Lian's sudden decision was out of everyone's expectation. But no one objected, because they had already guessed something and their expressions changed. At this moment, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across Yu Lian's young face. Then she took a breath. A gust of wind rose on the cliff plateau. Her chest suddenly swelled, as if she was going to suck in all the air in the Peach Mountain. Her face suddenly turned pale, as if she was seriously injured. Her eyes suddenly brightened, but the corners of her eyes began to bleed, which looked extremely horrible. It was not the wind, but the aura of heaven and earth in the Peach Mountain. It kept pouring into her body as she breathed. There was a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. The green trees on the Peach Mountain kept swaying, throwing down the snow. Yi Hongyu turned around and looked at the cliff. She was slightly shocked. Even if you are the 23-year cicada cultivation and your body is as hard as a rock, how can you absorb so much aura of heaven and earth in such a short time? The aura of heaven and earth was still pouring into Yu Lian's body. The horrible amount of aura collided, breaking the corners of her eyes and loosening her ponytail. Her black hair scattered like a waterfall and danced with the wind from the north. The wind calmed down. It was not until then that people saw clearly that her black hair was growing longer. However, no matter how long her black hair grew, it still hung between her knees like before. Because she was growing taller. The childishness on Yu Lian's face gradually faded. But her aura gradually rose until it was majestic. In a few breaths, she turned from a little girl into a young girl. Looking at this scene, the middle-aged Taoist gradually became serious. He had read the Sha hand scroll of the tomes of arcane and knew that many cultivation sects in the world had their own secret methods. Taoism also had a secret method to obtain great power by burning one's life. But he had never heard of a secret method that could let a person go through a long time. If Ning Ke were on the cliff plateau, he would immediately recognize the method Yu Lian used, because he had the fragments of Lian Sheng's consciousness in his sense of perception. More importantly, he had seen Xia Ho age dozens of years instantly on the snow lake. This was the secret of the devil's doctrine. In an instant, Yu Lian lost 10 years of time. She turned those years, or rather, her life, into power. What was beautiful was that there was no white hair in the human world. She used to be a very childish girl. 10 years later, she had become a woman with a gentle expression but a biting cold expression between her brows. Yu Lian reached out to the air. Tang Xiaotang handed the iron rod to her. She held the two ends of the iron rod and slowly stroked it. The sharpness slowly reappeared, shining with cold light. The wind came from the north again, as if it was urging something. She did not take advantage of the east wind and disappeared when the north wind came. There was a bluestone road between the cliff and the divine hall. With countless cracking sounds, countless cracks appeared on the bluestone path as it split apart inch by inch. Yu Lian had already arrived in front of the divine hall. She came to the front of the giant sedan. Zhao Nanhai was in front of the sedan. The descendant of light from the South Sea was burning with holy fire in his hands. He looked solemn as he slapped at her. Yu Lian did not even look at him, nor did she stop walking. She directly crashed into the wall of fire. Her speed was so fast that the space seemed to be deformed. The blazing Haotian divine light brought out two flames. They were like the wings of a firebird. In fact, they were the wings of a cicada. That was her world. It was dark in front of the divine hall. Even the light of the hierarch's sedan could not illuminate it. A muffled sound. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky. After flying for more than 100 days, it finally landed on the ground. Even the earth was about to crack, let alone a human. Zhao Nanhai was smashed into pieces of flesh and blood. Then, he was purified into smoke by the Haotian's divine flame. After he died, the Haotian's divine flame was still there. It even burned his body. This could only mean that Yu Lian's speed had reached an unimaginable level. Fear shrouded the cliff yard in front of the divine hall. The divine priest from the South Sea wanted to shout. The pale Xiaoyu was about to sit down. But before anything happened, Yu Lian entered the huge sedan. The light suddenly shook, as if it would be extinguished at any time. Xiong Chumo's angry roar came from the sedan. He was prepared for this old rival and did not dare to take it lightly. In an instant, he entered the Tianqi state. The prevalence of the new stream had directly weakened Haotian in the human world. Although Haotian in the divine kingdom had become much weaker, the power he obtained from the Tianqi was still as strong as before. The roar came from the sedan. Then, the sedan was suddenly smashed. The 76 gauze curtains hanging on the sedan danced with the wind and went straight into the sky. When the gauze fell, the smoke and dust also dispersed. The real scene was revealed. Yu Lian stood there quietly with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Xiong Chumo stood in front of her. There was no wound on his body. It was the first time for the divine priests from the West Hill to see the hierarch's face. The skinny, short and ugly old priest surprised them. But they were more interested to know the result of the battle. Yu Lian turned around. A clear cut appeared on Xiong Chumo's body. Then the second cut, the third cut, the breath of death splashed. His Taoist robe was torn into pieces. Countless cuts appeared, some deep and some shallow. In the end, there were tens of thousands of cuts. Xiong Chumo knelt down. He was covered in blood, but he was still alive. He looked at the figure of the woman who was leaving. He clutched his chest in pain, feeling his heart that was cut into petals by the sword was breaking. His eyes were full of despair and confusion. Why? How could you be so fast? How did you manage to slash out 13,362 times in such a short period of time? Why didn't you accept my surrender? Why would you so resolutely and valiantly choose to perish indiscriminately, even if you might be seriously injured? Why were you so anxious? Why was I afraid in the end? Why were you the 23-year cicada cultivation? Why did the world need me when you exist? Yu Lian did not know what Xiong Chumo was thinking while kneeling on the ground. She did not care what he was thinking. She thought differently from Xiong Chumo. Although Taoism and diabolism were irreconcilable, she never regarded him as a lifelong enemy. Because she had always looked down on him. How could he be worthy of her? She walked to the edge of the cliff, glanced at the middle-aged priest, and then jumped off. At this moment, the hourglass on the edge of the cliff was just dripping some sand. The incense in the divine hall of Haotian had only burned a small part. Peach Mountain was in silence. Dead silence. No one spoke, because no one knew what to say. No one shouted, because people were already numb from the shock. Everyone thought the war between the academy and Taoism would last for a long time. However, what had just happened? People thought they were crazy. Otherwise, how could the war end in an instant? How could such a thing happen in the world? The middle-aged priest looked at the edge of the cliff where Yu Lian jumped off. He remained silent. He understood the meaning of her eyes. She killed Xiong Chumo and then Zhao Nanhai. Now, the divine halls of West Hill could surrender. Of course, there were others who had to die too. Xiong Chumo was not dead yet. Maybe I should thank her for leaving you to me. Yi Hongyu looked at him covered in blood and fell silent. She did not say anything else. She turned around and walked to the edge of the cliff. She looked at the rising sun in the direction of the East Sea. It took countless years to build the divine halls of West Hill. But it only took one morning to destroy it. Peach Mountain glowed red in the morning light. Even the snow on the ground turned red. The rising sun was as red as blood. The night is coming to an end. I am very reluctant. Silence, the ending will be great. Double monthly votes. Please vote if you want. It has nothing to do with the list. It is a matter of emotion. This is the last time. Silence. Thank you. I will work hard in the next 2 or 3 days. Thank you. Chapter 1151. Yu Lian jumped down from the Peach Mountain and headed north. Naturally, she had to pass by the small town. At that time, the butcher was still waving his knife in the array. Jun Mo was looking at the north with a pale face. No one knew what he was thinking. Then he saw her yellow dress. Just like his peers on the cliff plateau, Jun Mo knew what happened between her and him. He was even more certain that something had happened to the eldest brother in the north. After a moment of silence, he sat back in the snow. If she could change the ending of the story, it was enough for her to go. No one could catch up with her. If she could not change the ending of the story, it was enough for her to go. It was better not to let others see her mourning. Jun Mo thought so. Even himself. Yu Lian kept running. The embroidered shoes on her feet had long been torn into shreds. Her bare feet were as white as jade. She stepped on the snow and muddy water, shaking the entire earth. The yellow dress was like a yellow leaf that kept flying, but never fell off the branches. Because it was not a withered leaf that fell in autumn, but a leaf that had ripened early and was still full of life in late spring. In the fields of the West Hill Divine Kingdom, in the hills outside Linкong City in the South Jin Kingdom, among the reeds, the yellow dress kept flashing. It did not take long for her to reach hundreds of miles away. Then she continued heading north. The yellow dress appeared on the slightly cold Great Swamp. It broke through the cold wind, the fog, and the fog of her life. Her bare feet stepped on the rippling lake, leaving unerasable traces. Yu Lian went all the way to the north. She wanted to cross thousands of miles to see how he was doing. So fast. The Abbey Dean looked at somewhere far away in the south and sighed. Then he turned around and looked at the depths of the cliff. He said, "But you know, she can't be faster than us." Yu Lian could cover several miles in one step. No one in the world could be faster than her. However, after the drunkard's death, there was still the Abbey Dean and the eldest brother. They were grand cultivators who had mastered the distanceless state. The eldest brother sat in the pile of rocks. His chest was covered with blood and his face was pale. The wooden cudgel that was held horizontally in front of his eyebrows 2 days ago was still in his hand. But it was drooping to his side. Obviously, he had failed. He could not even lift the cudgel in his hand. Naturally, he could not keep the Abbey Dean in this snowy mountain far away from the human world. Not even half of the initial 7 days had passed, but there was no sign of defeat on eldest senior brother's face. Instead, he looked very calm. The Abbey Dean was the first in the world, and he was the second. It was a matter of course that the second could not defeat the first. The academy was particular about the matter of course, so there was no need to regret or be angry. Haotian returned to Chang'an, and the academy went to the West Hill. You once said that a just cause enjoys abundant support. Now it seems that we have the real Tao after all. Dean said, the Abbey Dean and Abbey Dean. Jun Dean is Abbey Lian. The Tao is the reason, and we have the reason, so why can't we win? Abbey Dean is right. To Tao. The way. And is. The Dean is the way. He Dean King has king. The sect is right with the sect. He has sect. The Lian. I she. The Abbey Dean looked at him and said calmly, as for Haotian, she went back to Chang and with Ning Quebec. But you should know that my way is not right. He had said something similar to the eldest brother some time ago. The eldest brother looked very serious at that time because it meant that Chang and could protect Ning Ke, but not Sang Sang. Or was it because of the 7 tomes of arcane? Before I left the Peach Mountain, I understood one thing. Taoism and the academy are the same. Why? Because people are the combination of all social relationships, and the world is the combination of all people's consciousness. The world is what people think, and Haotian was born in this way. The Abbey Dean looked at him and continued, but the academy thinks that it represents the interests of the majority, and I think I represent the interests of the majority. The eldest brother said, shouldn't this be decided by people themselves? The Abbey Dean said, otherwise, humans don't know what they want. The eldest brother disagreed and said, so you can impose your will on them? The Abbey Dean said, "How do parents discipline their children?" The eldest brother said, "But we are not human parents. You have to know that. Moreover, no one wants to have another parent to discipline them." The Abbey Dean said, "I love people, whether they love me or not." The eldest brother said after a long silence, "I can't be sure that the headmaster and we are right. But I can be sure that your way is wrong. Maybe." The Abbey Dean felt the rumbling coming from the south and knew that the girl in the yellow dress was getting closer. He turned around and walked down the cliff, disappearing into the void in the next moment. The eldest brother looked at his back and said, "I am still alive." The battle without any bystanders had already been decided. But it seemed that it would not be a life-and-death battle. Why? The Abbey Dean smiled and said nothing. The eldest brother understood. Those who pursued eternity were afraid of loneliness. The one who would not kill the second in the world was the first in the world. In life, no matter eternal or long, the most important thing was to have companions. Or in other words, opponents who could understand each other. The drunkard and the butcher were such people. The Abbey Dean believed that his idea was correct. So he had to prove it to others. For whom? Who was qualified to see it? Of course, only Li Man was qualified. In fact, you should know very well that the main purpose of this battle is to get the Ming hand scroll. Killing Sang was very important to the Abbey Dean. But to get Sang's divinity, collecting the 7 volumes of the arcane tomes was the most important thing. Taoism kept 6 volumes of the arcane tomes, and the last one was always in the hands of the academy. It was tied to the eldest brother's waist. The Abbey Dean had to defeat him if he wanted to collect the 7 volumes. The eldest brother said, "Yes, so I did not bring the Ming hand scroll with me." From the very beginning of the battle, he knew that he would definitely lose to the Abbey Dean. So he would not bring the Ming hand scroll with him. That was equivalent to giving it to the Abbey Dean. The Abbey Dean said, "It doesn't matter. Because you are the arcane tomes. As long as I defeat you, who in the world can stop me from getting the Ming hand scroll?" The meadow in the front yard of the academy was still green in the deep winter. The peach blossoms transplanted from the peach mountain were in full bloom, as if they had become cold-resistant wintersweet. Or was it because they were welcoming the arrival of their former master? The Abbey Dean appeared in front of the academy in a fluttering indigo robe and walked inside. No one could stop him. The female mathematics professor holding the bamboo broom fell to the ground. Professor Huang He, who was still recovering, could not move at all. The cloud-gathering array was broken without any wind. The Abbey Dean came to the cliff yard in the back mountain of the academy. There was no yellow ox, no white goose, and no water wheel on the stream. There was only the mirror-like lake and the houses in the woods beside the lake. It was quiet but uninhabited. He stood quietly by the lake for a long time, feeling for a long time. He had never been to the back mountain of the academy. This place was very meaningful to him. Then he left to find the arcane tomes. There was a place in the academy with the most books. It was a cliff cave. The Abbey Dean came to the cliff cave and found that there was someone else in the back mountain of the academy. It was a scholar. Writing slowly. There are more today. Chapter 1152. The cliff cave was very high and birds flew in and out of it. There was a 2-story wooden building on the gentle slope outside the cliff. There was a square desk in front of the building and a gray-haired old scholar behind the desk. Except for the headmaster of the academy, no one knew how long the old scholar had stayed in the back mountain of the academy. No one knew his name or how old he was. From Kuharan to Ningke, the people in the back mountain only knew that the old scholar had been reading, copying, reading and reciting books here all the time. The academy called him a scholar, and he was a scholar of the academy. The abbey dean stood in front of the desk and looked at the old scholar. He smelled the pungent smell of ink and Huangzhou bud paper. After a long silence, he suddenly laughed and sighed with emotion. This was the academy. "Hello," the abbey dean said to the scholar. The scholar seemed not to have heard him. He held an old book in his left hand and a half-bald brush in his right. He was murmuring something and occasionally wrote a few words on the paper, as if he was making annotations. The abbey dean raised his voice and asked, "Sir, have you seen an old book?" The scholar woke up and looked up at him. He looked confused and did not know what the abbey dean was talking about. Then he became more sober and felt inexplicably angry at being disturbed. His eyebrows moved wildly. The abbey dean was not angry. He gestured and said, "A very old book." The scholar thought for a moment, then picked up the half-bald brush in his hand and dipped it into the inkstone. Then, he wrote a character on the Huangzhou bud paper. His writing was as solemn as a mountain. The word was dripping with ink and full of meaning. It was a word, book. The scholar handed the paper to the abbey dean and said, "This is the book you wanted." The abbey dean looked at the paper and the word quietly. After a moment of silence, he said, "Interesting." He reached out to take the paper. His movement was very slow and solemn. It was really slow, like a moving mountain or the sky above the clouds. After a long time, his fingertips touched the slightly rough edge of the bud paper. With a light bang, the yellowish paper was burned. The paper burned slowly and the flame spread to both sides. The edge was burnt to ashes until it almost burned their fingers. The abbey dean did not let go and neither did the scholar. They looked at each other in silence. "I've read a lot of books too," the abbey dean suddenly said, "even though I'm not as obsessed with books as you are, I've lived for a long time, so I've read as many books as you." Time was a very important thing, whether it was studying or cultivating. The scholar did not speak. He looked at the burning paper in his hand. "Why isn't this scroll in Chang'an?" "Well, at that time, we were not sure if Ning Ke could return to Chang'an. Without him, Chang'an was indeed not as safe as the academy." The abbey dean looked at the scholar and said calmly, "Li Man was right to entrust the arcane tome to you for safekeeping. But it's meaningless, because a scholar is useless." As soon as he finished speaking, the paper was completely burned. There was nothing left in the scholar's fingers. The ashes fell slowly onto his shoes. However, there was still a piece of yellow paper in the abbey dean's fingers. The winner had been decided. The scholar looked at the mountain-like books on the table and the ocean-like inkstone. He was silent for a long time. It was the first time in his life that he doubted reading. The abbey dean walked into the cliff cave with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the bookshelves on both sides of the cliff cave, which were more than 100 feet high. He looked at the tens of millions of books on them and gently waved his sleeves. A gust of wind blew out from his sleeves. It was not slow but gentle in the cliff cave. The dust on the books was swept off and sent to a corner, leaving only a clean space. The abbey dean walked up the stairs and came to a row of bookshelves on the 4th floor. He took out a book from one of them, like a person who wanted to read a book at random without making any choices. That book was the Ming hand scroll of the tomes of Arcane. The snow in Chang'an had stopped. The wind was calm, and the clouds were gone. The red sun shone on the world. The abbey dean appeared outside the city. This was the 3rd time he came to Chang'an. Ning Ke was on the city wall the previous 2 times. Today was no exception. He looked at the abbey dean walking slowly in the snow and remained silent. He got the 7 volumes of the Tomes of Arcane. Sang Sang said with a pale face, as if she was afraid. Ning Ke laughed. Gathering the 7 Dragon Balls can summon the Dragon God. What can he do by gathering the 7 volumes of the Tomes of Arcane? Summon Haotian? If he really wants to do that, just ignore him. He did not take off the iron bow on his shoulder because he had used up the primordial 13 arrows. He had a feeling that even with the help of the God-stunning array, the primordial 13 arrows could not threaten the Abbey Dean. The 7 volumes of the Tomes of Arcane were finally together. What did that mean? The Academy had been guessing and calculating this matter, but to no avail. No one knew the function of the 7 volumes of the Tomes of Arcane except the Abbey Dean. Of course, Sang Sang knew it very well. How did I come about? You? You were born by your mother. Now is not the time for jokes. I am a little nervous. Ning Ke said after a moment of silence, you have to allow me to tell some jokes. Sang Sang said expressionlessly, I won't allow it. Well, if you mean Haotian, it is the combination of rules, born in chaos. No, I am the combination of objective rules and subjective beliefs of human beings. Then? I am the choice of human beings. Sang Sang turned to look at him and said, if so, when human beings chose me, why didn't they leave some means to keep me in check? Ning Ke was silent. He knew what Sang Sang said was true. Countless years ago, the gambler who founded Haotian Taoism made a bet on behalf of human beings. He gave the whole world to Haotian to protect. So it was very likely that he had set up a backup plan in advance. Legend had it that the 7 volumes of the Tomes of Arcane in the Jishou Abbey were the crystallization of Haotian's will, or Haotian's gift to human beings. In fact, it was the real means of Haotian Taoism to control the world. With the 7 volumes of the Tomes of Arcane, they could cancel the bet that happened countless years ago. They could invite Haotian out of the divine kingdom and let Haotian return to chaos. Only the master of Haotian Taoism could master this method. The current master of Haotian Taoism brought the 7 volumes of the Tomes of Arcane to Chang'an City. Is this the last resort of Haotian Taoism? Ning Ke held the array pestle and asked the Abbey Dean under the city wall. The Abbey Dean said calmly, Kuharan said that we are dogs. Lotus said that we are dogs. People in the academy and many others said that we are dogs of Haotian Taoism. But no one has ever thought that this iron chain is actually tied around our necks. Human beings are Haotian's dogs, and Haotian is also a human being's dog. He looked at Sang Sang beside Ning Ke and said, we worship you and give you endless years and even eternity. So you should be willing to be in eternal loneliness and protect the human world in the divine kingdom. You should not sneak into the human world for a night of pleasure. Don't you think it's reasonable? Sang Sang said nothing. Her face became paler and paler. Even when she was extremely weak in the past, she had never been so afraid. Because she could clearly feel that the Abbey Dean had the ability to destroy her. The Abbey Dean took out a scroll from his chest. Deep in the blue sky, a thunder sounded. The thunder came from the divine kingdom. I can't bear to write it. I will write the last one tomorrow. I love you all. Chapter 1153. I've decided to change the 7 tomes of the arcane to Kai Tian Zhongxia. I like this name better today. It's cool, just like the book Jiangyi. On this day, please allow me to recommend Guanu's new book, Dota 2, The King of Esports. The book is now on the Qidian with nearly 1 million words. It's totally ready to be read. Book number 314946. Then, I'd like to praise Elon's welfare and secrets photos for encouraging me at this beautiful moment. At the same time, I'd like to urge you to pay attention to my official account, Mountie 1118. This is the best way to keep in touch with me. I'll inform you about the postscript and follow-up details in time. Thank you. I'll continue after dinner. There was always someone better. Beyond the blue sky was the Divine Kingdom. The thunder from the Divine Kingdom was magnificent, as if it was announcing something to the whole world. On the sea to the east of the Kingdom of Song, a storm that had never been seen in 1,000 years suddenly appeared. A violent rain fell on the Tile Mountain. In the sky of the divine halls of West Hill, faint traces of lightning flashed. Only Chang'an remained the same. Because the Abbey Dean was standing there. In his hand was a scroll of the arcane tome. The arcane tome. The thunder from the divine country continued and did not disperse for a long time, spreading endless divine might to the human world. The Abbey Dean did nothing. He just held the arcane tome and looked at the sky quietly. The thunder became lower and lower, as if the supreme existence was also afraid. The Abbey Dean was very calm. He took out the second scroll of the arcane tome. This scroll was a bit broken, with many pages missing. The arcane tome was the fall tome. At the edge of the world was a bottomless ocean, from the Black Sea on the snow-capped peak in the north, to the calm sea in the south, and to the storm sea. Suddenly, countless clouds fell from the sky and flowed to the sea like a waterfall. The clouds and mist connected with the sea and formed 4 endless cloud walls. The thunder from the Divine Kingdom became lower and lower, as if it was sad. The Abbey Dean took out the third scroll of the arcane tome. The arcane tome was no longer in the shape of a book. There were only some ashes left, which looked like black powder or gravel that had been baked by the sun for thousands of years. Yes, it was the Xiaofan scroll. All the sand on the ground began to flow slowly. The desert in the middle of the wilderness, the dry land at the edge of the quagmire, all the sand turned into an abyss that swallowed everything. Even light seemed to be devoured. The Abbey Dean stood in the wind, his black hair dancing in the wind. He looked calm, like a deity. The sound of thunder in the Divine Kingdom was so low that it was almost inaudible. It finally showed its submission. Even the Abbey Dean was slightly absent-minded. Countless years ago, the prohibition set by the gambling addict was the greatest responsibility of Taoism to this world, but no one had ever tried it, and no one even dared to think about it. The Abbey Dean thought so and did so. Now it seemed that he had succeeded. He then took out the other 4 scrolls of heavenly tomes. When he took out the reverse hand scroll, the quiet lake in the Jishou Abbey in the depths of the West Hill Divine Palace suddenly rippled. The reflection of the 7 thatched cottages on the lake suddenly turned right. When he took out the open hand scroll, a crack suddenly appeared in the deepest part of the blue sky, in which a palace made of pure light could be vaguely seen. That was the Divine Kingdom. When he took out the sun hand scroll, the sun in the sky suddenly became extremely bright, and countless rays of light scattered around. At the same time, the perfect and solemn palaces in the Divine Kingdom became even brighter. When he took out the bright hand scroll, the whole world was filled with light. 7 scrolls of heavenly tomes, 7 words. Day. Fall. Sand. Bright. Heaven. Reverse. Open. Sunset and sand will reverse tomorrow. This was the reversal of heaven and earth, the reconstruction of light, and the opening of heaven. The 7 scrolls of heavenly tomes appeared in front of Chang'an City. The Divine Kingdom appeared in the sky. The cloud wall fell and surrounded the whole world. The world became brighter and brighter, and there was only light left. There was a horrible buzzing sound. Because the buzzing sound was made by the vibration of tens of thousands of hard bows. It represented the strong killing intent of tens of thousands of Tang soldiers, and it represented tens of thousands of sharp arrows piercing through the sky. Tens of thousands of arrows flew over the high city wall and shot toward the Abbey Dean like a storm. The Abbey Dean looked at the rain of arrows without any expression on his face. He raised his hand. There was another buzzing sound. But compared to the sound of the resonance of tens of thousands of strings, this sound was extremely soft, because it was the sound of the air being slightly vibrated and turned into a string. None of the arrows fell in front of him, not to mention touched his indigo robe. Tens of thousands of arrows suddenly stopped and floated in the space outside Chang'an. The scene looked extremely strange. A bird flew from the forest by the state highway outside the city. It was a little tired and was ready to take a rest. Then it saw many strange branches that it had never seen before, and it flew over there. It landed on an arrow, stretched out one of its wings, and was ready to comb the fine hair under its wings. Suddenly, it found that the foot under its claw was a little unstable, and it flew away with a soft chirp. The arrow that was stepped on by it fell slowly, dejected and powerless. The still scene came back to life. Tens of thousands of arrows fell like real rain. They scattered and spread a thin layer under the city wall of Chang'an. Tens of thousands of arrows could not touch the clothes. Tens of thousands of arrows were still in the wind. The laws of physics in this world seemed to have lost their effect at that moment. Although it was only for a moment, it was still extremely unimaginable. Who could master and use the laws so perfectly? Sang could before. So could the current Abbey Dean. He held the iron chain between the human world and the divine kingdom in his hand. He represented Taoism and regained control of Haotian. He was about to merge with the laws and wills in the divine kingdom. The sky became brighter and brighter because of the blazing sun. The majestic divine kingdom was vaguely visible in the deep blue sky, as if it was burning together with the sun. An indescribable divine power fell from the sky and fell on the Abbey Dean. An indescribable beam of light fell from the sky and fell on the sky of Chang'an. Compared to the power of Haotian obtained from the Tianqi state, the divine power was like the sun to the firefly. The beam of light was the same when compared to the Haotian divine light produced by the West Hill divine skill. The Abbey Dean looked at Ning Ke and Sang on the city wall quietly. His eyes became calmer and more emotionless. Ning Ke looked at him, and the array pestle in his hand was extremely hot. The streets and alleys of the entire Chang'an city had woken up. An incalculable amount of qi of heaven and earth flowed along the visible streets, eaves, mountains, towers, lakes, and temples, as well as the invisible ditches and hidden paths, forming a looming arch in a complex array formation that was beyond human comprehension. This was the God-stunning array. The beam of light that fell from the sky landed on top of the God-stunning array. Like flowing water, it flowed along the invisible arch and flowed towards the fields of Chang'an city. It was extremely beautiful, but also extremely soul-stirring. Everyone knew that if the beam of light broke through the God-stunning array, or even if only a few drops of liquid light seeped into it, the entire Chang'an city might be destroyed and turned into a sea of fire. The array pestle was getting hotter and hotter, which meant that more and more qi of heaven and earth had gathered in Chang'an city. Ning Ke's palms were steaming, which was the result of his sweat evaporating. The divine power from the sky was indeed horrifying. How long could the God-stunning array last? Ning Ke's face was a bit pale. Song's face was even paler than his, especially when she saw the divine kingdom deep in the blue sky, the burning sun and the beam of light falling from the sky. She was terrified. The sun was really burning, scattering infinite light like jade. The storm on the East Sea had already evaporated. The reeds on the great swamp tiredly lowered their heads. The walls of clouds around the world reflected the light back to the land. The light refracted and overlapped, making the entire human world too bright to look at directly. No one could look at the sun directly. The Abbey Dean floated up and came to a place as high as the city wall. He looked at her and said, "Come on." He was expressionless, and his voice was emotionless. But he seemed to feel pity. Song Song's body trembled slightly. Her old blue and white robe also began to tremble. Every time her body trembled, her face would turn paler, and some golden dust would come out from the surface of her indigo robe. The golden dust particles were vaguely the silhouette of a person. Where did the golden shadow come from? Or was it her soul? Sang Sang frowned in pain. The golden shadow slowly left her body and floated out of the city. The God-stunning array could temporarily resist the divine power from the sky, but it could not stop this scene. The direction where the golden shadow floated was the Abbey Dean. At this moment, the Abbey Dean had already opened the first volume of the arcane tome, the Tian hand scroll. Would the golden shadow that left Sang Sang eventually become a picture on the Tian hand scroll? With the 7 volumes of the arcane tome, the Abbey Dean broke through the blue sky and possessed the divine power formed by the objective rules and consciousness. If he wanted to become the new Haotian, he needed the divine power. What was the divine power? The divine power was not the core of power, but a basic property. In the simplest words, it was what made a god, and what made a god a god. In an inaccurate and vague way, it was the qualification. From another point of view, humans were humans because they had their personality. Gods were gods because they had the divine power. The divine power was the personality of a god, and it was an existence beyond the objective will. Of course, the transcendence here could also be a fall. Sang Sang had awakened subjective consciousness. She had the divine power of Haotian. What the Abbey Dean wanted to do now was to strip the divine power from her body. Who could stop him? It was almost noon, and the sun was even hotter. The beam of light from the sky pressed down the invisible protective circle that enveloped Chang, and even lower. The flowing light fell outside the city like a waterfall and ignited countless flames. Ning Ke held Sang Sang in his arms. As the golden shadow gradually came out of her body, Sang Sang became weaker and paler. Looking at the flowing light, he recalled the last game of chess that Sang Sang and Master Qishan played in the Lank Temple many years ago. In the world of the chessboard, Sang Sang was constantly chased by the rules. Now, the Abbey Dean represented the rules. The rules could not be changed, so he had absolute power. Even the God-stunning array could only struggle and could not make an effective counterattack. Because Chang'an was in this world. In this world, one had to obey the rules of the world. Unless one had the state of the headmaster and cultivated the real no rules. The no rules was not the limitless. The state of no rules might be the last step that human cultivation could reach. Only when one reached that step could there be no rules and ignore any rules. Ning Ke could not cultivate the no rules. After the headmaster, there might not be a second person who cultivated the no rules. Then, he could only try to break this world. Chapter 1154. Breaking the evil old world and building a beautiful new world sounded simple, but in fact, for the world itself, this was the biggest thing, and for people, the world was the biggest. Therefore, whether it was breaking the old world or building a new world, it became the biggest thing. The biggest thing was naturally the most difficult. Just like what the Abbey Dean was doing now had never been done before, what Ning Ke wanted to do had never been done before. Lian Sheng only had a simple and bloody idea back then, but he had never put it into practice. Therefore, no matter how much preparation he had made, he did not know how to start. Yes, he had been preparing for several years. For a lifetime, several years was not a short time. But compared with the grand proposition of breaking the world, it was a little ridiculous. And he had never made up his mind. Because the deity that represented the old world was in his arms. The destruction of the old world would inevitably mean the death of Sang Sang. Many years ago, he and she had been discussing this problem, but they had never found a feasible third way. So they loved and killed each other until now. Should he let Sang Sang die to save the world? Ning Ke would not do that. If he were a moral maniac or a martyr, he would not have carried her on his back and fled all over the world. His hands were stained with the blood of the innocent. He remembered there was a famous poem in that world. Life is precious, but love is even more valuable. For freedom, both can be abandoned. If it was Jun Mo, he would definitely abandon his life for freedom. But Koharan had already abandoned it. If it was Yi Hongyu, she would definitely abandon love for freedom. But Lotus had already abandoned it. Ning Ke did not want to abandon anything. He had always been greedy and shameless. To be more precise, he was very stingy. He had always been thinking about another famous poem in that world. How can the world be perfect? Don't let the Buddha down, don't let you down. Except for those truly merciful monks in the Lank temple, he and second brother did not have any good feelings for the Buddhism sect. The Buddha in this poem naturally had to be replaced with the word human. How could he not let the human world or Sang Sang down? Ning Ke did not know. Sang Sang leaned against his chest and suddenly stretched out her arms to hug him. She hugged him very tightly. The golden dust that seeped out from her body and the faintly discernible afterimage kept struggling between the two of them. It wanted to leave but couldn't for a moment. A warm power entered Ning Ke's body. His psyche power rose and spread to the human world through the array eye pestle in his hand. Let's try. Maybe we can succeed. Sang Sang leaned on his chest and said with her eyes closed. Just like countless times in Min Mountain, the city of Wei, Chang'an, and the West Hill, no matter whether she was a little handmaiden or Haotian, she was the one who ultimately decided everything. She had made up her mind. But today, Ning Ke was not as obedient as before. You will die. Sang Sang closed her eyes and said calmly, "You've lived with me for so many years. That's enough." After a moment of silence, Ning Ke said, "Aren't you afraid?" Sang Sang said in a trembling voice, "I'm scared." Ning Ke smiled and said, "Then I will accompany you." Sang Sang opened her eyes and looked at him, wanting to say something. Ning Ke looked at her and said calmly, "In the Lank temple, I said that if you died, I really didn't want to live anymore. So let me die with you." Sang Sang thought for a moment and said, "Can we meet in the next life?" Ning Ke laughed and asked, "When was the first time we met?" Sang Sang was a little confused. "Wasn't it the day you picked me up?" "No, it was the day you were born," Ning Ke said. "That day in the woodshed of the official of council's mansion, I hid in the well after killing the steward and the young master. I didn't dare to get up for a long time. I was very hungry and looked everywhere for something to eat. Then I saw you." "I see." She looked a little confused. "In the Red Lotus Temple, I was about to be killed by Long Qing. I leaned against the side of the carriage and you were in the carriage. There was only half a step between us. I thought that in the next life, we would only be half a step apart. That way, it would be easier for me to find you. You see, I never doubted whether I could meet you in the next life." Ning Ke said, "Because we are destined to be together forever." Sang Sang said, "This is really the most cliché but also the most touching words of love." Ning Ke kissed her forehead and said, "Because you only need to be willing." Destiny meant that she was willing. "I do." Sang Sang said with a smile and her eyes were a little wet. She forgot how many times she wanted to cry since she came to the human world. But it seemed that it was related to this man every time. Ning Ke asked, "Are you still afraid?" Sang Sang said, "Still afraid, but I can be with you." She was very weak, but she was still Haotian. When she decided to do this, the whole human world felt her will. To be more precise, it was Ning Ke who told her will to the whole human world. They hugged each other tightly, just like that night many years ago. When they came back from the Kaiping market, Ning Ke read the first book about cultivation, the article on the response of the Tao. Then he fell into a deep sleep and held her tightly in his arms as usual. Then he had a dream. He dreamed of a sea. That was Ning Ke's first awareness. As long as Sang Sang was in his arms, he could feel the whole world. At the same time, the whole world could feel him. The cliff yard in front of the divine halls of West Hill was already a sea of blood. Xiong Chumo was dead. He Mingqi was dead. Those whom Ning Ke asked to die were all dead. The middle-aged priest stood in front of the stone house on the cliff yard, looking a little lonely. Yi Hongyu and Cheng Lixue stood in front of the divine halls of West Hill. Countless people were kneeling on the cliff yard. The war between the academy and Taoism had already ended, at least in the secular world. However, just a moment ago, there was a strange phenomenon that attracted everyone's attention. People saw the curtain of clouds falling from the East Sea, the blazing sun, the horrible light pillar above Chang'an City, and the light that flowed like a waterfall. Then there was light. The light was dazzling. Except for powerhouses like Yi Hongyu, no one could see anything in the human world. Even Yi Hongyu and the middle-aged priest squinted their eyes. Sangsangs will came to the field with the wind. The middle-aged priest knew that she was reborn and couldn't help but sigh. You've been guarding the human world for thousands of years. Yi Hongyu also understood. She frowned and said, "What a pair of idiots." Mo Shanshan stood beside her. Her face was pale, and she was silent. In that small town, the butcher put down his knife, but Jun Mo was still holding the iron sword. That was the biggest difference between the two. The butcher knew that the war had developed to the point that he couldn't intervene, so he let go. But Jun Mo thought that if the youngest brother and the girl died and the Abbey Dean couldn't be defeated, it would be his turn to fight. In the Tianqi mountains of the wilderness, Yu Lian's yellow dress was fluttering in the wind. She kept heading north and did not even look at Chang'an. No one could command the entire human world, not even the headmaster. He only represented the human world and fought against Haotian for thousands of years. What Ning Ke wanted to do was to sense and then try to lead the will of the entire human world. What kind of will was that? The sun was burning. The divine kingdom deep in the sky was getting clearer. The world was bright. It was a day that had never been seen before. Even the blue sky was turning pure white. The light made people blind. Few could still open their eyes. The light made people hot. The entire human world was enveloped in heat. The great swamp was steaming, the South Sea was surging, and the remaining snow was melting. Cicadas suddenly chirped in the wilted forest. The sea of snow in the cold region of the far north actually showed signs of thawing. It was too hot. It was too hot to sweat, too hot to breathe. Chang'an was constantly attacked by the light pillars from the divine kingdom. But with the protection of the God-stunning array, it was relatively better than the world outside the city. At least people could open their eyes. But it was still very hot. Li Yu and the young emperor of Tang were in the imperial study. Her dress was already wet with sweat and her breathing became heavy. She held her brother's hand, walked to the window and opened it. In the spring breeze pavilion, Old Master Chao and Shengguan Yangyu sat opposite each other. Both of them had taken off their shirts, revealing their skinny and ugly bodies. The heat was unbearable. "I can't stand it anymore." Old Master Chow stood up with the support of his walking stick and pushed open all the windows in the room. Looking at the waterfall of light in the sky, he cursed furiously, "F***ck your grandmother, are you trying to kill me with the heat?" The human world was experiencing the same cold and heat. No matter if one lived by the river or by the sea, no matter if there was wind or not, they could not escape the heat wave. The whole world became an iron house with firewood burning outside. It was extremely stuffy. The will was the thought and what one wanted to do. Now, everyone living in this world wanted a cool breeze, to open the window and to open the door. If the stuffy iron house had no doors or windows, then they could only break it. Ning Ke sensed the thoughts of billions of people and knew that it was the will of the human world. The psyche power of billions of people, no matter where they came from, rushed toward Chang'an and entered the god-stunning array. Ning Ke could not withstand such a large amount of psyche power. Sang took the array eye pestle from his hand. The majestic psyche power from all over the human world entered her body through the array eye pestle. She was Ning Ke's natal item. If she had it, then Ning Ke had it. The academy in the south of Chang'an was also unbearably hot at this time. The scholar in front of the cliff cave was also soaked, but he did not feel it at all. He was still staring at the books on the table and thinking about what the Abbey Dean had said. A scholar is useless in the end? A useless scholar? The more the scholar thought about it, the angrier and more disappointed he became. He angrily stretched out his hands and pushed the books off the table. Those books left the table, but did not fall to the ground. Instead, they floated in the air. In the cliff cave, countless books also left the bookshelves and floated in the air. So, that's what happened. The scholar understood. An innocent smile appeared on his old face. He finally felt relieved. Go, let him know that words themselves have power. Countless books left the cliff cave of the academy and flew to the city wall of Chang'an like flocks of birds. The academy had a vast collection of books, including rare classics and common books such as the miscellaneous notes of the two capitals. It was hard to calculate the number of books. At this time, they actually surrounded Chang'an in the air. A useless scholar, is that what you said? Ning Ke looked at the Abbey Dean and said, then I will write a word for you. Before his voice died away, he raised his arm and grasped an invisible pen with his fingers. Where was the ink? How much ink did he need to write such a big word? Outside the city wall of Chang'an, countless books floating in the air suddenly merged together. Books, not paper. Books were writing paper. There were words in the books. Those words were written in ink. There were innumerable words in the countless books. Ning Ke wanted to use the ink left by countless predecessors. Chapter 1155. Why could human beings become the wisest of all creatures? No matter in the world Ning Ke came from or in this world, there were many explanations for this. Some people said that it was because they had learned how to use fire, while others said that it was because they had learned how to use tools. Humans were different from animals, and only those who valued righteousness. This was the opinion of youngest uncle and Jun Mo. However, there were even more people who believed that the most important difference was in the written language, because only written language could be passed down, the written language itself had power. This was the truth that scholars finally understood, and it was also what Ning Ke wanted to tell the Abbey Dean. Ning Ke held the non-existent pen and dipped it into the sea of books outside Chang'an. He held his wrist and elbow and casually wrote 2 strokes in the air, which seemed a little sloppy. The Abbey Dean was silent. He knew that the character Ning Ke was going to write must be a big talisman that had never appeared in human history. He had been mentally prepared, but he did not expect that Ning Ke would write it so casually and simply. Swish, swish. One stroke and one stroke. Was it still the same character? The Abbey Dean looked at the sky, which was no longer blue and was illuminated by the light, but found nothing there. The character Ning Ke wrote did not fall in the sky, but on the ground. What was the purpose of opening the sky? It was to open the earth. He wanted to open the earth. Outside the giant sinkhole in the western wilderness, millions of serfs were building a new home under the leadership of Tang. Although there was no perennial hot spring here, and the climate was much colder than at the bottom of the sinkhole, no one complained. Because they could see further away, they were no longer faced with the cold and steep cliff. They could go further, and they could see the sun as high as they were. Today's sun was a little strange. It was especially bright, and the light was very dazzling. However, the snow had melted much faster. Perhaps next year, the soil here would become fertile, and the harvest should be very good. However, they were used to growing barley, and they did not know if they could grow wheat well. This was what the people were thinking. But it was still a happy thing. The sun on the surface was indeed different from the underground. It was so close and so hot, so people sang and danced happily. 2,000 miles to the east, they arrived at the city of Wei in the northern border of the Tang Empire. The wilderness outside the city had been soaked in blood for a long time. The tower made of the Golden Tribe cavalrymen's heads had long been rotten. Today, it was illuminated by the light, but it was not purified. Instead, it gave off a pungent smell of blood and decay. And the talisman lines formed by the footprints on the bloody plain became clearer. There was a line between the giant pit and the city of Wei, which was the beginning of a stroke. The stroke continued to the southeast and reached the West Hill. Chen Pipi looked at the city of Chang and shrouded in light and smiled. He took off the crown on his head and slowly sat down with the 13 disciples of the new stream and tens of thousands of followers at the foot of the mountain. They began to read the scriptures. It was the last volume of the scriptures of the new stream, written by Ning Quebec. The words were easy to understand, and the wishes and desires were so direct. People wanted to walk out of the dark valley and go to a wider world. The stroke finally fell on the Lank Temple. All the stones in the valley of Hua Mountain suddenly lit up. The stroke that crossed the east and the west of the continent was written by Ning Quebec. The other stroke followed the Min Mountain where Ning Ke and Sang Sang lived for many years, passed through the broken Helan city, and reached the distant cold region of the far north, and ended in the snow-capped peak. On the cliff, Yu Lian held Li Man Man and glanced at Chang An. The stroke that crossed the north and the south of the continent was written by Ning Quebec. The two strokes met in Chang An. People in Chang An were already walking on the streets. Just like that year, they held kitchen knives, wooden sticks, inkstones, and paperweights, and silently looked at the dazzling sky. Except for the distant west wilderness and Chang An, which was protected by the God-stunning array, people in other places could not open their eyes. In a village in the south, Yang Erxi closed his eyes and shot arrows at the sky, cursing the damn heaven. In the old place of the Sword Garret of South Jin Kingdom, a young disciple of the Sword Garret in mourning clothes stabbed at the sky with his eyes closed. The new stream had already prevailed in the human world. As Chen Pipi's voice spread from the top of the Peach Mountain to the bottom, it quickly spread to the whole world. Countless people quietly chanted and prayed. Outside Chang An, the Abbey Dean was silent. He once told Ning Ke that he deeply loved this world, and he was willing to be the enemy of the whole world. However, when he found that he really stood on the opposite side of the whole world, it was not a good feeling. Suddenly, a horrible sound came from the depths of the West Wilderness. The serf stared at the bottomless abyss at the bottom of the giant sinkhole and did not know what had happened. The abyss quickly spread to the southeast. The abyss was a crack in the earth. The ground was cracking. The crack came to the city of Wei in an instant and swallowed the wilderness full of sin and blood. The crack went straight to the Lank Temple and finally into the sea. The same crack appeared in the Min Mountain and went straight to the Snow Sea. It was like someone holding a branch and writing on the sand. It was Ning Ke writing. He was writing a talisman. It was a big talisman that had never been written before. The big talisman only had 2 simple strokes. This was the simplest word, but it was also the most complicated one. Human. The Abbey Dean looked at the distant west wilderness and the distant north region. He watched Ning Ke cut 2 cracks in the whole world with 2 simple strokes. He was silent for a long time. Then he looked at Ning Ke and said, "When you wrote this word in Chang'an, I told you that your strokes were wrong. Today you are even more wrong. You didn't even put it in the right position." Many years ago, Master Yen Sei and Wei Guangming died together on the nameless mountain in the north of Chang'an. At the last moment of his life, he saw a faraway picture. It was the big talisman that Ning Ke wrote today. He saw that the big talisman only had 2 simple strokes. It started in the north of the wilderness, one fell in the west, and the other fell in the east. They met in Chang'an. It was the right word, human. The word Ning Ke wrote today started in the west of the wilderness, one fell in the southeast, and the other fell in the north. They still met in Chang'an. But the word, human, was crooked. If you want to fight me with the power of the human world, you should first understand the meaning of the word, human. If Jun Mo wrote it, he would definitely write it very correctly. How can a man stand in the world if he is not correct? The Abbey Dean looked at Ning Ke and said calmly. Ning Ke shook his head and said, "You are wrong." The Abbey Dean frowned slightly and said, "What am I wrong? No one in the world is qualified to teach me how to write." Ning Ke looked at him and said calmly, "What my master Yen Sei wanted to see is not necessarily correct. Even if second brother could write it, it is not the true meaning of a man." Why? How can a man stand in the world if he is not correct? You are wrong. If there is a rainstorm, people hide in the cliff caves. If there is thunder and fire, people hide in the reeds. Why do people have to stand in the world? No, the word, human, is written and written. No matter how it is written or placed, it is human. It cannot fall. That is human. Ning Ke looked at him and said, "You don't even understand human. How can you win?" On the other side of the mountain and the other side of the sea, there was such a group of people. When they saw the mountain, they wanted to know what was on the other side of the mountain. When they saw the sea, they wanted to know what was on the other side of the sea. When they saw the sky, they wanted to know what was in the sky. These were all what they wanted. The wishes of these people gathered in Chang'an and helped Ning Ke write the human talisman. They told the sky and the earth that they not only wanted to live, but also wanted to get more. Humans could be despicable, shameless, cruel, bloody, or even more despicable than animals. But humans could also be beautiful and noble, no. Even if there was no reason or virtue, as long as they were humans and they stood at the top of the world, they were qualified to eat meat. To go further. To experience more things. To understand more truth, to experience more, and then to move forward. Because they were humans. So they were humans. That was why human was the noblest word in the world. It was also the most powerful word. The Academy always said because, and this was the biggest because. What you said makes sense. The Abbey Dean looked at Ning Ke and said calmly, "But it is still not enough." The 2 cracks on the ground were getting deeper and deeper. Countless rocks fell into the abyss. The three ends of the cracks went further, as if they were going to cut the whole world. What was even more miraculous was that the formless and terrifying power in the crack kept moving deeper, like a thread tightly binding a scroll, causing the ground to bend. The Taoist talisman was splitting the world. But the Abbé Dean said it was still not enough. Rules and the world are two sides of the same coin. If you want to break the rules, you have to break the world. And you are indeed breaking the world. The problem is, will I give you time? In the light, the Abbé Dean looked extremely solemn. The whole world was bathed in the light. The sun was burning. The divine kingdom was being concretized. Countless rays of light fell from the sky. The cicadas stopped chirping, and the hot fog above the great swamp increased. Some people were blinded, and some people were unconscious. The two cracks on the ground were illuminated by the light. Green smoke came out from the abyss. This was the world of light. There was only light. Every ray of light had its own power. Countless rays of light had its own power. A terrifying divine might fell from the sky. Ning Ke wrote this unprecedented talisman. The human world was changing the human world. The sky would not let the human world change. The two most extreme powers met each other. The whole world started to tremble. The invisible light shield of Chang'an was on the verge of collapse. Do you want to destroy the world? Ning Ke asked. The Abbé Dean said calmly, you can stop. Ning Ke thought for a while and said, no, I will not be threatened. The Abbé Dean said after a moment of silence, you will. Ning Ke said, the headmaster once told me that I only love one person, not the world. The Abbé Dean said calmly, no, that was in the past. If you don't love, how could you write that character? Ning Ke was silent. Sang Sang became weaker and weaker. She could barely hold the array pestle in her hand. The golden shadow was about to leave her body, leaving only a trace of attachment. The sky hand scroll in the Abbé Dean's hand was waiting for her return. He looked at the flowing light in the sky and felt the horror. The sun became more and more dazzling. Even he could not look at it directly. Who could change all this? Who could make the whole world disappear in an instant? He thought of the game of chess in the Lank Temple. The rules in the chessboard turned into countless holy light spots and chased Sang Sang all over the world. How similar was it to the scene now? At that time, he opened the big black umbrella and helped him and Sang Sang escape the disaster. The big black umbrella was a piece of darkness. Now there was only the bright day left in the world. Who could block the light? It was stuffy in Lincoln. People were crying in the shabby alleys and old streets. A pretty girl wiped the sweat from her forehead. She felt the coming of death. She took out a piece of paper from the drawer and read the words on it. She gradually calmed down. Her name was Huanzi. She was one of the female students that Yi Su had accepted here. She was a follower of the Protestant Church. After Yi Su's death, she returned to Lincoln and preached secretly. At the same time, she missed her teacher. She began to read the words on the paper. They were the words said by Yi Su before he died. When the everlasting night comes, the light of the sun will be completely blocked. The sky and the earth will fall into darkness. People will rejoice because that is the real life. Ning Ke took out something and put it on. It was a pair of glasses. The lens was made of black water mirror. He looked at the bright sun in the sky. With the sunglasses, he could finally see it clearly. He wanted to see if the prophecy written by Buddha on the Ming hand scroll would come true. Would Yi Su's prophecy come true? The light that filled the world suddenly seemed to be less. Then, it became less. The infinite light was gone. Countless people looked up at the gradually darkening sky. Human beings were afraid of the night. But when there was only light, they looked forward to the coming of the night. So the night came. All of a sudden, the sky turned dark. The night came to the human world. The world was quiet. Sang Sang turned around in his arms and looked at the night sky. She was a little confused. Even she couldn't imagine such a change. Is this the everlasting night? No. Ning Kai put the sunglasses on her nose and said with a smile, "It's the solar eclipse. You see, the moon is blocking the sun. That year on the ship, I told my teacher. That's what the solar eclipse is all about." My teacher finally figured out what to do. He should have figured it out long ago and appeared long ago. But, it's still very cool. And the last chapter. My writing is really cool. But the next chapter will be later. I'm really tired and hungry. I need to get something to eat and take a bath to calm down. Chapter 1156. When the everlasting night comes, the light of the sun will be completely covered, and the sky and the earth will fall into darkness. People will rejoice because that is the real life. Before Yi Su became a sage, he said something similar to a prophecy. And countless years ago, Buddha read the 7 tomes of Arcane and wrote a comment on the Biming hand scroll. There was a similar record in his notes, which said, "In the everlasting night, the moon will appear, and the world will naturally come back to life. In this way, the world will not die, and there will be another way. In this case, it is better to wait for the arrival of the long night." Why do things against the will of heaven? Is heaven also waiting for the arrival of the night? Or is it afraid of the arrival of the night? Is it afraid of the night itself, or the moon that comes with the night? What was happening proved Yi Su's prophecy, and gave the perfect answer to the questions left by Buddha. There was a heaven waiting for the arrival of the night, and there was a heaven afraid of the arrival of the night. It was afraid of the night itself, and also the moon that comes with the night, because the night comes with the moon. The world was dark, and the sun was covered. The divine kingdom was hidden in the thick ink, and it was hard to see. The Abbey Dean, who was floating in front of Chang'an, had a very complicated expression. There were rules, but they had lost the source of power. How could they fight? The beam of light from the divine kingdom had long disappeared, and the heat of the human world had long been replaced by coolness. There was no power that could stop the talisman written by Ning Quebec. 2 abysses spread quickly on the surface of the earth, and the word human became bigger and bigger. The earth was really like a piece of paper that was tied up, and then it slowly rose, with a thunderous sound. The process was slow, but unstoppable. After a long time, the horizon appeared in the sky. Only the tip of the sail could be seen on the sailboat on the other side of the sea. If one stood high enough, he could even see the slightly curved arc in the distance. Is this the new world? Sang Sang asked. Ning Kai answered, maybe. The perfect bubble appeared in front of her again, and the 2 tiny cracks on it had become very deep. The bubble could burst at any time, which meant that her world was about to be destroyed. Sang Sang looked at the world calmly, waiting for her own death. Ning Kai held her gently and waited with her. Countless wills full of desire, or in other words, power, surged from all directions of the human world along the 2 cracks on the ground that were getting deeper and deeper. They entered the streets of Chang'an and entered Sang Sang's body through the god-stunning array. She had listened to the prayers of the believers in the divine kingdom for tens of thousands of years, but it was the first time she had encountered such a genuine desire, a desire that moved her. In an instant, she understood the academy and the new stream founded by Yi Su. It didn't matter whether the world loved her or not. It didn't matter whether she loved the world. She and humanity were one. She wasn't the cold, objective rule of this world, but the rule of the world that humanity knew. There was a flash of light. If the rules were a product of human understanding of the world, then they could naturally be changed. They could naturally grow along with human understanding. Sang Sang looked at Ning Ke quietly and said, "I seem to be able to live." Ning Ke's arms trembled slightly. He looked into her eyes and said, "Then live forever." Sang Sang said, "But I don't want to serve you anymore." Ning Ke said, "I will serve you." Countless desires and wills came from all over the human world and were turned into power by the God-stunning array. Countless cracks appeared on the city wall of Chang'an. Sang Sang looked up at the dark night sky and the looming divine kingdom. She gently waved her hand. Silently, a colorless beam of light shot out from Chang'an to the night sky. The beam of light came from the God-stunning array, but it passed through her hand. Therefore, it was a transparent light. She knew best how to break out of her own world. The transparent beam of light passed through the Abbey Dean's body and fell into the night sky. Sang Sang took off her sunglasses and carefully helped Ning Ke put them on. The moon was still in the night sky. But the sun seemed to be closer to the ground and showed its bright edge. The light came to the human world again, but it was not as fierce and horrible as before. The pale sky became blue again, just like the expensive washed porcelain she secretly hid in her house by the Yanming Lake. 3 cracks appeared in the blue sky. They were opposite to the 3 cracks on the ground. They were all people. The transparent beam of light contained unimaginable power and was about to tear the sky apart. The beam of light was transparent, but the aura inside was not pure. It was extremely messy. Billions of people had billions of wills. How could they be completely consistent? But it was extremely lively. Ning Ke thought of the steam from the steamed bun shop by the street and the footprints on the bluestone. Sang Sang thought of the night by the snow sea and the hot spring. Maybe the Abbey Dean thought of something. He looked at the transparent beam of light and felt its grandeur and imperceptibility. He was moved by its beauty. He frowned and asked, "What power is this? What aura is this?" "This is the power of the human world," Ning Ke said. The Abbey Dean was silent for a moment and said, "I see." Deep in the blue sky, the looming divine kingdom was eroded at an unimaginable speed under the power of the human world. Then it collapsed into the tiniest dust. Then it was the blue sky itself that collapsed. The sky turned into countless thin jade pieces that were as light as goose feathers and fell on the human world. They could no longer block people's eyes from the outside world. What was above the sky? It used to be the divine kingdom. Now it was destroyed. What was there? It was a dark universe. It looked extremely cold and desolate. There was no sign of human habitation. It gave people an extremely uneasy feeling, as if it was the real netherworld. The whole world was quiet again. No one spoke. Was it the netherworld? People were thinking. Ning Ke and Sang Sang knew what they would see. They were not surprised. But it did not mean that others were not surprised. In a mountain village in the Great River Kingdom, a child picked up the half-cooked egg and looked at the dark sky in a daze. He wondered why the sun suddenly became so far away. Why did the stars become so far away? The child was very scared. He was about to cry. The egg in his hand fell to the ground and broke. The wind blew the eggshell, the egg white, and the yolk. The bubble in front of Sang Sang also broke. In the vast and boundless universe, there was a burning ball of fire. It was a star. Judging from the color of the star, it was still young. There were 7 planets revolving around the star. There was nothing in the orbit about 150 million kilometers away from the star. It was blank. It could be blank because the system was stable. But for some reason, there was a feeling that something was missing. At some point, the space there suddenly twisted slightly. After a long time, two clear cracks appeared on the surface of the twisted space. After another long time, the cracks curled up and disappeared. A blue planet appeared there. The process was hard to describe. It seemed that it took a long time for the planet to appear. It came out of the crack in the space, but it also seemed to appear on the orbit in an instant. The reason why the planet was blue was that the ocean covered most of its surface. With the sudden appearance of the blue planet, an invisible gravitational wave spread around. The galaxy around the star showed signs of instability. Fortunately, the few massive planets in the galaxy were far enough away from the blue planet. But its appearance had an impact. The orbits of several planets suddenly changed, and it would take a long time for them to stabilize again. What was more unfortunate was that the space about 300 million kilometers away from the star was densely covered with countless asteroids. The sudden appearance of the blue planet was like a delicious cake, attracting them. Countless asteroids and even small meteorites left their original space and flew quietly toward the blue planet. Of course, they couldn't go in a straight line, but they would eventually meet. The universe was dead silent. Those asteroids and meteorites left faint trails, like the traces of the god of death. The sky was full of meteorites, falling to the ground in the dark night. In a moment, the world would be destroyed. Above the sky, it was indeed the underworld. "You are the son of Yama." The Abbey Dean looked at Ning Ke and said. The underworld was a legend, a lie of Haotian, which was now accepted. But was it true? Many years ago, Wei Guangming saw Ning Ke in Chang'an and thought he was the son of Yama. Later, Sangsang was thought to be the daughter of Yama. Long Qing thought he was the son of Yama. After so many twists and turns, it finally fell on Ning Quebec. He destroyed the world of Haotian and ushered in a new world. However, the new world didn't exist for long before it was destroyed. The real universe was so desolate, dangerous, and cold. What was the difference between it and the underworld? He didn't lead the underworld to the human world, but brought the human world into the underworld. Of course, he was the son of Yama. It shouldn't be like this. Ning Ke's voice was a bit cold. In the small town, Jun Mo waved his hand to break the array. He looked at the death messengers who were about to come to the human world and said, "Pick up your knife." The butcher picked up the heavy knife and walked to him. They looked up together. Jun Mo raised the iron sword and said, "Do you want to fight?" The butcher said, "Very well." The divine halls of West Hill. The battle had long ended. The followers of the new stream were sitting on the cliff platform and the mountain road, watching the scene that was far beyond their imagination. They were shocked, speechless. Chen Pipi stood up and frowned slightly, saying, "It shouldn't be like this." Tang Xiaotang held the iron rod and didn't say anything. Yi Hongyu stood on the edge of the cliff. Her blood-colored gown of judgment was fluttering in the night wind. She looked at the night sky and said expressionlessly, "The extraterrestrial demon? I'll kill you." People in this world didn't know what those meteorites with the aura of death were. But the cultivators could sense another clear reality. The sky was gone. Their bodies became much lighter. As light as feathers. They seemed to be able to leave the ground with just a thought. The rules that had suppressed cultivators for countless years in the world of Haotian no longer existed. The cultivators had gained true freedom. Cultivators in the no-doubt state suddenly entered the see-through state. Cultivators in the see-through state looked at the real stars in the sky and knew their destiny. The grand cultivators in the knowing destiny state easily crossed the threshold. The human world was unprecedentedly powerful. They didn't expect that they would face a life-and-death battle as soon as they gained freedom. But no one was afraid. Because this feeling was really good and worth fighting for. And they had the confidence to defeat all foreign enemies. Countless cultivators were ready to fight. But they didn't have a chance to attack. Even Junmo's iron sword didn't have a chance to attack. The ocean faced the stars, and the land faced the depths of the universe. Where cultivators were, they could see the sky full of stars and the moon showing its true appearance. With the eyesight of cultivators, they could naturally see clearly that it was a ball made of rocks. Its surface was extremely smooth, reflecting the light behind the earth. It was extremely perfect. Or it should not be called the moon, but the moon. That bright moon blocked all the meteorites. The loud rumbling sound couldn't reach the ground, but people on the ground felt it. Such a dense impact, such a terrible power. Even grand cultivators in the knowing destiny state or beyond the 5 states would have a hard time surviving. That bright moon took all the attacks for human beings. Could it withstand it? No one knew how long it had been. The horrible impact sound finally stopped. The moon was no longer perfect. There were craters formed by the impact everywhere, and magma was spewing everywhere, forming high and low places. Some places were bright, and some places were dark. Such a moon didn't look good, and even a little ugly. But it was still perfect in people's eyes. He had silently guarded the human world for 1,000 years. From now on, he would probably do it for tens of millions of years. The night ended, and the morning came. The sun rose slowly from the east. The sky reappeared. It was still blue, but more indescribable than before. Yes, the sky was wider, and there was endless space behind it. This feeling is indeed not bad. The Abbey Dean looked at Ning Kei and asked, "But people are no longer the people they used to be. Is the human world still the human world we care about? The human world is the place where people live, isn't it?" Ning Kei said, "The drunkard thinks that cultivators, especially those who have reached a certain level, are no longer human. But I don't think so. I think cultivators are supermen." The Abbey Dean asked, "Supermen?" Ning Kei said, "Yes. Just like the world needs to change, human beings need to evolve eventually. I don't think it's a bad thing. I believe the apes thought so too." As soon as he finished speaking, a straight white line appeared in the sky. He saw clearly that there was a cultivator at the front of the white line. The cultivator wore a blue robe, which was sometimes dyed red by the sunlight. The Abbey Dean said thoughtfully, "That is a rogue cultivator from the kingdom of Liang. His state is terrible." Ning Kei looked at the white line flying out of the atmosphere and into outer space. He laughed. Then, thousands of thin white lines rose from the ground and flew out of the atmosphere. There was a cultivator at the front of each white line. It was a spectacular scene. Human beings had started their new journey. "Interesting," the Abbey Dean said calmly. Then he turned into countless light spots and disappeared in the first morning breeze of the new world. Ning Kei knew that he was already dead when the transparent light beam pierced through his body. The voice that talked to him earlier was the remnant consciousness that he forcibly left in this world with an extremely high state. It was because he was worried and wanted to see if the new world could survive in the underworld and if the human race could survive. In the end, he thought it was possible, so he died. The Abbey Dean had a surname but no name. He was called Chen Mao. The Mao in Chen Mao was the Mao in Mao, the Mao in Mao, and the Mao that could be seen everywhere in the human world. He represented a part of human beings. Ning Kei looked at the moon in the corner of the sky, which was about to be covered by the morning light. The headmaster represented another part of human beings. By the cliff of Peach Mountain, Chen Pipi bowed to the ground calmly. Tang Xiaotang also bowed to the ground. There was no everlasting night. The human world was getting colder and colder. It was the invasion of the coldness from outside the world. It seemed that the world could not be lonely forever, no matter whether there was the headmaster or the academy. As the sun shone down, the snow on the snow-capped peak gradually melted into trickles, and then converged into a stream that flowed south. Perhaps it would flood the wilderness, but it would also bring water needed for irrigation. Yulian sat on the cliff for many days, holding eldest brother. After many days, eldest brother's injury was healed. She put him down. Eldest brother became an ordinary person. It would take many years for him to return to the state he used to be. Perhaps, there would never be such a day. The old yellow ox left the West Hill and dragged the carriage to wait under the cliff. Eldest brother got on the ox cart and opened the last pot of wine left by his teacher. He drank it carefully and then sighed with satisfaction. He was so satisfied that he couldn't be any more satisfied. He even wanted to change his name to Li Man Man. See you again, younger sister. He looked at Yu Lian and said gently. Yu Lian lifted the curtain and sat on the cart. Eldest brother's expression changed slightly. He pointed at a white line in the sky and said, "Don't you want to go out and have a look?" A white line would appear in the human world at any time, which meant that a cultivator had left the human world. Cultivation was not a gift from Haotian to human beings. It was the will of human beings. Cultivators wanted to know more and experience more. Yu Lian, a grand cultivator, was not an exception. She would not be afraid of the seemingly dangerous world beyond the sky. Yu Lian said impatiently, "There is no cover on the river." One can jump into the water to commit suicide at any time. Now there is no cover on the sky either. One can fly out if one wants to. What's the hurry? Eldest brother thought for a while and said, "It makes sense." Yu Lian asked, "Where are you going?" Eldest brother said, "I want to walk around the new world and see if I can go back to where I started." Teacher and youngest brother both said so. But someone has to walk around to prove it. Yu Lian said, "That will take a long time." Eldest brother said, "The yellow ox is old now. It's inevitable that it will be slower." The ox turned around and glanced at the two. It didn't want to pay any attention to them. Yu Lian said, "Very good." Eldest brother asked, "What's good about it?" Yu Lian did not answer. "It would take a long time." "Very good." The ox cart creaked westward. One day, it passed by a place called Hangu. The ox cart was stopped by a Taoist elder. The Taoist elder knelt in front of the carriage and wept bitterly. He begged Mr. First to leave some dharma for Taoism after the death of the Abbey Dean, the chaos in the West Hill Divine Palace, and the books in the cliff cave of the Academy were destroyed. Chen Pipi and Yi Hongyu could not teach him the dharma he sought. He could only beg Mr. First. Eldest brother was silent for a while and prepared to write a book. Yu Lian asked, "How many volumes are you going to write?" Eldest brother said seriously, "There are 3,000 Taoism, and 3,000 volumes are appropriate." Yu Lian said, "How long will it take?" "A few days ago, I heard that peony fish appeared in the mud pond. If we don't go, it will be eaten by the old black donkey. Just leave it to me." She was the grandmaster of the devil's doctrine and the enemy of Taoism. She had read many Taoist classics in the 23 years she studied in the academy. Eldest brother knew her talent and did not object. "I'll talk and you write," Yu Lian said. The Taoist elder did not dare to object. He quickly picked up the brush and listened carefully. Tao can be told, but it is not the Tao, after a while. That's it? That's it. It's only 5,000 words. Is it not enough? It's so mysterious. Mr. Third, it's too mysterious. I'm so stupid that I can't understand it. Read it slowly if you don't understand. The ox cart continued westward. Hearing that there was peony fish ahead, the yellow ox finally cheered up. Eldest brother looked at Yu Lian with a smile and said nothing. Yu Lian looked calm. Eldest senior brother laughed. So did Yu Lian. Actually, there's something I don't understand, eldest brother said. Yu Lian was expressionless, but she was a little uneasy. Eldest brother was confused and asked, "Why does youngest brother always want me to find a person called a man to be his last disciple? And he said he could learn limitless?" Yu Lian was a little annoyed and decided that she would not do anything when cutting the peony fish. There were two people in the world who were the best at cutting peony fish, eldest brother and Sang Sang. The headmaster of the academy did not count. And the key was the dipping sauce. Therefore, Gaga was very dissatisfied. While chewing the sashimi like it was firewood, it squinted its eyes and looked at Big Black, who was fighting with the female horse. It thought that when Old Yellow came later, it would put the blame on Big Black and say that all the peony fishes in the pond were eaten by it. There was not much difference between the New World and the Old World. Those who liked to eat peony fish still liked to eat it, and those who liked to go on estrus still went on estrus. Fifth brother and eighth brother were still used to playing chess in the back of the mountain. Shiman and Beigong still liked to play zither and flute by the Mirror Lake because they felt that no one in the world was qualified to listen to their temperament. Wang Qi went to the Yueluan kingdom and it was said that he met the flower addict. As for what happened, no one knew. Chen Pipi and Tang Xiaotang stayed in the West Hill Divine Palace. Jun Mo and seventh sister went to a faraway place. His legend was still spreading in the increasingly fertile wilderness. No one knew where his iron sword was talking about him. The academy was still the academy, and Chang'an was still Chang'an. The House of Red Sleeves was now managed by Xiao Chao. The Tang Emperor officially ascended the throne. Li Yu lived in the Qing Palace and rarely saw people. Shengguan Yangyu was the ugliest prime minister in history. Zheng Jing and his wife drank that cup of tea and naturally lived to 100 years. The bell of Wanyan Tower Temple was still so distant. The laughter in the Spring Breeze Pavilion never stopped. Old Master Chao had adopted Zhang San and Li Si as his sons. The famous 3 sticks of old and young in Chang'an had officially become a family. The brothers and the gang sat in the side hall and listened to the opera. The women were eating melon seeds in the flower hall. Chao Xiaoshu looked at the night sky in the garden silently. In these 2 months, more than 10 cultivators had left. It was said that there was a special saying, ascension. Chao Xiaoshu thought that it would be difficult for him to see the scenery of the other side in his life. Yes, there was a moon in this world now, according to the moon's waxing and waning. On the street outside the Chao mansion, a horse carriage was slowly moving towards Lin 47th Street. It was not easy for Pippi to refine a heavenly power pill. Why did you secretly throw it into his teacup? Don't you worry that he will pour the tea in the cup? He may pour the tea poured by others. But as his sister-in-law, why wouldn't he drink the tea you poured for him? How many people in this world are qualified to have Haotian pour tea for them? Although that guy likes to pretend to be cool, don't forget his famous words, if heaven allows me, I can live. Do you hear me? I'm being polite to you. It makes sense. But why do you want me to pour tea for him today? Because I owe him that bowl of noodles with fried eggs. It makes sense. When have I ever been unreasonable as a man? You're not second brother. Hey, can you not mention that cold-blooded and heartless man with one arm? The conversation in the carriage continued until they stopped in front of the old brush pen shop. Ning Kei and Sang Sang got out of the carriage. Sang Sang was as plump as before. She was holding an indigo dog in her arms. Standing in front of the old brush pen shop, Sang Sang looked at the night sky and asked softly, "Is this the world you came from?" Ning Ke said, "It should be." Sang Sang looked at him and asked, "Why are you so sure?" Ning Ke pointed at the bright moon in the night sky and said, "Because there is a moon." This sentence was actually very unreasonable. But weren't the disciples of the academy like this? Sang Sang asked, "The chi of heaven and earth in this world is escaping and dispersing to the outside world. One day it will disappear completely. Have you ever thought about what to do when that day comes?" Ning Ke said, "I think at that time, people might have already left here." Sang Sang was silent for a moment and said, "Are you willing to? This is our home." Ning Ke held her in his arms and looked at the night sky and said, "The journey of mankind should be the sea of stars. But, so many people have lived here. Don't you think it's a pity that there are no traces left? Wind and rain will blow away the wind and rain. No matter how strong a building is, even if it's carved on a stone, it will be weathered by time. But I think there will always be some spiritual things left." Ning Ke said, "Maybe after countless years, a new civilization will appear here. In that civilization, the headmaster, the abbey dean and eldest brother will all become legends or even myths." Sang Sang asked seriously, "What will be left behind?" Ning Ke smiled and said, "For example, what Confucius said." Pushing open the door of the old brush pen shop, there was a customer inside. The woman was wearing a blood-red robe of judgment. Who else could it be but Yi Hongyu? Yi Hongyu said to Sang Sang directly, "I have something to say to him. Don't be jealous." Sang Sang said, "I only eat dumplings with soy sauce." Yi Hongyu said expressionlessly, "I heard that you gave the owner of the hot and sour noodle sliced soup shop a gold brick?" Sang Sang walked to the backyard with the indigo dog in her arms. "Is this the woman you want to marry even if the whole world is destroyed?" Yi Hongyu looked at Ning Ke and said mockingly, "You throw a pair of children into the Grand Secretary's mansion and walk around with an indigo dog every day. Did the headmaster know about such a noble lady?" Ning Ke spread his hands helplessly because there was no way to explain it. Yi Hongyu said, "Let's get down to business. I'm leaving." Ning Ke was silent. Although he knew that this was inevitable, he still felt a little complicated. Yi Hongyu took out a letter from her arms and handed it to him. She said, "I'm leaving with her. This is a letter from her to you." The "her" here was naturally Mo Shanshan. Ning Ke took the letter and glanced at the backyard. Then, he stuffed it into his sleeve. "You are so useless," Yi Hongyu said mockingly. Ning Ke was furious and said, "If you do this again, I'll fall out with you." Yi Hongyu reached out and grabbed his face. She said, "Let me help you." Ning Ke used the natural stream magical finger and was about to poke her chest. Yi Hongyu suddenly went forward and hugged him. His hand fell on her chest. Her lips fell on his. Very soft, very bouncy, very wet. He wanted to kiss her again. When Ning Ke was thinking about this, Yi Hongyu had already returned to her original position. She looked at him and said expressionlessly, "This is for Shanshan." Ning Ke looked at her lips and sneered, "Unless she kissed you first." Yi Hongyu was slightly angry and said, "It's a gift, don't you understand?" Ning Ke suddenly fell silent and said, "Take care." Yi Hongyu also fell silent. After a long time, she said, "There is a saying in the cultivation world. The joys and sorrows of two worlds cannot be interlinked. If they can meet, they will be saints. Ning Ke, you are a saint." Ning Ke looked at her quietly and said, "You are a saintess." Yi Hongyu smiled and said, "You are still as shameless as before." Ning Ke bowed to thank her. "You said that the universe is very big and it is difficult to meet." Yi Hongyu said, "But I hope that we can meet again in another world." Ning Ke said, when the child is older and the matter between the eldest and the third brother is settled, we will come." Yi Hongyu sighed and said, "You two don't know how to take care of children. Why use this as an excuse?" Ning Ke was very ashamed and said, "Kiss Shanshan for me, or I will kiss you again." Those who should not have left had left, but those who should have stayed. Ning Ke sat by the bed and looked at the thick stack of letters in the box. He was thinking silently. Sang Sang looked at him and said indifferently, "Who is the one who should not have left? Who is the one who should have left? Me?" Ning Ke then realized that she knew what he was thinking. He suddenly felt that this kind of life was really meaningless. It was mainly because there was no privacy and it was too easy to misunderstand. As expected. "Do you think I don't know what you were thinking about when you looked at the girl on the stage at the Chow Mansion today? TSK, that waist is thin, tender, soft. If you like it, you can touch it. Now Xiao Chao is in charge of the House of Red Sleeves. Mistress Jian's ban is no longer effective. If you like it, you can touch it as you like. I will let Xiao Chao pick the reddest one for you." Sang Sang hugged the green-skinned dog and kept talking. "Enough." Ning Ke slammed the table and stood up. "I only silently praised the waist. How did I offend you?" Sang Sang's eyes were slightly wet and she said, "You think my waist is too thick." Ning Ke was very depressed and did not know how to explain. He made up his mind and simply threw caution to the wind. He said loudly, "What does this have to do with your waist? I just think that you don't want to cook now. Don't want to wipe the table. Don't want to pour water for my feet. Don't want to save money. Spend money every day. Walk around with a dog every day. Put on an indifferent expression at every turn. You have to understand that you are my wife now. It's not great, Master Hao Tian." Sang Sang cried and said, "Ning Ke, you lied." Ning Ke was a little flustered and said, "How did I lie?" She said sadly, "That day, I said that I would never serve you again. You said that you would serve me in the future." Yes, this was the first sentence that she thought of when the old world and the new world met at the top of the city wall of Chang'an. It must have been very important to her. What was amazing was that from that day onwards, Sang Sang really forgot about all the household chores. Ning Ke secretly observed for a long time and found that it was actually true. She was not lying to him. Sang Sang became a lady who would walk around with a dog in her arms. That was why he did not know how to explain to Yi Hongyu previously. He sighed and said, "You have to learn to do something, right?" Sang Sang did not hear anything and said sadly, "You just think that my waist is too thick." Ning Ke was silent for a long time and said in a low voice, "Well, I admit that it is a little. You have given birth to this child for such a long time. I thought you would lose weight, but..." Sang Sang turned and walked out of the old brush pen shop. Ning Ke stood up nervously and asked, "Where are you going?" Sang Sang did not turn her head and said, "I am going to the scholar's mansion." Ning Ke was furious. He picked up the clothes pole in the courtyard and was about to revolt. "If you dare to run away from home again, I will beat you to death." Sang Sang did not pay attention to him and walked out directly. After a moment, there was the sound of the front door closing. Ning Ke was stunned and very worried. He hurried to change his clothes and was ready to stop her. However, because he was too nervous, he could not put on his shoes for a long time. When he put on his shoes and looked up, he saw Sang Sang by the door. She wiped her tears and said, "Ning Ke, are you hungry? I will cook some noodles for you." She did not leave at all. She had never left. Ning Ke stepped forward and held her hand as they walked into the kitchen. He began to teach her how to cook, how to cut spring onions and how to cut eggs. Just like many years ago. It was not difficult, right? It was very happy, wasn't it? The bright moon shone on the new world and the old brush pen shop. On the courtyard wall, an old cat was lying lazily. End of the full text. I will write down my mistakes in 2 days. Here are 2 simple sentences. First, whether I am narcissistic or not, I have to say that Nightfall is really good. I really praise myself at the end. Second, whether it is mushy or not, I have to say that I really thank everyone. As for the questions about science, I am naturally exempted. I am an idiot in this aspect, but I just want to write. The end of chapter 130. Awesome. I have written nearly 20,000 today. Awesome. I have written to my own height. Awesome. Finally, please see what votes you have. No matter what, please vote. This is the last time. I love you all. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.